if Daenerys Targaryen was never raised in exile? What if, after Dragonstone fell, Doran Martell secretly brought the last Targaryen children to Dorne? The world believes Viserys and Daenerys drowned in the storm. Robert thinks the dragon line is broken. But in Sunspear, Doran hides the truth. A baby princess, a frightened young prince, and a dragon egg still warm beneath silk. Daenerys does not grow up begging across the free cities. She grows up loved, protected, raised by House Martell. And when the time is right, Dorne will not just remember the dragons, it will return them. Welcome back to Game of Theories. Subscribe now, because this time, Daenerys is not the beggar queen. She is the Dragon of Dorne. Hey guys, welcome to the Game of Theories. Here you will get best Game of Thrones what-ifs. Subscribe if you are new here. Also set that bell notification to all, so whenever I post the video, you get the notification first. Now, without any further delay, let's dive into this crazy what-if.
Doran Martell had not slept in 3 days. He sat in the small chamber off the Tower of the Sun, where the morning light came late and the sea wind did not reach, and he listened to the sound of the courtyard far below. The smith's hammer, a horse cantering on the cobbles, a maid singing as she beat a rug. A kingdom moved on those small sounds. A kingdom moved with no thought for the terrible thing that had happened in another kingdom, and with no thought for the children of his sister, who lay buried in unhallowed ground in a country that had murdered them and laughed afterward. He had lit no candles. He had no wish for the brightness. The sun rose over the cliffs of plum above the rooftops of Sunspear, and the brightness came whether he wished it or not. A page brought him a tray. He did not eat. The page took it away, came back at midday, took it away again. In the early afternoon his castellan returned from the harbor. "They are not yet sighted, my prince. They will be. Aye, the wind has turned. Send word to the planky town, the galley to be met at the wharf and brought up by the kitchen way. No livery, no torches, nothing that calls a name. It is done, my prince. Areo, my prince. You will be at the postern when they come. You will see them up to me yourself. You will speak to no one. If anyone speaks to you, you will not answer, my prince. Go now." The captain of his guard bowed and went. Areo was a tall man, broader through the shoulders than any other man in Dorne, and the long axe across his back made not a sound as he moved. Doran Martell had bought him in Norvos in the year of his marriage and had not ever regretted that purchase. Areo served the prince. Areo did not speak unless spoken to. Areo was, in the end, the only sworn man in Doran's household to whom the prince intended to entrust the secret of what was about to come up the kitchen way and into his hall. Even his wife would not be told. That was the first cruelty of the day. He sat in the dim and made his peace with it. Malario was a Norvosi. She loved him in the way that the daughter of a wealthy guildhouse loves a man who has bought her a land she did not want to live in. She loved him, and she did not love what he had been doing in the month since the sack. She would not love this. She would say to him in her clear, quiet voice, "You are bringing the war into our home," and she would not be wrong, and she would not be right either. And there would be no useful conversation between them until there was a child crying in the corridor in Malario's heart, which was as Norvosi as her tongue, took over from her judgment. Better to let her find them when she could not refuse them. Better still that he never told her where they had been bought from. Doran lifted his hand and let it fall on the carved head of his cane. He did not yet need a cane. The gout had begun in his knee in the last winter, but it had not yet taken his ability to walk. He carried the cane because his father had carried one, and because Malario's father in Norvos had carried one, and because a prince who carried a cane was a prince men did not fear in the way they had feared his father, and Doran Martell wished very much for some years not to be feared. Not yet. Not until the things he was building had finished growing. A bell rang on the watchtower above the keep. 3 short, 3 long. He closed his eyes. The galley had been sighted. Sir Willem Darry was old enough to remember the year of the false spring. He stood in the chamber of the dead queen, and he held her cold hand a final moment, and he set it back down upon the silk, and he turned to the man waiting in the corridor. "You will tell my prince," he said, "that I would have come had I been able. You will tell him I am sorry." Manfred Martell did not weep, but his eyes were wet. "I will tell him. And you will tell the babe when she is grown that her mother spoke of her with love. The queen named her in the hour of her coming. She named her DAENERYS. After DAENERYS, who was the bride of the Prince of Dorne, who came to your country in the days of the dragon. The queen wished, I think, that the name might be a sign, even if it could not be a promise. It will be a promise. That is your prince's gift to give. It is not mine. Tell the girl her mother loved her. Tell her her mother knew her name. I will tell her." The old knight nodded once. He went back into the chamber, and he sat by the body of his queen, and he did not look up again. Manfred Martell stood a moment in the doorway, and then turned and went down the corridor with the babe in his arms and the brother by his side. And he did not look back, because looking back would not have done either of them any good. The bell on the seaward tower of Dragonstone rang the 3rd watch. By the 5th, the painted storm had taken them out of the bay. By the 7th, Stannis Baratheon's fleet had come up against the rocks below the castle, and the men of Stannis Baratheon had broken in the postern and found a knight bleeding in a great hall and a queen lying cold in a high chamber. And the knight had told them with the last breath he meant to spend that the Targaryen children had drowned in the storm trying to flee their birthright. He told it well. He told it true enough that they believed him. He told it because it was a thing he could do for the queen who lay above, and whose hand he had held in the morning. Then he had set his eyes on the man who was Stannis Baratheon's vanguard knight, and asked him a question about the burning of King's Landing. And the man had not answered, because the man's face had been unable to lie. And Sir Willem Darry, who had once been master-at-arms of the Red Keep, had pulled the dagger from his belt with his left hand because his right would not close on the hilt any more, and he had set the point against his ribs, and he had pushed. He died on his side, with his cheek against the stone of the keep he had served. Stannis Baratheon's man knelt beside him, and after a long time stood up and went to write a letter to a brother he did not love. The galley made the run south in 15 days. The painted storm gave them 3 days of weather that took 2 of the rowers over the side and broke the foretopmast, and very nearly broke the keel. Captain Vaith reefed and reefed again and ran her with the wind through a sea full of foam, and the ship held together because she was a Dornish galley, and because Vaith was Vaith. They came out of the storm into a flat gray sea, and on the flat gray sea they made their reckoning and turned west. The boy did not eat for 2 days. He sat in the canvas tent that they had rigged amidships, and he watched the basket where his sister slept, and he did not eat, and he did not weep, and he did not speak. Manfred Martell on the 3rd night came in and sat down beside him. "You must eat, my prince." "No, your mother would wish it." The boy did not answer. "Your father, don't." Manfred closed his mouth on the word he had been about to say. He had not, he realized, known the boy's father. He had met King Aerys once in the Red Keep at a feast in another life. The man had been kind to him at the table. The man had also burned a steward of his own household alive in the throne room some hour before the feast began, and had had the steward's son carried into the feast to watch him eat. Manfred Martell did not know what to tell a 5-year-old boy about a father like that, so he said nothing about the father. He said, "Your sister has been awake some part of every hour of every night, and she has cried, and she has fallen asleep again. She is alive because the wet nurse on the lower deck has milk and a kindness in her. You should know she is alive. She has not died on us. She will not die on us. We will get her to my prince, and then we will have her looked at by the meisters. She is small. She is very small. How small was I? Smaller, I think, my prince. By all account, she is going to die. She is not going to die. My mother died. Yes, your mother died. My father is dead. My brother is dead. My niece is dead. My nephew is dead. My sister will die, and then I will be alone. Manfrey said very carefully, "You will not be alone. You are a Dornishman. The Dornishmen hated my father, I know." "Yes, my prince." "Then why am I going to Dorne?" "Because my Prince Doran Martell has decided you are not a thing to be hated. You are a child who has lost his mother. He is a man who has lost much. He has decided to take you in. He will take you in. You will eat his bread. He will give you your tutors and your sword master and your books and your hawks. You will be safe. And in time, when you are a man grown, what is yours to claim, you will claim. But not tonight. Tonight you eat the bread I brought you, my prince. Tonight you sleep. Tonight you weep if you wish. Will you not?" The boy looked at him. The boy was not used to a grown man speaking to him as one spoke to a man. The boy's father had spoken to him sometimes like a fly, sometimes like a banner to be hauled up a pole, and sometimes like a stranger he had not before met. The boy's mother had spoken to him the way a mother speaks. The boy had not yet had a thing he might call a teacher. Manfrey took a piece of bread from the cloth in his hand and tore it in half and held one half out. The boy took it. The boy ate. After he had eaten, the boy wept, very quietly, and Manfrey did not look at him while he did it, but sat beside him with one hand resting on the basket so that the basket would not slide with the rocking of the ship. The babe slept. The wet nurse slept on the lower deck. The boy, in time, slept too, with his head against Manfrey Martell's arm. Manfrey did not move for an hour. When he stood at last, he covered the boy with the blanket, and he looked down at the sleeping face, the silver hair, the boy's mouth, the eyelids that were so thin you could see the veins through them, and he thought of a thing his prince had said to him before he sailed. "We will try to make it less difficult," his prince had said. Manfrey Martell, in the rocking dark of the canvas tent, made his own quiet promise. He would also try. He did not know what success would look like. He could only try. The galley made the harbor of the planky town at dawn on the 15th day. A fog came up off the river and settled over the masts of the merchanters, and over the rope walks, and over the fish houses, and over the stink of the tide. A boy in a brown cloak met them on the wharf as they came down the gangplank. He said the password and led them up the alley behind the eel house, up the alley, through a door in a wall into a kitchen courtyard at the back of an inn, through the kitchens, through a cellar, up a stair, out into a corridor under the walls of Sunspear that no map had ever shown. By the time the sun was halfway up the sky, they were standing in a small chamber off the Tower of the Sun, and Ariel-Hada was closing the door behind them, and the Prince of Dorne was rising slowly from his chair. Doran Martell saw the babe. He saw the boy. He saw the egg, wrapped in gray silk in the basket. He sat down again because his knee would not let him stand any longer than he had to, and he held out his hands, and Manfrey Martell laid the babe in them. She woke. Her eyes were not yet the lavender they would become. They were a gentler shade, the color of an iris flower that grew in a particular bed of the water gardens. They opened. They found his face. He bent his head over her. He had wept already that morning when he had thought no one would come into the chamber. He had wept the moment the watchtower bell rang. He did not weep now. He had known when the bell rang that there would not be time after for weeping. "Hello, princess," he said, very softly in Dornish. "You have a great many cousins. They will be glad of you. We will keep you safely. We will keep you here." He looked up at the boy. The boy stood at the captain's hand, and he had cleaned himself on the galley as much as a child of 5 who has not slept properly in 15 days can clean himself. His hair had been combed. His face had been washed. He wore a clean shirt that had been one of Manfrey's son's shirts and was a little too large in the shoulders. He met Doran's eyes. "I am the king," he said. It was a small voice. It was a proud voice. It was also a tired voice, and Doran Martell, who had read men for much of his life, and who had taught himself young that the way a thing is said tells you more than the thing itself, heard, beneath the pride, the tiredness. "Yes," said Doran Martell after a moment. "You are. For now you must be a guest in my house, not a king. Will you do that?" "I am the king," said the boy. "Yes," said Doran Martell. "You are. Will you sit in my hall and eat my bread? Will you let my maester see to the small cut on your hand?" The boy looked at his hand. He had cut it on something on the galley, he did not remember when. There was a scab forming. He had not noticed. He looked at Doran Martell. He did not say, "I am the king" again. He nodded, the smallest nod a child of 5 could give, and have it count as a nod at all. "Good," said Doran Martell. "Welcome to Sunspear. Manfrey the egg." Manfrey took the wrapped bundle from the basket. He set it on the table. He pulled away the silk. The egg lay on the carved wood. The candles in the chamber struck red gold off its banded scales. It was warm to the touch. Manfrey had felt it in the wagon coming up from the planky town, and the warmth had not faded. And now in this quiet chamber, in the southern reaches of a kingdom that had not loved the Targaryens since the day Aegon's dragons burned its lord, the egg seemed to throw a small warmth of its own into the still air. Doran Martell did not touch it. He looked at it for a long while, and then he looked at the babe sleeping in his lap, and at the boy who stood holding his cut hand and would not look at anyone. He said, "My patience, cousin, has been the only inheritance I have ever taken from my mother. My mother said to me once before she went that nothing built in haste is ever built well. I am a man who has lost much. I do not wish to lose more by haste. My prince, this child will be raised as my own. Do you understand? Not as a captive, not as a piece, as my own. As my niece, as my daughter, as a princess of Dorne. My household will know her. The wider world will know nothing. I do not yet know what we will do with her in the end. But she will come into womanhood loved, Manfrey, and that I swear to you on my sister's name. I, my prince. As for the prince," Doran's eyes settled on the boy who would not look at him. "He will be raised here as well. He will have his rooms, his tutors, his books, his sword master. He will have, I think, a difficult life. We will try to make it less so." He paused. "Manfrey, my prince, you did well. Thank you, my prince. Now go to your wife. She has been frightened for you. She has prayed at the great sept of Sunspear every morning and every evening of these 7 days. Go to her, eat, sleep. Tomorrow we will speak of plans." Manfrey Martell bowed. He left. Captain Vaith bowed. He left. Doran Martell sat in the chair of olive wood with the daughter of Rhaella Targaryen sleeping in his lap, and the son of Rhaella Targaryen standing in front of him. And behind him on the table the last egg of House Targaryen lay warm in a fold of gray silk, and he did not move for a long time. "Come here," he said. The boy did not move. "Come here, Viserys." It was the first time anyone had said the boy's name aloud since the storm. He had heard it last from his mother's mouth as she lay on the bed of black stone. It had been a different sound from her mouth than it was from this Dornishman's. It had been gentle, as a hand drawn through hair. From this Dornishman it was, he could not name what it was. He took a step. He took another. He stood at the prince's knee. Doran Martell looked at him. "I am sorry about your mother," Doran said. "She was a kind woman. I knew her when I was a boy, when she came to your father's wedding with my sister. She gave me a coin. She said it was for luck. She did not have to give a small boy a coin. She did. I have it still." He held up his other hand. The coin in his palm was a Targaryen half-dragon, very worn. "Here." The boy looked at the coin. He did not take it. "You may have it back," said Doran Martell. "It is not mine. It was always your mother's. Take it." The boy reached up. He took the coin. He closed his small fingers around it. You may keep it for as long as you wish. When you are a man grown, you may give it to me again, or you may keep it for your sister, or you may throw it into the sea, and I will not mind any of the three. But you should have a thing of your mother's, so you have a thing of your mother's. Yes. The boy nodded. Now I will tell you a thing, Doran Martell said, and you will hear me. There are men in this country, Viserys, who do not love your father's name. Some of them are in this castle. Some of them will be in your hall when you sit down to eat your supper. Some of them will be your tutor or your sword master. They will be civil. They will be teachers. They will not harm you, but they will not bow to you either. Not yet. Do you understand me? I am the king, said the boy, almost whispering. You are a Targaryen, in a kingdom that does not yet know it has a Targaryen in it. We will not tell the kingdom. We will not tell, in the beginning, anyone outside this room. You will live as my ward and my guest, and you will be educated as a prince should be educated, and your sister will be loved by my children as my children love each other. And when the time is right, we will send word to those who would still bend the knee. There are many. The Starks of Winterfell are not friends of Robert Baratheon, whatever you have heard. The Tyrells of Highgarden lost their king at the Trident and have not forgiven it. The lords of the Crownlands hate that the stag sits where the dragon sat. There are many. There will be more. Patience, my prince. Patience and time. A throne that is taken in haste cannot be held. A throne that is built in patience may stand for centuries. You understand me? The boy stared at the floor. He was, Doran realized, watching the toe of his own boot. He lifted his head. How long? The boy said. How long what, my prince? How long will I be a guest? It was the wrong question in a way. It was also exactly the right question. Doran Martell heard it, and a small thing in his chest, which had been hard for a long time, softened 1/4 of a degree. Until you are a man, he said. Until your sister is a woman, then we will see. The boy nodded. He looked at the babe in Doran's lap. What is her name? He said. Daenerys. Your mother named her in the last hour. The boy said Daenerys, and then, as if he had not said it correctly the first time, Daenerys Targaryen. The babe in Doran's lap, who had been sleeping, opened her eyes. They were not the lavender they would become. They were the gentler shade, the color of the iris flower in the bed by the great pool of the water gardens. She did not cry. She looked at her brother. She looked at him as a baby looks at a thing that is new, which is to say without judgment of any kind, and the boy of 5 looked back at her. And when he reached out one thin hand and laid one finger against the back of her smaller hand, she closed her own small fingers around his finger and held on with the unreasoning strength of new things. Doran Martell, who had buried his sister and his sister's children in the spring, watched this and did not speak. He kept his prince's wife out of it for 2 days. On the 3rd day, Malario came to the chamber in the Tower of the Sun, in her green robe, with her thick dark hair undone for the morning, and she stood in the doorway with one hand on the frame and looked at the basket beside her husband's chair. Doran, she said. He did not say anything. Whose child is this? He looked at her. He had thought he had practiced the words. He had not, it turned out, practiced them well enough. She is your niece, he said, by Rhaegar. Malario's free hand went to her mouth. She stood that way for a count of breaths he did not measure. Then she came into the chamber. She closed the door. She sat down on the cushioned bench against the wall slowly, with the care of a woman whose legs had gone unfamiliar. She did not weep. She did not raise her voice. She had the Norvosi way, which was to feel things with the hardness one might feel a stone that had cut one's foot. How, she said, Manfrey. Manfrey is alive. Manfrey is alive, and Stannis will not look. We have left him a story. He will believe the story because he wants to. Doran. Yes. There is a brother. There is a brother. He is in the chamber down the hall. The Maester has been to him this morning. He is frightened. He is also, in some way I cannot yet read, not as frightened as he should be. He has the Targaryen pride which he came into early. We will see what we can do with it. You will keep them. I will. You will keep them in this house with our children. I will. She looked at him a long moment. Malario of Norvos had been a girl with thick black hair, and a laugh that made the candles in her father's hall seem brighter. And she was now a woman of 31 years who had given Doran Martell 3 children, and who had not wholly forgiven him for the country he had given her in return. She was not stupid. She had never been stupid. She watched the baby in the basket sleep, and her eyes did not soften the way another woman's eyes would have. She said, "Doran, this is war. It is not yet war. It is the seed of war. You have brought a seed of war into our home and laid it beside our children's beds. I have brought the daughter of my dead sister's family into my home, Malario. I have brought a child and a boy whose mother is dead and whose father was murdered. I have done what any Dornishman of any pride would do, and I will not apologize for it, even to you. I have not asked for an apology. No, you have not. I have asked for the truth of what you mean to do. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I mean to keep them safe. I mean to raise them as my own. I mean, in time, to set the girl on the Iron Throne, with the boy beside her, with Dornish armies behind her, and with allies in the north and south and east that I have been carving out of my brother's contacts and my father's contacts and my own for the last 2 years. I mean to do it slowly. I do not mean to do it in this generation if I can help it. I mean my children to grow up beside hers, and Arian to be her sister, and Quentin to be her trusted man, and Tristane, who is a year and a half older than her, to be, perhaps, a friend, and perhaps more. I mean us to be a single house in the doing of it. I mean for Dorne, in the end, to claim what was taken from us when our princess was taken from us. I mean what was done to Elia to be answered. I will not be hurried. I will not be deflected. I will not raise my voice. I will not, Malario, tell you again, ever, what I have just told you. Do not ask me again. She did not ask again. She rose. She came to the basket. She knelt beside it. She looked at the child a long time. She put 2 fingers against the babe's pale cheek. She is beautiful. She said, not as a softening, but as the sort of fact one observes about the weather. Yes. What have you named her? Her mother named her DAENERYS. DAENERYS. Malario said it without affection, but without coldness either, the way she would have said the name of a stranger met once at table. I will have a wet nurse fetched. The one from the galley will not last. I can see her hands. I will have the second cradle brought from the nursery. I will have a maid trained to keep the door of her chamber. I will have nothing said in the kitchens. I will have nothing whispered in the laundry. You will have my help, husband, in the small things. I cannot give you my heart on the larger thing, not yet. That will be enough. It will have to be. She rose. She walked out of the chamber with her back as straight as it had been when she came in. He heard her footsteps go down the corridor, and he heard them turn at the corner, and he heard them go away. That evening, Doran Martell sat in his chamber alone with the egg. He had unwrapped it. He had set it on a small cushion of black sand on the table. The candles in the room threw the red gold of its banded scales onto the wall behind it. He sat across from it for a long time. He did not touch it. He had not yet touched it. He was a man who believed in patience, and patience was a thing one did not only with people but with objects also, and certainly with objects that came down out of legend, warm in a knight's hand from a chamber above a dead queen. After a while he said, very softly, in the chamber where there was no one to hear him, "I do not know what you are. I know what your kind has done to my country in the past. I know my country has suffered for your kind. I know that I have brought a child of you into my hall. I know that I will love that child as I love my own. I know that I do not yet love you. I do not yet know if I will." The egg did not answer. Of course it did not answer. He was a sensible man. He wrapped it again in the gray silk, and he locked it into the iron cabinet in the wall, and he turned the key in the lock, and he hung the key on a chain inside his shirt. He went to bed. In the morning, he began the writing of letters. There were letters to Highgarden, and to Storm's End, and to the Vale, and to White Harbor, and to a man in Pentos who had a way of knowing things, and to a man in Lies who had a way of selling things, and to a man in Volantes who had a way of moving things, and to a knight at Old Oak whose father had ridden with Rhaegar at the Trident, and to a Maester at the Citadel whose name was not Pycelle, and to 2 cousins of his who lived along the stepstones and who would, in due course, when his slow, patient web was ready, be men he could call upon. He wrote them all in his own hand. He did not give them to a Maester. He did not give them to a clerk. He gave them, when they were done and sealed, to Ariohata, who took them to a man at the harbor, who took them to a man at sea, who took them to men further out. The web of Doran Martell, in the spring of the year after the sack, began that day to spread. Far above him, in the western rooms of the Tower of the Sun, a babe of 3 weeks slept in a cradle that had once been her elder brother's and now was hers. A boy of 5 slept in a chamber along the corridor with a half-dragon coin folded in his fist. Outside the windows, a wind off the boneway moved in the dust on the courtyard cobbles, and stirred the orange leaves of a small tree planted by a man 500 years dead. In a chamber off the kitchen, a wet nurse new to the household crossed herself toward the 7 and said to no one, "What a pretty little thing she is." In the water gardens, 50 miles south, the children of the household ran in their thin shirts among the orange trees, and a boy of 6, who would in years to come be called Quentyn Martell, threw an apricot at a girl of 7 who would in years to come be called Arian. And a boy of 2 who would in years to come be called Tristane sat in the shallow water of the great pool and laughed at his own toes. None of them yet knew of the cousin who had come to them. They would soon. Doran Martell, in his chamber at the heart of his keep, set down the last of his letters and, after some days of grief, began to think on the name of a baby girl, DAENERYS. A Targaryen name, a Dornish name also. There had been a DAENERYS long ago, the princess of Dorne who had married a king of the 7 kingdoms, the bride of the dragon. It was a good name. It would carry on either tongue. He turned the half-dragon coin between his fingers. He had taken it back the first night from the boy's hand after the boy slept, and he meant to give it back in the morning, and to give it back again every morning for as many mornings as the boy would give it up and take it again. It was not, in the end, his coin. It was hers. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. The water gardens lay 60 miles south of Sunspear, on a low rise that caught the sea wind and broke it into something a child could play in. There were 3 pools and 17 fountains. There was a colonnade of pale pink marble that had been sent in pieces from old Volantes 400 years ago. In the year the gardens were built, by a Targaryen princess, who had been made to marry a Martell prince, and who had decided, after some thought, that she would forgive the country for the marriage if it would let her have somewhere cool to sit. The colonnade ran the length of the great pool. It had been planted around with orange trees and lemon trees and the small Dornish fig with the dark fruit, and beyond the fruit trees the dust began, and beyond the dust the desert began, and beyond the desert was the rest of the world. Inside the colonnade, in the year that DAENERYS Targaryen turned 7, 2 children sat on the marble lip of the great pool and discussed the question of whether crabs had feelings. "They feel," said Arian Martell. She was 12. She had inherited from her father a black hair that she did not see the use of brushing more than once a day, and from her mother the round Norvosi face that grew prettier by the year, and from neither of them the patience for sitting still. She was lying on her back on the marble, tossing a pebble up and catching it. "Everything feels." "They don't," said Daenerys. She was sitting up. Her hair, which was what people said about her when they could think of nothing else, was the color of moonlight on the water of the great pool, and at 7 her hair was already nearly to her waist when she stood. If they had feelings, they would not let us catch them. That is the most foolish thing you have ever said. It is not. Trystane says it is not. Trystane is 5. Trystane is 6 this autumn, and you should not say cruel things to younger children, Mother says. Your mother is in Norvos. I know my mother is in Norvos. Don't be a brat. Daenerys, who had recently learned the word brat from a stable boy and had been waiting some weeks for an occasion to use it back, was not as sorry as she might have been. She lifted her chin. I am not a brat. You are. You are a small white-haired brat, and one day you will say something that mean to a man with a sword, and the man with the sword will cut your nose off. Then I will cut his nose off. You're 7. I will grow. Arianne flopped onto her stomach so that she could look at her cousin properly. The afternoon sun struck the pool and threw lines of moving light onto the underside of the colonnade above them. A pair of fishes, small and gold and dressed like coins, drifted under the marble lip beside Daenerys' knee. Daenerys. Yes. You are not really my cousin, are you? The smaller girl looked up. Her violet eyes, they had darkened from the iris flower color into a clear violet at 4, and would deepen further by the time she was a woman, went very still. She did not speak. It's all right, Arianne said lazily. I have known forever. Trystane doesn't know. Quentyn doesn't know either, I think, although he might. I think I have known since you were 4. It does not change anything. You are still my cousin. We just are not the kind of cousin everyone says we are, Aunt Malario said. Aunt Malario is a very intelligent woman who also believed I would not find the spice cabinet when I was 8. Trust me, I have known forever. Father has known I have known for some little time. I have not told anyone. I will not tell anyone. She rolled to face the pool again and tossed the pebble. The pebble made a clean, sharp ring on the marble. I just thought you should know that I know. Brat. You're a brat. Yes. They sat in silence for a while. Arianne seemed unbothered. Daenerys was working through whether she ought to feel afraid and could not, in the end, find the place where the fear was supposed to fit. What do they call me, she said, when they think I am not listening, Dany? They call me Dany when I am listening too. Yes, they call you Dany. They do not call you any other name. Father is very strict about it. The maids have been told. The grooms have been told. Anyone who comes into this household is told. You are Dany. You are fostered with our family. Your mother was a friend of my father's mother's who is dead. You have no other name. You will be a lady of Dorne. You will live here. We will make sure of it. What is my other name? Arianne sat up. She brushed her hair out of her face. She looked at her cousin a long time. Have you not been told? I have been told the rules. I have not been told the name. You have not asked your father. My father is dead. You have not asked Uncle Doran. He is busy. He is not too busy for you. He is never too busy for you. He has only made you think he is. Have you asked Uncle Oberyn? Uncle Oberyn is in lies. Uncle Oberyn is always in lies, or in Volantes, or in Tyrosh, or in places where men have a great many sons by mistake. He is back next month. Ask Uncle Oberyn. He will tell you. Father will tell you also, but he will sit with you a long time before he does, and you will be 10 by the time he gets to it. Uncle Oberyn will tell you in 5 breaths. Daenerys looked at the goldfish under the lip of the pool. What does it begin with? She said. What? My other name. It begins with T, Targaryen. You said it. I did not. Daenerys held the syllables in her mouth a moment. They tasted of nothing. She had heard the name before, in books, of course, in the Maester's books that she had been given to read when she was 4. Books with the stiff parchment that Maester Caliot had taught her to turn carefully without bending. But the books had been full of other names too. Names like Stark and Lannister and Bolton, and the name had not seemed any closer to her than any of the others. "Are they good?" she said. "The Targaryens." Aerion considered this with care. She was 12, and she was not a fool, and she had been raised in a household that prized careful speech. She said, "They were our enemy once. Then they were our family by marriage. Then they were our enemy again. Some were good, some were not. They had gold hair and purple eyes." She tilted her head. "Your hair is too white for theirs. Your eyes are too clear. You will be prettier than any of them ever were. Don't tell your brother I said so, my brother." "Yes." "Has my brother got the name too?" "Yes." "Then we are the only two you are. Why has Uncle Doran not given us back?" "Given you back to whom?" "To the kingdom. To the people who would make my brother king." Aerion lay back down. She watched the moving light on the underside of the colonnade. She said, after some thought, "Because the people who would make your brother king cut your father into pieces in his throne room. Because they took your sister cousin Rhaenys out from under her bed and put a sword through her. Because they took your nephew Aegon, who was a baby, and dashed his head against a wall. Because they did all of this to your house, and then sent the bodies to the man who is now the king as a wedding gift wrapped in red Lannister cloaks. Father will tell you better than I have. But that is why." The fishes under the lip of the pool moved away. "Did they?" said Daenerys very softly. "Do it to my mother?" "No, your mother died of you. Your mother died bringing you into the world, and that is no one's fault. That is the way it goes sometimes." "That is my fault." "That is no one's fault. Don't say that. If anyone hears you say that, I will pinch you." "Did they do it to my brother?" "Your other brother?" "Yes, your other brother was Rhaegar. They did not kill him with the dagger. They killed him in a battle on a horse in a river. He died well. Father has told me, but yes, they killed him." Daenerys was very quiet. She looked at the marble at her hands, at the small white scar she had on her left thumb from a kitchen knife at 4. She did not weep. She had not, even at 7, ever been a child who wept in front of other people. She did not, unless she was very surprised, weep at all. "Will they do it to me?" she said. Aerion sat up. She put one arm around her cousin. She was 12, and she was already an excellent comforter. She had been with her mother in her grief for the broken things in her marriage, and she had been with the sand snakes in their many griefs, and she had had practice. She said, "They will not." "Why?" "Because we are between you and them. Father is between you and them. Uncle Oberyn is between you and them. Quentyn will be when he is grown. I am. Trystane will be. The whole of Dorne is, if it has to come to that. Father has been making it so since the day you came into our hall. You did not know it. Trystane does not know it. The maids do not know it. The kitchen boys do not know it. But Father knows it, and the men who matter know it, and the kingdom that took your father from you will not have you while we are alive to stop it. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Good, now stop being mournful or I will push you in the pool." "You wouldn't." "I would. Try me." Daenerys, who at 7 was already learning that her cousin was not a person to be tested, did not try her. They sat on the marble in the moving light, and they did not speak for a while. And after a little Daenerys laid her white head on Aerion's brown shoulder. And Aerion, who was 12 and was learning that she had a sister now whom no one had prepared her for, did not move it. That evening Daenerys walked down the corridor of the western wing of the Water Gardens. In the red robe she had been given for the 7th name day she had not been told was hers, and stood outside her uncle's chamber and knocked. The voice that answered her was tired but not unwelcoming. "Come in, Dany." She came in. Doran Martell sat in the high-backed chair he had brought from Sunspear when his knee began to refuse him in the long carriage rides, which was often now. The chair was carved with the old Martell sun and spear, and the cushions were the green of his wife's people, and he had a book open on his lap. He looked up. He marked the page with a strip of orange silk and laid the book aside. "You knocked." "Yes. You do not usually knock." "I do today." "Then today is a different sort of day." She looked at him. He had grown thinner in the 4 years since she had come into his hall. His hair had taken more gray. His cane, which had been a habit, had become a use. His face, which had always been gentle, had also grown patient in a way that frightened the household sometimes. One of the maids had told her once, when she was 5, that the prince's patience was the most dangerous thing in Dorne. "Dany," he said. "Sit." She sat. The cushion at his feet had been hers for as long as she could remember. She did not sit on it as a child sits at the feet of an adult. She sat on it as a younger sister sits at the feet of an older brother. Doran Martell was not her brother. Doran Martell had become, in a way she could not yet name, the thing in her life that brothers were supposed to be. "Arryn told me a thing today," she said. "What thing?" "Many things. The biggest is she told me my name." Doran Martell let out a breath. He did not say anything. He picked up his book, then set it back down. He folded his hands on his cane. "Did she?" "Yes." "What did she say?" "She said it begins with T." She said the name. "She told me about my brother Rhaegar. She told me about my niece and my nephew. She told me how my mother died. She did not lie to me." "I do not think she lied, did she?" "She did not." "You knew she would tell me one day." "I knew Arryn would tell you one day, yes. I had hoped she would tell me first that she meant to. She has, on this, gone ahead of me. You are angry. I am not angry. I am made to think more quickly than I had planned to think. There is a difference. Are you angry at her? I am not angry at her. Arryn is 12 and is, as her mother often says, a brat. She is also a girl who loves you. What she did today, she did because she loves you. I will not be angry at love. I will not punish love. I will, perhaps, ask her tomorrow to be more careful with hers, but I will not be angry." She watched him. "Will you tell me the rest?" she said. He did not answer at once. He looked at her for a long moment. He had imagined, in the years she had been with him, the day he would have this conversation. He had imagined it in his bath. He had imagined it in his litter, on the road from Sunspear, with the dust coming in the windows. He had imagined it on quiet mornings in the chamber off the Tower of the Sun. He had imagined her at 12, at 13. He had not imagined her at 7. The conversation he had practiced was for an older girl. He set it aside. "Yes," he said. "I will tell you the rest. I will tell you slowly. I will not tell you everything tonight. There is a great deal of it, and you are not yet a woman, and there is no need to make you one all at once. Will that do for tonight?" "Yes." "Then come up." She climbed onto his good knee. She had been doing it since she was 4. She would, he suspected, do it until she was 12, and not because she did not understand she was getting too old, but because she did understand and she liked to remind him. "Your name," he said, "is DAENERYS. I know you have been told that. There has been another DAENERYS. She lived 300 years ago. She was a princess of House Targaryen, and she was given in marriage to a prince of House Martell. And she came down the road we came down today and rode into the water gardens through the gate I will show you tomorrow. She wept when they brought her here because she did not know us and she thought we were a hard people. She lived here for 47 years. She died here. There is a stone in the rose garden with her name on it. You will see it tomorrow. She is part of the reason your mother named you what your mother named you. It was a name your father's house had given to a girl who came south once before. Your mother was a clever woman. She named you that name. You knew my mother. I met her twice. She came to my sister Aaliyah's wedding when I was a boy of 18. She gave me a coin. She told me it was for luck. I have it still. I gave it to your brother Viserys when he came into my hall. I gave it to him, but I think you knew that. He carries it always. He doesn't know I know about the coin. He doesn't know much that you know. You are quieter than your brother. That is, on the whole, a useful thing in a girl of 7. Be careful that being quiet does not become a thing you are by habit instead of by choice. Quiet is a tool. It is not a wall. Yes. Yes. Now, your sister was Aaliyah. Aaliyah Martell. She was my sister. She was the older of my sisters. I had 2. The other is your aunt. She is dead also by other reasons that we will speak of another night. Elia was the third child of my father and mother. I was the second. Elia was 3 years younger than me. She was a lovely girl. She was kind and she was sharp and you would have loved her. She would have loved you. She was given in marriage to your brother Rhaegar, who was the heir to the throne of the 7 kingdoms. He was a quiet man. He played the harp. He was good at many things. He was not a bad husband, but he was not a wholly good one. He fell in love with another woman. You will hear of her in time. She was a Stark of Winterfell. She is dead also. Many people are dead in this story. Not all of them are dead from the same hand. He paused. She did not interrupt. She had her chin on his shoulder and her hair, the moonlight on water hair, was making a curtain along his sleeve. Your father was Aerys Targaryen. He was, I will tell you about him another night. Tonight is not the night for him. Your father was not a kind man. Your mother was. Your mother was your father's sister. The Targaryens have, for many generations, married brother to sister. We do not do it here. Some of your father's family suffered for the doing of it. Your father was not well of his mind. Did you know that? Yes, the maids say so. The maids should be careful what they say where you can hear. They were not careful. I will speak to them. Yes, your father was not well. He did terrible things. There were many men in the kingdom who, after some years, decided the throne should be taken from him. They did it in the end. There was a war. Your brother Rhaegar died in it. Your father died after it. Your sister Elia, my sister, died after it, in the keep where she lived, killed by a man named Gregor Clegane on the orders of a man named Tywin Lannister. Your niece Rhaenys, who was a small girl of 3 or 4, died at the same time by the same man. Your nephew Aegon, who was a baby of months, died at the same time by another man, a man named Amory Lorch. The bodies were sent to Robert Baratheon, who was the leader of the rebellion. He laughed when he saw them. Some say he wept. I do not know. He has made me hate him anyway, regardless of which it was. He is the king now. And he wants me dead, he would. If he knew about you, he does not. Why? Because I have not told him. Neither has anyone else. It is the rule of this household. It is the rule of the water gardens. It is the rule of every man who has come into our service since you came to us. We do not speak your name where a stranger might hear. We do not write your name where a stranger might read. Your name is Dany. You were given to my house by an old friend, and we have raised you. That is what every man and every woman from the Boneway to the Stepstones has been told and will be told. You will not contradict any of them. You will not, Daenerys. This is a thing I am asking you to take very seriously. You will not ever speak your other name aloud where any man you do not know is in the room. I will not. You will be tempted. You are 7. You are about to be 8. You will be tempted when a child you do not like calls you a name you do not like, to use the name you have. You will be tempted when a man at a feast laughs at the small folk, to remind him that you are something other than a small fold. Do not. Your name is the most dangerous thing I have ever taught you. You will have it. You will hold it. You will speak it inside this household, with me and your aunt and your cousins and your brother and Manfrey and Maester Caliot and Sir Aaron the Master-at-Arms and no other. And one day, when you are a woman, when the time has come, you will speak it from the steps of a throne you have walked up to. Until then, you will say only Dany. Do you understand? She nodded against his shoulder. He kissed the top of her head. He did not often kiss the top of her head. The maids had stopped at his quiet word when she was 4. The only person in the household who kissed her now, and only on her cheek, was Aerion. He let his lips rest against her hair a moment. The hair smelled of the soap they made in the kitchens, lemon and rose petal and the white salt of the sea. Go to bed, he said. You have a long sit ahead of you tomorrow. You are about to become my pupil in a way you have not been before. We will speak each evening for a while, you and I, in this chamber. We will speak of histories. We will speak of names. We will speak of what is yours to know. Will you come? Yes. And you will tell no one. I will tell Aryan. You will tell Aryan, who has, after a fashion, told you. You will tell no one else. Trystane is a sweet boy. He is also a boy. He is also 6. Trystane will know when he is older. Not yet. Yes. Yes. Good. Off you go. She climbed off his knee. She walked to the door. She turned. Uncle Doran. Yes. Thank you. For what? For not lying to me. He inclined his head a fraction. He said, "It is the smallest gift I have, child. You will learn to expect more from me in time. Go." She went. Doran Martell sat alone in the chamber. After a long while he picked up the book he had been reading and put it down again. He had not been reading it. He had been pretending to read it, against the chance she might come tonight, because he had not wanted her to find him sitting in the chair doing nothing. He had known she would come tonight. Manfrey's wife had told him at noon that Aryan and Dany had been seen leaving the great pool with their faces close together. He had known what that meant. He sat in the chair a long time. After a while a man in the corridor knocked. It was Aryo Hata. Aryo Hata did not knock often. He most often stood at the door and waited until the door opened of its own. He knocked tonight because he had been with the prince for many years and knew when something had been done that the prince needed to know had been done. "My prince," he said when he came in, "your brother has landed at the Planky town." Doran lifted his head. "Oberyn, I, my prince." Earlier than he said, "I, my prince." He came up the coast a week early. He has brought a woman. Of course he has brought a woman. Has he brought any of his daughters? 3, my prince. Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene. The eldest is on a horse. The middle one is also on a horse. The youngest one is asleep in his arms. He will be at the gardens by tomorrow evening. Tomorrow morning, my prince. He has ridden through the night. The corner of Doran Martell's mouth lifted by a finger's width. It was not the practice thing he wore at table. It was the thing that came up against his will and which he allowed because the room contained only one other man, and that man had served him long enough to know it. He said, "Tell Manfrey to set a place for him at the high table tomorrow. Tell the cook to make the fire-pepper saltfish that he likes. Tell the children he is coming. DAENERYS may sit by him at the meal. Viserys may sit on my other side. We will see what we can make of all of them. My prince." Aryo. "My prince." He brought no sons. Sons he has not, my prince. Daughters only. As ever. Thank you. Go to your bed. Aryo went. Doran sat alone for a third time. Outside the window of his chamber, the long warm night of late spring in the water gardens lay thick on the colonnade, and the orange trees gave up their scent as they always did at sundown. And in the corridor down the way, a small girl was walking to her bed, with the sound of her feet making almost no sound at all on the stone. He listened until the sound was gone. Then he allowed himself, alone in the chamber, the indulgence of one short, hard breath, taken in the chest and let out of the mouth in one motion, and after that he was a prince again, and he picked up his book. At the eastern end of the western wing of the water gardens, in a chamber with a high arched window that looked out over the orange grove, Viserys Targaryen sat on the edge of his bed and looked at his hands. He was 9. He had grown thinner since he had been 5. He had grown taller. His hair was longer. He had begun in the last year to look a little like the brother he could no longer remember, the prince who had played the harp. He had been told by men who had known Rhaegar that he had Rhaegar's nose. He had been told by men who had known Aerys that he had Aerys's eyes. He did not know which to be flattered by. The chamber was a fine one. He had no complaint to make about the chamber. The bed was good. The chest at the foot of the bed was carved with the dragon of his house, in deference to him, in a household where the dragon was not otherwise carved on anything. The chest had his clothes in it and his books. There were many books. There were tutors who came to him. There was a man, an old Meister named Caliot, who taught him sums and the 4 kinds of weather and the names of the kings of Westeros from Aegon the Conqueror down to himself. There was another man, a knight from Lemonwood named Sir Aaron Allyrian, who had taught him for 3 years, since he was 6, the use of the small wooden sword and now the small steel sword. There was a third man who came once a week from Sunspear to teach him the harp, in honor of Rhaegar, although Viserys did not have Rhaegar's hands and would never play the harp the way his brother had played it. There was no one in the chamber to whom he had to bend the knee. There was no one in the chamber to whom anyone would bend the knee. The chamber was a fine one, and the chamber was a cage. He said, aloud to the empty room, "I am the king." He had been saying it less in the last year. He had been saying it in the privacy of the chamber, where no one could correct him, where no one could look at him with the patient, kind, terrible eyes of his uncle and say, "You will be my prince. In your time." In the room with no one in it, he could say it the way it had once felt right to say it, in the loud, full voice of a 5-year-old who had not understood why a man in a Dornish galley would not call him by his title. The 5-year-old had been a fool. He knew that now. He had been told in many ways by many people. He had not been told it cruelly, but he had been told it. The kind told him most clearly. Doran told him by listening with care and then saying nothing. Malario told him by avoiding him. Arian told him by laughing. Oberyn. He disliked Oberyn most of all of them. Oberyn told him by treating him as a younger brother who might be dangerous if he were not amused. Oberyn told him by ruffling his hair and saying, "Well, my king, what's it to be tonight, the harp or the sword?" He did not love Oberyn. He did love Daenerys. He thought he did. He spent very little time with her. He had not known what to do with a baby when she was a baby. He had not known what to do with a small girl when she was a small girl. He did not, now, know what to do with a child of nearly 8. She was being raised in a way he was not. She was being put on the marble of the great pool and taught to swim. She was being put on a small horse and taught to ride. She was being taken into the kitchens and shown how to make the fire pepper salt fish. She was being taken into the rose garden and shown the stone of a princess who had come to Dorne 3 centuries ago. He was being taught the books and the sword and the harp. He was being taught the books most of all. He understood, even at 9, what was being done. She was being raised to be a Dornish princess. He was being raised to be a king of the 7 kingdoms in waiting. The 2 were not the same. He should have been pleased. The Meisters spent more time on him than they spent on her. The men with swords spent more time on him than they spent on her. He was being trained. She was being raised. He was being prepared. She was being loved. He said again, more quietly to the empty room, "I am the king." It was a thing he said when he could not sleep. He turned down the candle. He lay on the bed. Outside, in the dark, the cicadas of the water gardens were singing, and the sea wind was running through the colonnade, and a small girl in a chamber 3 corridors away was lying in her bed and turning the words "DAENERYS TARGARYEN" over in her mouth, very softly, in a voice that no one in the household would have heard if they had been right outside her door. In the morning, Oberyn Martell came up through the kitchen courtyard of the water gardens, dust to the knees, with 3 girls tied to him by lengths of rope around the waist, and a 4th girl walking behind him on her own legs because she was old enough to refuse the rope. He kissed his brother once on each cheek. He kissed his good niece Arian once on each cheek. He kissed his good nephew Quentyn once on each cheek and laughed because Quentyn was 13 and did not love being kissed. He kissed Trystane, who was 6, once on the top of his head. He came to the small girl in the white shift, who stood at the end of the line in the pale light of the eastern colonnade, with her hair tied back in a single long braid by a maid who had been told the night before that the prince's brother was coming. He knelt down on one knee in the dust, so that he was a little shorter than she was. "Daenerys," he said. He had said it, of course, in his brother's hearing. The corridor was full of household, and every one of them had been told at the dawn meal that no syllable of what they were about to hear was to leave the gardens. He had said it because he was Oberyn Martell, and he had wished to say it, and he was the only man in the colonnade who would have. Doran did not look angry. He did not look anything. He did not, as a rule, look anything in front of his children. She looked at her uncle. Oberyn Martell, at 32, had a long, handsome face and a black goatee that he kept in trim out of vanity, and a smile that was, Arryn would tell her later, the second most dangerous thing about him. The first most dangerous thing about him was the red snake tattooed on his forearm. DAENERYS. He said again, "I am very late. I should have come back when you were 5. I was in Lies, and then I was in Pentos, and then I was in Voluntees, and then I was in a place I will not tell you the name of because your uncle is listening. But I am here now. I have brought you 3 rude girls who want to be your friends. The youngest is older than you. They will teach you many things. Some of the things your uncle will not approve of, we will not tell him." Yes, she looked at him. She did not know what to say. He lifted her hand. He turned it over. He looked at the small white scar on her thumb, the one she had got at 4 with a kitchen knife. "This," he said. "How? I cut myself. Doing what? Being clumsy. Were you trying to do a thing? I was trying to peel an apple, and you cut your thumb." "Yes." "Because the knife was held wrong." "Yes," he smiled. The smile was, indeed, alarming. He did not let her hand go. He said, "I will teach you to hold a knife. I will teach you to hold a spear. I will teach you to hold many things. We will start tomorrow. Tonight you will sit at my left hand at the meal, and you will eat the fire pepper saltfish, and your brother will sit on my brother's other side and look at me with the look he gives me, and we will have a cup of the gold wine of the arbor for which I have ridden very hard." "Yes, yes," she said. He stood. He looked at his brother, who had been standing very still for the whole of it. "Doran," he said, "brother, you have done well by her. I have tried. She has your eyes. She has her mother's eyes. She has your patience. I see it already. You may not know what you have done. You have made a sphinx of her. We will see. Come, niece. Come into the cool. The dust is not for the white-haired." He took her hand. She gave it. They went through the eastern colonnade. The prince's brother and the little princess no one called by her name, with a black-haired cousin in a green dress, 2 paces behind them, and 3 girls in dust-stained leathers behind that, and a small boy of 6 holding the hand of an older boy of 13, and at the back of it all the Prince of Dorne walking slowly, with a cane he had begun to lean on more than was his custom. The sun was already hot. The orange trees were already in leaf. The smell of the sea was on the wind. In a window above the colonnade, a boy of 9 watched them pass. He did not come down. See Chapter 3. The spear lessons. The spear was not, Oberyn Martell explained, a weapon you held. It was a weapon you wore. He said this in the dust of the practice yard at the water gardens, on a morning of fierce sun, with DAENERYS Targaryen at 11 facing him across a length of hard-packed sand. She wore the practice leathers his daughter Nymeria had outgrown the year before. She had a wooden spear in her hand. The spear was longer than she was tall. "You hold a sword," he said. "You wear a spear. You hold it as if it is part of your hand. You walk as if your hand has been long. You sleep with it beside the bed. When you eat, the spear should know you are eating. When you breathe, the spear should breathe." "Yes. I do not see how a piece of wood breathes, uncle. You will, in time, set your feet." She set her feet. He walked around her. He moved her left foot back 2 finger widths with the side of his boot. He took the butt of his own spear and tapped her behind the right knee, not hard, until she let it bend. He pressed 2 fingers between her shoulder blades in the old place and made her stand straighter. "Your sister Obara would have killed you in that stance." "My sister Obara would have killed me in any stance." "True," he grinned. "Try again." She tried again. He had been teaching her for nearly a year by then. He had begun the day after he came back from his journey, with a stick of green wood in his hand and a smile on his mouth that Doran had not loved. Doran had not stopped him. Doran had said only in the first private hour of the visit, "She is to learn what a Dornish princess learns. No more. No less." And Oberyn, who had been a younger brother all his life, had said, "Of course, brother." And Doran, who had been an older brother all his life, had said, "Brother." Just that. And Oberyn had nodded, because they understood each other, and had taken the stick of green wood out into the yard. The first 3 months had been with the stick. The next 3 had been with a wooden spear of proper weight. Now, in the 11th year of the 11th year of her life, she had a wooden spear of full length, and she had begun in the last week to be permitted to attempt the slow forms. She attempted one. Her stance did not hold. Oberyn moved his spear gently against the haft of hers and turned it out of her hand. The spear rolled in the dust at her feet. Again. She picked it up. Again. She did it again. Once more. "Not for me, for yourself. Ask the spear what it wishes." Yes. She did not, at 11, know how to ask a piece of pine wood what it wished. She did her best. The third attempt held. The spear did not roll. She finished the form with the point 3 inches from his collar and her hand steady and her breath, which was supposed to be steady too, not quite. He set down his own spear. He clapped 3 times with a great show of formality, and behind him on the bench against the wall the 3 sand snakes whom Doran had given the water gardens for the season clapped also. "There," he said. "There it is. Did you see, daughters? She has it in her wrists. She had it from the first day. She had it because she was ours to teach," said Obara Sand. Obara was 19. She had her father's height and her mother's red hair, although her mother's red had turned in her to a deep brown, almost black, and her gray eyes from her mother's people and her father's hands. She had a real spear at her belt. She was not a girl who carried a wooden one anymore. She would have had it if a fishwife had taught her. She was born to a spear. "She was born to a sword, you horrid child," said Nymeria Sand. Nymeria was 16. She was the prettiest of the 3, and she knew it, and she did not, by all accounts of her sisters, mean to learn to share a room with anyone. "Look at her hands. A spear is just a long sword without a guard," said Tyene Sand. Tyene was 12. She was the youngest of the 3 sand snakes presently in residence. She had a face like a Westerosi septa and the hands of a poisoner in training, which was what Oberyn had been preparing her to be since she was 6. "Daenerys, your spear is sharper than my sister's wit. Come and sit with me." "Don't sit with her. She'll put something in your tea." "I will not, Obara." "Daenerys, come." Daenerys, who was 11 and had been thrown by all 3 of them on 3 separate occasions in the past 4 months, did not yet know which of them she trusted most. She trusted Oberyn most. She trusted Tyene next, because Tyene smiled most and was therefore, Tyene had been very clear about this herself, most certainly the one to be most careful around. Daenerys thought, after some thought, that perhaps the warning was the trust. She sat by Tyene. Tyene poured her water from a jug. Daenerys drank it. Oberyn watched. "Good," he said. "Daenerys." "Yes, uncle, you have been thinking I have been cruel to you in these lessons. You will in some weeks think I am crueler. Then I will leave you and you will think you have been left, and you will hate me a little, and then I will come back and we will begin the next thing. The next thing is the heaviest. I am telling you this so that, when it comes, you remember I told you." "Yes. Yes, uncle." "What are you in this country?" "I am Daenys Sand, of the household of the Prince of Dorne." "Yes. And what else?" "Princess Daenerys Targaryen of House Targaryen, only daughter of King Aerys II and Queen Rhaella of his line, sister to the Crown Prince Rhaegar, sister to the Prince Viserys." "Yes, and what else?" She paused. She had not been asked the third before, she thought. She said, I do not know, uncle. Good, then I will tell you. You are also a princess of Dorne, not by blood, by bond. You are Doran's, and you are mine, and you are Quentin's, and you are Tristane's, and you are Arian's. You are Manfrey's, and you are Ario's, and you are Meister Caliot's. You are this household's. We have made you so. We will hold you so. When the time comes that the kingdom asks for you back, the kingdom will find that we have a claim of our own, and it is not a claim that signs go away and the kingdom will be made to share you. Yes, yes, uncle. You are not a Dornish princess by blood, but you are a Dornish princess. You are ours. The spear is the way you will learn to wear that name. Some of it will be the spear. Some of it will be the marble of the great pool. Some of it will be the night air on the colonnade and your aunt's voice scolding the cooks and the smell of the lemon trees in the kitchen courtyard. But also the spear. Do you understand? She did, although she could not have said how. She nodded. Good. Now you may go. Tyene, do not poison her. Obara, do not throw her off the colonnade today. You threw her off it yesterday. Nymeria, take her to the rose garden and brush her hair. The maid is not doing it well. Father. Go. The 4 girls went. Oberyn watched them go. He stood in the yard in the late morning sun with his own spear leaning on his shoulder, and he did not move for a while. Sir Aaron Illyrian came up beside him. Sir Aaron had been Viserys' master-at-arms for some years. He had also been when called for DAENERYS', although Oberyn had taken over much of that duty when he was at home. He was a careful Dornish knight of 40, lean and sun-darkened, with a long jaw and a careful tongue. My prince, said Sir Aaron. Sir, your other pupil is at the eastern yard. How is he? Sir Aaron did not answer at once. Then he said, he is faster than he was. He is angrier than he was. The two are not unrelated. Has he hurt anyone? Not yet. Has he hit anyone? He hit me in the practice yesterday, my prince. I did not mind. He was angry that I had told him to do a thing twice. He swung at me. I let him. He landed it. He apologized after. Did he? He did. Stiffly, he apologized. He has been better than he was a year ago. He has been worse than he was 3 months ago. There has been a backwards motion since the last full moon. I do not know its cause. I do. My prince. Daenerys was given the long spear 3 months ago. He was not given a long spear. He was given the bow. He hates the bow. He has been told by the Meister that his frame is not for the spear. He believes the Meister is lying to him. He believes I am the cause of the lie. He may be partly right. I told the Meister to tell him so, my prince. Yes, Sir Aaron, I am aware that this is the kind of thing my brother would not approve of. I will be careful to do it less. The boy is 15. The boy must be taught what he can do well, and he cannot do the spear. He has not the shoulder of a Targaryen. He has the lean of his mother, and his mother could not have lifted a spear. He has been making excuses about the bow. He should not be making excuses about the bow. The bow is a king's weapon. It killed his Uncle Rhaegar's grandfather. It killed 2 of the dragons. It will in time perhaps kill an enemy of his own. He will not be told. He will be shown. Not by me. He will hate me forever for what I told the Meister to tell him. Show him yourself, Sir Aaron. You will be his teacher, I will be hers. We will divide the morning yard. He will not see her practicing the spear. She will be given the western yard from now on. I do not wish him to see her with the spear and feel what he is feeling. There is no point making it worse. I, my prince. Good. Sir Aaron Illyrian bowed and went. Oberyn Martell stood in the dust a moment longer. After a while he said to himself in the empty yard, I am not afraid of him. I am afraid of the man he will be at 20. There is a difference. He picked up his spear and went into the cool. Viserys did not come down to the meal that night. He did not come down to the meal the next night. On the 3rd night Doran sent Manfrey to ask him to come, and Manfrey came back and said the prince was reading and would be down at the next meal. On the 4th night Viserys came down. He sat at his uncle's right hand where he had sat for 10 years. He wore the dark red doublet that the household tailor had made for him. He ate very little. He spoke to no one until Trystane, who was 8, said something about the saltfish, and Viserys said, "Trystane, please pass the bread." And that was the most words anyone had heard from him in 3 days. He left before the sweet course. Daenerys watched him go. She had, in the year since she had been told her name, been told much else. She had been told the line of the Targaryen kings as far back as Aegon the Conqueror by Maester Caliot. She had been told the line of the Martell princes as far back as the merging of Princess Nymeria of the Rhoynar and Mors Martell by her uncle Doran. She had been told the names of the men who had killed her sister Elia and her niece Rhaenys and her nephew Aegon. She had been told the name of the man who had given the orders. She had been told the name of the man who had laughed at the bodies. She had been told the name of the king who had died alone in the throne room. She had been told, with care and slowness, a great many things. She had been told them in the chamber at the western end of the western wing in the evenings, with a cup of weak-watered wine at her elbow and her uncle's careful, patient voice in her ear. She had not yet been told everything. She knew that. She did not press. She had been raised by a man who knew the use of patience to want to deserve the next telling before she got it. What she had not been told and what she did not know how to ask about was her brother. She rose from the table. She caught her uncle's eye. He nodded very slightly. She left. She went up to the western corridor and she walked the length of it, past her own chamber, past Aryen's chamber that was now in the next room, past Quentyn's chamber that was empty because Quentyn was in Ironwood for the season, past the chamber that had been Trystane's when he was younger and had now been turned into a small library with a table, and she came to her brother's door. She stood outside it. She had not done this before. She did not know what to say. The door was ajar. She could see the candle inside. She could hear nothing. Viserys, when he was alone, was silent in a way that few 15-year-olds are silent. He had been silent at 5. He had been silent at 9. The silence had become him. She knocked. "Come in." She came in. He was at his table. He had a book open. The book was a history of the Lannisters of Casterly Rock. He looked up. His eyes, paler than hers and paler than Rhaegar's by all account, the pale purple of an iris in a season of low rain, found her face. "Dany, brother. Is something wrong?" "No, I wanted to see you." He closed the book. He folded his hands on the cover. He looked at her with the careful watchfulness of a man who had been waiting all day to be told a thing that would hurt him, and who had decided, on the count of breaths, to assume she was not the bringer of the thing. "Sit," he said. She sat. The chair across the table from him was harder than the chairs she was used to. She sat very straight. She had been, that morning, taught a thing about straightness by Oberyn that she could not yet shake out of her body. She thought briefly of the spear in the corner of her own chamber and made herself not think of it. "You did not eat," she said. "I ate before the meal. Manfrey sent up bread and cheese. I have been reading. I prefer it. You prefer reading to eating with us." He did not answer at once. He looked at her. His eyes did not move from her face. She had become, in the last year, a thing he looked at without meaning to. She had become, in the last year, more clearly the daughter of his mother than she had been at 7. The hair that had been silver as the moon on water was silver as the moon on water still, but the face had begun the slow change a face makes between child and woman, and the cheekbones were coming into themselves. Viserys had begun to suspect that he was watching, in this child of his sister, a thing that would be very beautiful. He was old enough to understand that this should have made him glad. He could not make it make him glad. "Sometimes," he said. "Yes." "Why?" "Because I do not enjoy the meal." "You enjoyed the meal a year ago." "A year ago I did not have to sit in the same hall as Oberyn Martell. Uncle Oberyn. He is not my uncle. He is the brother of the man who has been a father to me. He is the brother of the man who took us in. He is. He is a Dornish bastard who has had bastards by every woman in 3 cities and who has been allowed to make a hash of my dignity with my own kin. Do not tell me he is my uncle, Dany. He is no kin of mine. He is no kin of yours by blood. By blood we have only each other. Remember that. He has taught you the spear. He cannot teach you blood. She did not flinch. She had been raised in the last 4 years by 2 men who had been princes of Dorne in their different ways, and she had been taught not to flinch. She said, "He has taught me many things, Viserys. The spear is the smallest of them. He has taught me the name of every man who killed our sister. He has taught me which of them is still living and which of them is not. He has taught me how to look at men in a hall and know which of them mean me harm. He has taught me how to bandage my own wounds. He has taught me to read the river in pentos. He has taught me to call a Tyroshi without giving offense, and to call a Valentine without giving offense. He has taught me the names of the sand snakes by birth order. He has taught me about wine. He has taught me, brother, to be a thing I will need to be when the time comes. He has taught you to be a Dornish woman. Yes. You are not a Dornish woman, you are a Targaryen. I am both. You are not. I am, brother." He stood. He had begun at 15 to be tall in a way that surprised the older men who had known their father. He was a hand's width taller than she was. He looked down at her. He did not look at her unkindly. He had not, ever, looked at her unkindly. He had looked at her in the last year, with the care of a man who watched a thing be slowly taken from him without knowing the name of who was taking it. But he had not looked at her unkindly. "Dany," he said, "listen to me. Our family was a great family. Our ancestor Aegon brought a kingdom to its knees with 3 dragons. Our great-grandfather Aegon V was a king of the small folk. Our father was a king. He was not a good one. He was not a kind one. But he was our father, and he was a king. And the men of the 7 kingdoms killed him in his own throne room and put a stag on his throne, and that has not been put right. It has not been put right, Dany. Do you understand that? Every breath I take, it is not put right. Every meal I eat, it is not put right. Every morning I wake, the false king who calls himself Robert wakes too, and my throne is his, and my crown is his, and my house is dust. It will not be put right by the spear of Oberyn Martell. It will be put right by you and me, because we are the only ones left who can put it right. Yes, yes, brother. Then do not tell me you are a Dornish woman. I am a Dornish woman, brother. I am also a Targaryen. The two are not the same, they are both." He looked at her a long time. He sat down. He opened the book again. He looked at the page. He had not been reading the page. He had been looking at it for the count of the conversation. He turned a page he had not read. He turned another. "Go," he said. "Please, Viserys. Please, Dany, go." She went. She closed the door behind her. She walked very slowly down the corridor to her own chamber, and she sat on her bed in her own chamber for a long while without lighting the candle. And then she went to her uncle's chamber at the western end of the wing, and she stood outside the door, and Ariohata stood inside the door. And Ariohata looked at her face and opened the door without saying anything. Doran was at his desk. He looked up. "Sit," he said. She sat at his feet on the cushion that was hers. "You went to him." "Yes. It did not go well. It did not. It will not go well for some time, child. Not until he can find a way to be in the same room as me without thinking I have taken a thing from him. I have taken a thing from him. He is right about that. I cannot give it back to him because the thing is you. You are a thing. You are also my niece and my pupil and the sister of his I love best. He will not, for some years, be able to hold those 2 truths at the same time. He may never. We will see. Do not blame him for the thing he cannot hold. He is doing his best. He is angry with Uncle Oberyn. He is right to be angry with Oberyn. Oberyn has been less than careful with him. I have spoken to Oberyn. Oberyn will be more careful. Oberyn is a man who is careful when he is reminded to be. She watched him in the candlelight. He looked tired. He had been, in the last year, increasingly tired. The gout in his knee had begun to creep up the leg. He no longer walked the colonnade in the morning without a cane, and on bad days he did not walk it at all. And on the worst days, a cushion was brought to him, and he sat in his chair while Malario and Arryn and Daenerys passed in front of him and curtsied, as they would have if the chair had been the throne it was not yet. He did not look like a man who would put a stag off a throne. He looked like a man who would make a wall against the sun and lean against the wall and hold the wall up by his patience. "Uncle." "Yes. Will you tell me a thing? Tell me which thing." "My brother. He says he is the king. He has said it since he was 5. He said it to me tonight." "He believes it. He believes it more than he believes anything. Will he be, when the time comes? Will he be?" Doran was silent for a long time. He said, "I do not know." "You do know. You know everything." "I know much. I do not know that. There are many things I am not yet sure of. I am sure that you will come in time into your name. I am sure that this household will hold to you. I am sure that I have built friends from the green blood to the trident who will turn at the moment we choose to turn them. I am sure that the man on the throne in King's Landing is more hated, in the corners his own court does not see, than he was a year ago. I am sure that the coin of his kingdom is going thinner each year. I am sure that the Lannister gold which keeps him is also turning thin. I am sure that the day you are a woman grown is the day this house begins to move and not before. I am sure of all of that. I am not sure of your brother. I am sorry, Daenerys. I am not. He is not yet what I would need him to be. He may not be in time. I will give him every chance. I have given him every chance. I will give him every chance still, but I am not sure of him. You wish me to lie to you tonight? No. Good, then I will not lie." She put her cheek against his knee. He laid his hand on her hair. "Dany, yes. You are not your brother. You are not the boy on the galley who was told at 5 that he was a king. You did not have to live with that lie inside you for 10 years. You came to it later. You came to it with the spear in your hand and your aunt's people in your ear and a household at your back. You are coming into it as a Dornish woman comes into her name. You will be, Dany. You will be a thing the world has not seen. I do not know what it will be. I think it will be magnificent. I am sorry your brother is not with us. I do not know if he ever will be. He is my blood. He is. I love him. You do. You should. He is your brother. He was given to you by the same mother. He is the one person in this kingdom whose blood is yours by both sides. You will love him as long as he is alive. I know it. I would not wish you not to, Uncle. Yes. What if it is him or me?" He looked down at her. His hand on her hair did not move. He said very quietly, "We will not let it be that. What if it is? We will not let it be that, Uncle. Daenerys. I have built a house and I have built a plan. There will not be that choice. If it comes, I will make it for you. You will not have to. I am old enough that the making will not damage me. You are not. Sleep, child. We will speak more tomorrow." She rose. She kissed him on the cheek. She had not done this before. He blinked, not in surprise, but in the small private way men blink when they will not weep. She walked to the door. Ariodhada opened it. She walked through it. Behind her, the Prince of Dorne sat at his desk for a long time with his hand on the place where her hair had been. And after a while he picked up the small map of the Reach he had been studying when she came in, and he marked a circle, in his small, careful hand, around the town of Old Oak, and another circle around Golden Grove, and a third circle around Highgarden. He marked a fourth circle, not on the Reach but on the Crownlands, around a small castle on the coast called Stonedance. He did not tell anyone that night why. The confrontation, when it came, was not in the yard. It was in the colonnade. It was the first day of summer. The orange trees were heavy. The cicadas had been in voice for a week. Viserys, who was now 16, had been left in the water gardens for the third year in a row instead of being permitted to ride to Ironwood with Quentyn, although he had asked twice, although Doran had given him every other thing he had asked for. He had been told it was for his safety. He had been told more than once by his uncle's voice, by Manfrey's voice, by Maester Caliot's voice, that there were men at Ironwood who had served at the Trident on Robert's side, and that he would not be served well by any of them, and that he would not enjoy the journey. He had been told the same about Sunspear. He had been told the same about Salt Shore. He had been told the same about every place that was not the water gardens, and at 16 he was beginning to understand that the water gardens were the only place anyone had ever intended for him to be. He came down the colonnade in the long, slow afternoon, in the doublet of dark red the household tailor had made for him for his 16th name day, and he saw the sand snakes. The sand snakes were arrayed in the colonnade. Obara was leaning against a column with her foot on the marble lip of the fountain, talking to a maid. Nymeria was lying along the rim of the fountain, in a pose she had practiced. Tyene was reading. Daenerys was sitting on the lip beside Tyene with her bare feet in the water, and her white hair braided in a long single rope down her back. They were laughing at something Obara had said. Viserys stopped. He had not, until that day, said the thing he was about to say. He said, in a voice that was not as loud as it could have been but was loud enough to carry to the women, "Daenerys, what do you think you are doing?" The colonnade went quiet. The maid who had been laughing with Obara stopped laughing. Tyene closed her book on her finger. Nymeria did not move. Obara, who had been leaning, was suddenly not leaning. Daenerys, who was nearly 12, drew her feet out of the water and laid them flat on the marble. "Viserys," she said, "Daenerys, I am sitting with my cousins. They are not your cousins. They are not. They are bastard daughters of a Dornishman who has not the right to call himself prince of anything. They are not your cousins. They are not your friends. They are a bad influence on you, and they have made you forget who you are. You will get up. You will leave the colonnade. You will come with me to my chamber. We will speak." "No." She said it without raising her voice. She did not, by Oberyn's training and her uncle's, raise her voice. She said it as a decision, the way her uncle would have said no to a man who asked a thing of him which he would not give. She did not look afraid. She did not look angry. She looked at her brother as if he were a stranger from a country she had read about but never visited. He went white. "Daenerys," he said in a quieter voice, which was the voice she had learned in the last year to be afraid of more than the loud voice. "You will get up." "No, brother." "Daenerys." "No, brother. Not for that ask. You may ask me to walk with you in the rose garden. You may ask me to take a meal with you in your chamber. You may ask me to sit up with you in the night and read to you. You may ask me to do anything I could not refuse a brother. You may not ask me to leave my cousins because they are cousins of my heart, and you know this, and you are saying this to wound them, and I will not let you." He looked at her. He had not, in the 11 years he had been in Dorne, ever been refused so cleanly by his sister. He took one step toward her. It was perhaps not a step toward her. It was perhaps only the start of a step. It was perhaps not a step at all. No one in the colonnade ever after was sure what it had been. The sand snakes did not wait to be sure. Obara was a foot away from him before he had finished the foot of his step. Nymeria was on his other side. Tyene had not moved because Tyene did not have to move. She had her hand at the small leather pouch at her belt and her eyes on his face, and any man who knew Tyene knew what her hand at her belt meant. Obara said, in a voice which, like Daenerys's, did not raise itself, "Step back, Prince." Viserys looked at her. Viserys looked at Daenerys. He saw, for one breath, a thing in his sister's face that was perhaps the first thing of his father he had ever seen in her. It was not weeping. It was not anger. It was a stillness. It was the stillness of a thing that had decided not to be hurt by him, ever again. He stepped back. He turned. He walked, not quickly but not slowly, down the colonnade and out of the colonnade and away. Obara did not go after him. Nymeria laid one hand on Daenerys' shoulder and squeezed it, briefly. Tyene, who had not moved her hand from her belt, opened her book again, on a different page than she had been reading, and pretended to read. Daenerys did not move. She did not weep. She did not, ever, weep where she could be seen. After a long while she stood. She walked alone down the colonnade in the other direction. She did not, this time, go to her uncle. She went to the rose garden where the stone of a princess of 3 centuries past stood in the sun. She sat by the stone. She put her hand against it. She said very softly, in a voice no one in the world but the stone could have heard, "Daenerys Targaryen of Dorne." Then she said it again. Then she said it once more. The stone, which had been in the rose garden of the water gardens for 246 years, did not say anything back. It did not have to. That evening, in his chamber, Doran Martell heard the story from Ariohata, who had heard it from a maid who had been in the colonnade. Doran did not raise his voice. Doran did not raise his voice ever. He looked at his guard captain a long moment. Then he said, "Bring him to me, my prince." And Oberyn, "I, my prince." It was nearing the 2nd hour of the night when the 3 of them came into the chamber together. The brother in his red doublet, the prince in his Dornish leathers, the prince with his cane on his good knee. "Sit," said Doran. They sat, Viserys. "Uncle, you will not, in this household again, lay tongue to my niece in the manner you laid tongue to her this afternoon in the colonnade. Do you understand me? Uncle, you will not. Whatever you wish to say to her, you will say to her in private, with my permission, with the door of your chamber closed and a maid in the corridor outside the door. You will not speak to her in the household colonnade in the voice you used. You will not call my brother's daughters bastards in the household colonnade. You will not ever call them bastards in any place where they may hear you. Are we agreed? Uncle, with respect, are we agreed, Viserys?" The boy of 16 looked at the man of nearly 45. He did not look at his sister, who was not in the room. He did not look at Oberyn. He looked at his uncle. "We are agreed," he said. "Good. Oberyn, brother, you will be with him more careful than you have been. He is a young man in a difficult position. He is the elder brother of a girl who is being taught before his eyes the things he was not. It is a hard thing to be. It is not made easier by your tongue. Be more careful." "Yes, I will." "Good. Go now. Both of you sleep. Speak to no one in the morning. I will speak with each of you on this again, separately, in time." They went. Doran sat in his chair alone in the late hour with the candle low. He drew, at last, the small map of the kingdom from the drawer of the desk. He spread it out under the candle. He looked at it for a long time. He set his hand on the inkwell and did not lift it. He set his hand on the chart of his patient web and did not lift it. He set his hand at last on the top right corner of the map, on the small sea keep that, 40 miles away, held an iron cabinet and a key, and a thing wrapped in gray silk. He had not drawn it on the map. He carried that mark in his head only. He said very softly into the empty chamber, "Patience." Outside the window, the orange trees were giving up their scent into the dark, as they always did at sundown, as they had for 400 years, as they would for 400 more. Chapter 3. End Chapter 4. The letters from across the sea. The first of the letters came on a galley out of Pentos in the autumn of Daenerys' 14th year. It came, as such letters always came, by a route Doran Martell had built up over the decade he had been gathering them. A man in Pentos, a sellsword captain whose father had served the last good lord of Cracklaw Point, sold his information to a merchant. The merchant carried it on his ship to a man in Lies. The man in Lies handed it, with 2 other things, to a Dornish factor who was taking on cargo for Sunspear. The Dornish factor brought it to the planky town. A boy in a brown cloak met him on the wharf. The boy carried it up the kitchenway to a small chamber off the Tower of the Sun, and there it was placed in the hand of Hada, who placed it in the hand of his prince. The prince broke the seal himself. He read it. He sat with it on his lap a long time. After a while he wrote a single line of reply on a sheet of his own paper, and sealed it, and gave it to Areo. And Areo went out the way the boy had come in, and by the time the next morning's tide turned, the message was on its way back. Doran Martell sat in the chamber of the Tower of the Sun with the original letter in his lap, and looked at the window for the better part of the afternoon. After a while he sent for his Maester. Maester Caillat was a small man, soft and round in the body, with a face that had grown gentler year by year as his hair had grown thinner. He had served at the Water Gardens for 9 years, and at Sunspear for 16 before that. He was the Maester nearest in Doran's confidence, although he was not in the deepest. The deepest had no Maester. The deepest had only Doran himself, and his brother when his brother was at home, and Hada, who would have died for the prince 15 times had he been asked. "My prince," said Maester Caillat, "you have a letter. I have several. The one in my hand is from Pentos. The man in Pentos, whom we call the captain, has heard a thing he believes I will pay for. I have agreed to pay. He has put down on the paper a thing I have been suspecting for several years and have been hoping to be wrong about. Read it." The Maester took the paper. He read it. He set it down on the desk. He smoothed the paper twice with his small, careful hand before he spoke. "Varys. He has asked his agents in the free cities, the captain says, to inquire after the Targaryen children. Yes, he believes them alive. He suspects. He does not yet believe. He is asking. He is asking, the captain says, in 3 places of 3 sorts of people. He is asking the masters of 2 slaver ships in Pentos who have been moving fugitives along the coast. He is asking a merchant family in Tyrosh who deal in dyes and who have certain old links to Westeros. He is asking, by a third hand, a sellsword company in Voluntees. He has not, in any of these 3 askings, made plain whom he is asking after. He has asked only after children of unusual hair in households of certain wealth who came south some years ago. He has set the question. He waits for the answer to come back. He will not get the answer he wants. Not from any of those 3. He will not. The captain is sure. None of them know. None of them can know. We have left no print in those 3 lines. Then why does he ask? That is the question, Maester. Why does he ask? Caillat looked at his prince. He said, "He asks because he has been told something." "Yes. He has been told by someone who has guessed." "Yes. By whom?" "That I do not know. The captain does not know either. The captain has heard the question. He has not heard whose tongue first put it in Varys' ear. We do not yet know who has guessed. We must find out. I have written back. I have asked the captain to spend more of my coin and less of his patience, and to find me the name. He will in time find it, or he will fail and I will know to look elsewhere. The web is not yet so frayed that I cannot find a name, my prince. Yes. Whoever has guessed has not yet whispered to the Lannisters or to Robert. If they had, we would have a different thing on our hands than a letter. They have not whispered to the Lannisters yet. They have whispered to Varys. There is a difference. Varys does not work for Robert. Varys works for Varys and for whatever Varys believes the realm to be. He is not my friend. He is not my enemy. He is a third thing. We will see what he does with the answer he is reaching for. He may come to us. He may. If he does, we will have to decide whether to speak to him. I have not yet decided. I do not believe I will need to decide for some months yet. The Maester nodded. My prince, there is a second letter. Where? It came up an hour after the first. Areo has it. It is from Old Oak. Bring it. The letter from Old Oak was from a man named Sir Quentin Ball, who was second cousin to the Lord of Old Oak and who had ridden in another life with Rhaegar at the trident on the side of the man who lost. Sir Quentyn was now 62 years old. He had a bad back. He kept hawks. He had been, since the year of his uncle's death, the chief link in Doran Martell's network of disaffected reachmen, and his father before him had been the link of Doran's father. The letter was short. It said, in the cramped, careful hand of a man whose fingers had begun to fail him, that the granaries of Highgarden had been unusually full at the end of the harvest, that Mace Tyrell had ordered them not to be opened to feed the small folk in the Stormlands as had been done for several years, that Lord Tyrell had spent 2 days in council with 2 men, whose names Sir Quentyn did not know but who had ridden in from the direction of Casterly Rock, and that, in the small hours of the 3rd night, after the men from the west had ridden out, Lady Olenna had been heard to say, in the voice she used when she meant to be heard, that her son was a half-wit who would, before he died, have given the reach to a Lannister. Doran Martell read the letter twice. He set it on his desk beside the first. "They are courting Highgarden," he said. "Tywin is courting Highgarden. He has been doing it for a year and a half. He has been doing it slowly. Mace will in time be brought. Olenna will not. Olenna is the lever. Margaery is also, my prince. How old is Margaery now? 13, my prince. She will be 14 in the spring." "Yes." He sat with the 2 letters in front of him. He did not move for several moments. "Caliot, my prince. I have a thing to do that I have been putting off. I have been putting it off because I wish to put it off. I will not put it off any longer. I will put my 3rd letter in writing tonight. I will send it in the morning. I will send it not by the Pentos route but by the Stepstones route. I will send it not to Highgarden but to Acorn Hall. The Lord of Acorn Hall will pass it to the Lord of Goldengrove. The Lord of Goldengrove will pass it to the lady. The lady will read it alone in a chamber with a candle. Yes, my prince. You will help me with the wording. You will help me with the cipher. We will do it tonight, my prince. And Caliot, my prince. My niece is 14 years old. My niece will be told nothing of this for the moment. She will be told in the spring when she is 15 in a day and not before, my prince. The sand snakes will be told nothing also. Oberyn will be told a fragment. Sir Aaron will be told a different fragment. Manfrey will be told the 3rd fragment. Malario will be told nothing. You will be told everything, my prince. Patience. Patience, my prince." The Maester rolled up the 2 letters and put them into the small iron casket at the prince's elbow and turned the key in the casket and laid the key beside his prince's hand. The prince did not lift the key. He laid his hand over it. He looked at the window. The colonnade outside was full of the late afternoon sun. Daenerys Targaryen, who at 14 had grown a hand's width since her 12th year and 3 finger widths in the last 6 months, sat on the edge of the great pool with her cousin Aerion and watched, in the colonnade across the water, 2 strangers walk with her aunt Malario. "Who are those?" She said, "Merchants from Lys. Lyseni do not come to the water gardens. These do." "Why?" "Because father has invited them. Father wishes them to bring a thing to the Sea Lord of Bravos. The thing is small. The thing is a letter. The thing is rolled up in a piece of jewelry, which the merchants will sell to the Sea Lord's wife. The Sea Lord, by way of his wife, will read the thing father has written. The Sea Lord, by way of his wife, will respond to father. Did you not know this?" "I did not. Father told me yesterday." "Father is, in the last year, telling me things. I believe father has decided I am no longer a brat." "You are a brat still, Aerion." "I am. I am a brat with a secret. There is a difference." Daenerys looked at her cousin. Aerion was 19 now. She had grown into the round Norvosi face her mother had given her, but in a way that had become Dornish. She had her father's slow eyes, and she had a tongue she had earned with practice. She had been, since Daenerys was 12, training in the small ways of Dornish statecraft. A meeting in her father's chamber once a week, a letter once a fortnight, A private conversation of an hour with a man from the Tor or a woman from Salt Shore at every quarter of the year. She wore, more often than not, a circlet of her mother's silver around her brow even in the kitchen, although her mother, who was no longer living at the Water Gardens, had not given her permission, and she had stopped asking. "What is the letter?" said Daenerys. "You will see." "Tell me, Arryn." "Father has told me not to." "Father has told you to tell me, has he?" "He has. He told me last month that he had given you certain things and that you would tell me when the time was right, and that I should not press you and I should not press him. I am not pressing now. I am only asking. There is a difference. He has given you both halves of the choice. You may tell me or you may not." Arryn tilted her head. The circlet caught the late afternoon sun. "I am not telling you tonight." "Then tell me tomorrow." "I will tell you tomorrow." "Good." Arryn smiled at her. They sat in silence for a while. The two Lyseni walked in the colonnade across the water with Malario, who in her green robe and her thick dark hair undone for the afternoon was as Norvosi a woman as Norvosi got. She had not moved her chamber to the Tower of the Sun for the autumn this year. She had been, all through the year, increasingly at the Water Gardens, increasingly not in her husband's keep. There had been a great quiet in the marriage of the prince and his lady that had not yet broken into anything anyone could put a name to. The maid said in the kitchens that the lady was preparing herself to leave for Norvos in the spring. They said it carefully, because they liked her and were sorry. The Princess of Dorne loved her husband still when she could remember to. She did not always remember to. The husband was no longer a man she could imagine any longer to be the man she had married. The man she had married had been a quiet man. The man she lived with was a quiet man whose quiet had become a country of its own, with borders and laws, and the Lannisters had begun to come up against those borders, and her husband had begun to walk those borders, and her son and her daughters had begun to stand in the doorways. There was no longer room in the country for a Norvosi wife who wished her husband would not walk borders. Daenerys, who was 14, knew all of this. She did not know how she knew. She had not been told. She had been raised in a household where one knew things by living in them. She was sorry for her aunt Malario. She was sorry for her uncle. She did not press them. "Arryn, yes, tell me a thing. Tell me which thing, my brother. What of him? He has been sitting at the meal with us again." "Yes, father asked him to. Father said it would be best for the household if he came down to the meal with us. Father said it 3 months ago. He has come down each night since. He has spoken to Trystane and to Quentyn. He has not spoken to me. He has not. He has not. He has not spoken to me since the colonnade. 2 summers ago." Arryn was silent. "He looks at me," Daenerys went on. "At the meal, when he thinks I do not see, he looks at me. He does not speak. I do not know what to say to him. I am afraid that if I say something, he will say a thing that will make me unable to look at him after. I am afraid that, if I do not speak, the silence between us will grow until it is bigger than the table and then the household and then the Water Gardens. I am afraid." "Daenerys." "Yes, you are not afraid of him." "I am not afraid of him. I am afraid of the silence. They are not the same." "They are not." Arryn thought a long moment. She said, "I will tell you a thing my father told me last month. He said of your brother that the boy had been broken at 5 and had been carried in pieces every day since, and that he had grown the pieces into a shape he could carry, and that the shape was not a kind shape, and that we would not, ever, get back the boy he might have been if the pieces had been put together in another season. He said also that the shape your brother carries now is not without its honor. Your brother is not a fool. Your brother has, in the last 2 years, been quieter than he was. Your brother has been reading more than he was. Your brother has been walking the colonnade in the dark, alone, when he thinks the household is asleep, with his hand on the marble. He is grieving, Daenerys. He is grieving for a thing he has never had. His throne. His throne, his mother. His father, his brother, his sister Aaliyah, his niece, his nephew, his house, the coin in his hand he carries every day, the country he has not seen since he was 5. Forgive him where you can. Do not, however, mistake his grief for kindness. He has never been kind. He may be again when you are 18, when he is 22, when we have set his house upright on its foundations. He may not be. We will see. Do not turn your back to him in a corridor. I have not. Good. They sat in silence for a while. The Lyseni in the colonnade across the water were taking their leave of Malario. Malario inclined her head at them. They bowed. They went down the steps into the eastern courtyard. They did not look back. Arian stood. She held out her hand. Daenerys took it. They walked together along the lip of the great pool. Their shadows on the marble were long. Daenerys. Yes, the letter is to a friend, whose friend, father's and mine. And when I have brought you to her, yours. The friend was, of course, a woman. The letter went to her by the route the Lyseni had been hired to carry it. It was the third in a series of letters Doran Martell had been writing to her for 9 years. She had been writing back for 7 of those 9. She wrote in a fine, clear hand on cheap paper, and she signed her letters M, only M, and the letters did not go through any meister at her end or his. The friend was 63 years old. The friend was the Lady Olenna Tyrell, called the Queen of Thorns, Dowager of Highgarden, mother of Mace Tyrell and grandmother of Margaery Tyrell, and she had, in the autumn of the year Daenerys turned 14, written back to Doran Martell, a letter that arrived in Sunspear in the 3rd week after the leaves of the Reach went amber. The letter was carried by a man in a brown cloak. The man had been 5 days out of Highgarden by way of Bitterbridge, by way of Tumbleton, by way of the road, past Stonedance, by way of a small ship, out of Storm's End, by way of the Stepstones, by way of the Green Blood. He had a ring under his tongue when he passed the customs at the Planky Town. The ring had a small thing inside it. The small thing was the letter. Doran broke the wax of the small thing with the point of a pin. He read it twice. He laid it on his desk. He sent for Caliot. The third thing, the Lannister spy, came up the kitchen way at the Water Gardens 4 days later. He came not as a spy. He came as a saddler. He had papers. The papers said his name was Garin of the Salt Pans, and that he had come south on the trade route with 3 apprentices, and a wagonful of leather and a contract from a Dornish lord, whose name no one in the Water Gardens had heard of, although the contract was good. The contract was a forgery. The forgery was very good. He spent 4 days in the kitchen courtyard. He fitted 3 new saddles for the household. He laid a 4th aside, half finished, because he said he had run out of a particular kind of thread. He went, the first evening, into the kitchens of the household, and laughed with the cooks and bought a draught of beer from the man who sold beer to the household, and was, in general, a man much like any other tradesman who had come to the gardens for a season. On the 5th day, Areo Hada found him in the colonnade. He had been told the night before by the chief of the kitchen staff that the saddler had been asking the maids about the children of the household. About all of them, the maids said. It was not by itself a thing. Many tradesmen asked about the children. The princes of Dorne were a household of children, and it was a household which was kind to its tradesmen, and the tradesmen liked to know where they could pat a child's head and where they could not. But the saddler had asked, the cook said, about a girl with white hair. And the cook, who had been at the gardens for 15 years, and who had been in the kitchen the day Daenerys came up the kitchen way as a babe, had answered, in the way he had been taught to answer, that the household had no girl with white hair. And the saddler had nodded and gone back to his work, and that night the cook had gone to Manfrey's wife, who had gone to Manfrey, who had gone, in the small hours, to Areo. Areo did not move on the saddler in the day. Areo waited for the saddler to leave the colonnade. Areo waited for the saddler to walk to his wagon in the courtyard outside the eastern gate and to bend over the wheel of the wagon to check the trim of the wood. Areo, behind the saddler, said only, "Garin of the salt pans." The saddler turned. He saw Areo Hada. He saw, behind Areo Hada, 4 men with spears. He sighed. He did not run. He reached for the small knife he had at the back of his belt, and Areo Hada broke his wrist with the haft of the long axe before the knife came clear of the leather, and the saddler sat down in the courtyard with his eyes closed and waited. He was taken into the cellar of the water gardens. He was put in the chamber there. He was visited in the late evening by Doran Martell. "Your name?" "Garin of the salt pans." "Your true name?" "Garin of the salt pans." "Who pays you?" "A Dornish lord." "The contract is on my wagon." "Who pays you?" "A Dornish lord." Doran sat in the chair across the room. He had his cane on his lap. He had his hands folded on the head of the cane. He did not move. "Garin of the salt pans," he said. The saddler did not answer. "Garin of the salt pans, in 3 hours my brother will be in this chamber with me. My brother is a man much less patient than I am. My brother has, on his belt, a small bottle of a thing that takes the lining of a man's stomach off in 3 nights. My brother will, in 3 hours, decide to put a small drop of that thing in your wine, and he will sit with you for the 3 nights it takes, and he will hear, by the 3rd hour of the 2nd night, every word you have ever spoken in your life, in the order you spoke them, with the names of every person you spoke them to. He will not enjoy himself. He will do it because he believes you have come into our house with the intent of putting your hands on a girl of 14 who is a blood of mine, and my brother loves my niece, and my brother is a man who has lost a sister already. He will not be merciful. He will not even pretend to be merciful. Do you understand me?" The saddler looked at the prince. He saw what other men had seen in those rooms in those years. He saw a soft-spoken man with gray at his temples, with a cane on his lap, with a face that had not raised its voice in 15 years. He said, "I am paid by a man in King's Landing. His name, he calls himself Greyman. He is not the Greyman. He is one of the Greyman's men." "Who is the Greyman?" "Tywin Lannister's master of whisperers, the one no one knows of, not Varys, the other one. Tywin has another." "Aye. Tywin has had another for 9 years. Since the boy king was set up, Tywin does not trust Varys. Tywin pays the Greyman to find what Varys does not find. And you are looking for a girl with white hair." "Aye, in Dorne, in the household of the Prince of Dorne." The Greyman has had it whispered to him, by a Volantene merchant, that the household of the Prince of Dorne has, for some time, had a girl with white hair in the kitchens. The Volantene merchant is a man who, my prince, sells salt fish to Sunspear every autumn. He has not, in person, seen the girl. He has, in the kitchens of Sunspear, heard a Lyseni say, in passing, that the household of the prince had given a girl child of the prince's friend a Lyseni jewel box for her name day. The Lyseni had said, also in passing, that the girl child had hair the color of the moon on water. It was the second thing he had said that had caught the Volantene's ear. The Volantene knew there had been Targaryen children once, and that they had drowned, and he knew that men who had drowned were sometimes men who had not drowned. And he had sold the second of his hearings to the Greyman for 100 gold dragons, and the Greyman had paid him. And the Greyman had sent me. I was in Tarth. I was sent down by way of Sunspear. I came up the kitchen way. You have not seen the girl. I have not seen the girl. You will tell the Greyman when you go back that there is no girl. I will not be going back. You will, my prince. You will be going back. You will go back with a story that, when you tell it to the Greyman will believe. The story will be the one I will give you. You will tell it to him in the words I give you. You will then, in the evening, 3 days after you have told him, take a single horse out of the stables of his house, and ride for the docks, and put yourself on a Tyroshi galley I will tell you the name of. The galley will take you to a place I will tell you the name of. You will live there for the rest of your life. I will pay you a sum every year that you would not have earned in any of the years you have been alive. You will not lift your hand against a man again. You will not lift your tongue against a man again. You will live, Garin of the salt pans, in the manner you have not yet earned, because I will buy you. The price will be the story. The story will be the one I give you in the words I give you. Yes. The saddler looked at him a long time. Aye, my prince, he said. Good. We will speak again in the morning. Manfrey will sit with you tonight. He will not harm you. He will not even speak to you. He will sit. You will sleep. We will write the story tomorrow. He stood. His knee gave him, on the rising, a small, hard moment of trouble. He let none of it show on his face. He went to the door. Ariohata opened it. He passed through. Outside in the corridor he stopped. He laid one hand against the wall. He breathed once. After a while he said to Ariohata, "Send for my brother, my prince. And for DAENERYS, my prince, send for them both. Together." My prince. They came together, the brother and the niece, in the second hour of the night. Doran was at his desk. He had the letter from Olenna Tyrell on the desk. He had the letter from Pentos beside it. He had a small map of Dorne open between them, with 5 small marks in his small, careful hand on the coast, and a 6th on the road from the Boneway, and a 7th on the road from the Prince's Pass. "Sit," he said. They sat. "I have a thing to tell you," he told them. He told them not everything. He told them more than he had told anyone but the Maester. He told DAENERYS, who at 14 had been told the line of every Targaryen king back to Aegon, and the line of every Martell prince back to Moors, and had been taught the bow and the spear, and the slow forms and the names of every Lyseni in 3/4 of lies, the things she had not yet been told. He told her of Olenna Tyrell. He told her of the Tyrells. He told her of the Stark of Winterfell, who had sat on the king's small council and had ridden home in the autumn 3 years gone, and was the second man in the kingdom whose hand was not in Robert's pocket, although his oath was. He told her of the Vale, where Lord Arryn was old now, and where his lady, who was no friend of her family but was no friend either of the man in the throne, had been in correspondence by way of a Maester at White Harbor with a Maester at the Citadel who was not Pycelle. He told her of the Golden Company, which had been, for as long as she had been alive, the only sellsword company in the disputed lands which had never broken a contract, and which had, 10 months ago, signed a contract with no one, and had been waiting to sign one ever since. He told her of the patient Webb. He told her, finally, of the Greyman, and of Tywin Lannister, and of the saddler in the cellar. He told her, last of all, that her name had been heard outside the household after 14 years of being held inside it, in the kitchens of Sunspear, by a Lyseni who did not know what he had heard, and that the time had come, perhaps a year sooner than he had wished, to begin to think of moving. DAENERYS, when he had finished, sat very still. She had her hands folded on her lap. She had her white hair braided over one shoulder. She wore the green robe that had been hers since spring. She did not move for a long time. She said, "Uncle." "Yes. What do you wish me to do?" "I wish you, for the moment, to do nothing. I wish you to continue your studies. I wish you to continue your spear with your Uncle Oberyn. I wish you to continue your sums and your letters with Caliot. I wish you to be a girl of 14 in the household of a Dornish prince until next spring, when you are 15 and a day. Then I will tell you what I wish you to do then, and we will begin to do it. Will you do that?" "Yes." "Good, Oberyn, brother. You will in the morning take 3 of the sand snakes and ride to Ironwood and bring me Quentyn. He has been there long enough. I want him at home now. I want him near my niece." "Aye, brother." You will after that take DAENERYS out of the gardens for 2 weeks, by your judgment of the route, by your discretion. You will take her along the eastern coast. You will take her by way of Salt Shore. You will let her be seen by no man she has not been seen by before. You will return her at the end of the 2nd week. You will come up the kitchen way. By that time the saddler will be gone, the story will be in his mouth. The greyman by autumn's end will know not to look in Dorne. Yes, I, brother, and DAENERYS. Yes, uncle. You are not to write your name on a piece of paper again, until I tell you, yes. Yes, uncle, even in the chamber, even with the candle low, even alone, yes. Yes, uncle, good, go, both of you, sleep. They went. Doran sat alone in the chamber for some hours. After a while he wrote, in his small, careful hand, on a sheet of his paper, 3 lines of cipher to the Lady Olenna Tyrell, and 3 lines of cipher to a man at White Harbor whose name no one in Dorne had said in any kitchen, and 3 lines of cipher to the captain of the Golden Company, whose contract was being arranged with patience by a man in Volantes whose name no one in Westeros had said in any kitchen either. He sealed the letters. He gave them to Areo. Areo went out the way the boy had come in. By the time the next morning's tide turned, the messages were on their way back. Outside the high narrow window, beyond the towers and the white walls, the dust of Dorne was settling onto the colonnade in the late hour, and the cicadas in the orange trees were singing the song they had sung for 400 years. Far up the corridor, a girl of 14 sat on the edge of her bed in the dark, with her bare feet on the cold stone of the floor, and turned her uncle's words over in her mouth, as she had been turning words over in her mouth all her life. They tasted of sand, and of the sea wind, and of the orange trees, and, in the silence of the dark chamber, of her own name, DAENERYS. DAENERYS Targaryen of Dorne. She did not say it aloud. She had been told not to. She let it sit in her mouth in the silence, and after a while she lay down on the pillow, and after a while she slept. Chapter 5. The Dragon's Egg. The chamber was below the chapel of the Tower of the Sun, and the chapel was below the prince's solar, and the solar was at the height where the sea wind reached. The stair that went down to the chamber was narrow and steep and turned 3 times. There was no torch on the wall. Areo Hata carried the lantern for them. DAENERYS went second. Her uncle followed her, with the cane in one hand and the wall in the other, and Manfred Martell came behind with the keys. She had not been to this chamber in 15 years. She had been to it once, the maid said, when she was 3 days old. She had no memory of that. The chamber, in her childhood, had been spoken of only when no one in the household believed she was listening, and even then only the words below the chapel had been used. DAENERYS had grown up to know the chapel, and had not known it had a below. Today was the day Doran Martell had told her she would be taken to the below. She was 15 in a day. He had brought her up from the water gardens for the visit. They had ridden in the prince's litter, by night, with only Areo and Manfred and one maid, and they had come up the kitchen way as she had come up the kitchen way when she was 3 weeks old. And she had not been seen by any man on the road who had not been seen by Areo Hata and approved. The chamber, when Manfred opened it, was small. It had thick walls. It had no window. It had a small iron grate set into the floor, and below the grate a current of air moved out into a dark she could not see. The chamber held at one wall a chest. The chest was the height of her knee. It was made of a wood so old it was nearly black, and it was banded in iron that was nearly as black, and the banding was carved with the 3-headed dragon of her house. "This is the chest," said Doran Martell, "that came with you from Dragonstone." She did not move toward it. "Did Manfred carry it on the galley?" "He did." "Show her, Manfred, show her, and we will sit and we will speak." Manfred turned a key. The lid lifted. The lid was heavy. It made very little sound. The hinges had been oiled. She stepped forward. She looked. The chest was not full. There were 3 things inside, and each of them lay in its own fold of gray silk on a bed of black sand, the black sand of Dragonstone. The sand that had been a part of the journey she had not remembered and would have to take by other men's words for the rest of her life. The first thing was a book. The second thing was a small dagger of dark Valyrian steel, the kind whose ripples in the blade went on under one's eye and would not let one's eye come to rest, with a hilt of an old red and black leather that had cracked in the years. The third thing was the egg. It lay in the third fold of gray silk in the third corner of the chest. It was the size of a small melon. It was banded in red and gold, the colors going round it like a flame frozen mid-leap. The shell was pebbled like fish scale. She had been told, by her uncle, in a careful conversation a week before, that it was the last egg of House Targaryen, that it had been brought out of Dragonstone with her and Viserys by Manfrey, that it had been kept in a small iron cabinet in the Tower of the Sun for some years, and then in the chamber below the chapel for the years since, that no one in the household had touched it since the day Manfrey carried it down the kitchen stair 15 years ago. She had been told also that it would never hatch, that it had not hatched in 300 years, that dragons were dead. She was prepared to believe none of this, and she was prepared to say none of that to her uncle. She knelt by the chest. She did not touch the egg. She put her hand on the bed of black sand beside it. The sand was warm. She turned her head. Uncle, yes, child, it is warm. Yes, it has always been warm. Yes. You did not tell me. I did not. I had not yet decided what to tell you. I have been thinking on it for some years. I have not decided yet. What do you think it is? I do not know. You do not know. I do not know. I have asked. I have asked the only people I have been willing to ask. I have asked Maester Kelliot, who has read every book on dragons in his order. I have asked an old woman in the dust hills above the Greenblood, who is a woman of the orphans of the Rhoyne and who has dreams she has been having since she was a girl, and who told me, when I asked her, the only thing she ever told me that I have not been able to set aside. I have asked by letter a Maester at the Citadel who is not Pycelle and who has been a friend of mine for a great many years. I have asked, also, a man in Volantes who is a priest of his own faith and who claims to know things. I have not asked anyone in Asshai, although I considered it. I have not asked any sorcerer in Karth, although I had the chance. I have asked, in short, only those I trusted. What did the woman in the dust hills tell you? She said, the egg is asleep. She said, it will wake when its name is said by the right tongue. She said, it will not wake before. She said, it may not wake at all. She said also that I would carry the egg in my house for the rest of my life, and that the egg would carry me. She is a woman who speaks in riddles. She has never been wrong about a thing she has told me. She has not always been right, either. She has been usually somewhere in between. Have you said its name? I have not. I do not know its name. I do not believe I am the right tongue. I am an old man with a Dornish mouth. Have I said its name? You have not. I have not let you near it. I might know it. You might. She looked at him. He looked at her. He had been, in the year, sicker than he had been. She could see in the low yellow light of the lantern the deeper lines that the gout had drawn beside his mouth and the new yellow in the white of his eye. He had not said a word about any of it. He never did. She had learned, by living with him, to read him by the lines and the eye and the small particular care he took on certain mornings with the cane. Should I touch it? Not yet. Why? Because I do not know what it is. Because I would prefer to know what it is before I let my niece touch it. Because the woman in the dust hills above the Greenblood, when I told her the day my niece was 14, said to me, you have ruled it with your patience for 14 years. Rule it with your patience for one more, and I have. The year is not yet up. We will return in autumn. You will look on it then. We will see what we see. Uncle. Yes, my brother, your brother. Does he know about the egg? Your brother knows that you and he were brought out of Dragonstone with relics of your house. He has been told that the relics were brought out and are kept safely. He has not been told the names of all the relics. He has not, in particular, been told there is an egg, he should be told. Yes. Why have you not told him? Because of who he is and how he would receive the telling. He is the heir, he is the heir. Then he should be told, he should. He will be. When? When I have decided, niece, when I have decided how to tell him. I have not yet decided. I am old and I am slow and I am not always wise. Forgive me. I am doing my best. She did not answer. She stood up. She turned slowly in the narrow chamber. She looked at the dagger and its silk. She looked at the book. She did not touch any of it. She stepped back from the chest. Manfrey closed the lid. He turned the key. They went up the stair, slowly because of his knee and because of the steepness, and they came out into the chapel. The chapel was a small one. It had been a Targaryen chapel in the early days of the keep, and it had been kept as a Dornish one for 2 centuries, since a Martell princess had decided, in the year of her marriage to a Ironwood, that no Targaryen sun would shine on her wedding morning. The chapel held a Dornish altar to the mother and to the crone and to the stranger. The chapel did not have a sept. Doran sat on the bench at the far wall. He set the cane against the bench. He motioned her to sit beside him. She sat. Daenerys. Uncle. In the spring I will ride to Storm's End. She turned her head. You will not. I will. You have not left Sunspear in 9 years. I have not. I am leaving in the spring. I am going to Storm's End on a small matter. The small matter is not the small matter I am going for. The small matter I am going for, no one in this kingdom will be told. I will be a guest of Lord Renly Baratheon for a week. I will see no one I will not have meant to see. I will come home. I will, in the doing of it, lay one of the last hands of my web. Why are you telling me? Because I will not be in the household for a fortnight, and you will be the lady of the household in my absence, with Malario gone, and you should know the absence is a real one. I will not be sending letters by Manfrey from a chamber 3 corridors away. I will be at sea. The household will be in your hand. You will turn to your aunt. I am sorry, I forget. Your aunt is gone. You will turn to Arian. Aunt Malario went last month. Yes. The pain of her going, child, is not the freshest pain in this household, and I have not yet had room in my head for it. Forgive me. There is nothing to forgive. There is. He laid his hand on her hand. He had not done it in some years. He was, by general nature, not a man who touched. He had touched her when she was small, by drawing his hand once over her hair before she went to bed. He had done it, when she was older, by laying a finger on her shoulder in passing in the corridor. He had not, since she had become a young woman, touched her hand. He laid his hand on her hand now. Daenerys. Yes. You have been a great deal of joy in my house. I have not told you. I did not intend not to tell you in the years. I intended only to wait until the moment was right. The moment is, today, perhaps the right one. You came into my house in a year that I had thought no joy would come into it. I had buried my sister and my sister's children. I had buried the man I had been before they died. I had decided to give my country and my house to my brother to look after, and I had decided that I would die quietly within 7 years, and that whoever came after me would, perhaps, be a better prince than I had been. You came into my house. I did not die. I cannot die yet. I am needed. I am needed by you and by my own children, and by a country which has not yet had the answer it deserves to a wrong which was done to it 20 years ago. I have been needed, daughter. That is, perhaps, the great gift of the last 15 years, to be needed. She did not speak. She had her hand in his, and her cheek against his shoulder, and the wall of the chapel was cool through the thin stuff of her sleeve. And the chapel smelled of the wax of the candles, and the candles were the cheap candles of household use, and outside the window of the chapel, far above, the gulls of Sunspear were calling at the sea. Daenerys. Yes. I cannot die yet, I will not, but I am old and I am sick, and one day I will. When I do, you will be ready for what will come next. We are nearly there. There is some stretch left. There are the letters from across the sea. There are the letters from across the kingdom. There are the men I have not yet bound to you who I will, in the coming year, bind. There is the egg below the chapel that will, perhaps, do a thing or perhaps not. There is your brother who is yet to be made into the man we will need him to be, or who will not be made into him, and we will see. There is much. We will, you and I, do all of it together in the time we have. Yes. Yes, uncle, good, come up. You have stayed below long enough today. The mystic came at the end of the autumn. She came by the eastern road, with a cart and an ass, and 3 small crates of glass jars in the cart, and a parchment of trade papers folded under her shift. She gave her name at the gate of Sunspear as Galena of Valentes. The trade papers said she sold liniments and certain herbs of the disputed lands. She had been let into the keep 2 seasons before. Manfrey had recognized her. Manfrey had taken her up the kitchen way to the small chamber off the Tower of the Sun. The prince had been waiting. She had not changed. She was a woman of 53. She was small. Her hair was the silver white of the very old, although she was not, by Westerosi count, very old. The hair was a thing of her line, which she had told the prince long ago was an old line, and Giscari line out of the days of dragons, although the line had run into many other lines along the way. She had a good face. She had clear gray eyes. She was a woman who in another country might have been a maester and would have been better than most of them. She bowed. My prince. Galena. I have come, I asked for you. You have come, thank you. She sat. He sat. The chamber held only Ario, who, as ever, was not counted as a man in the chamber by either of them. The chamber held a small fire. It was the first fire Doran had set in the chamber that year. The chamber held a table with the egg on it. He had brought the egg up. It lay on the table on the bed of black sand on the fold of gray silk. She looked at it. She did not touch it. You have moved it. I have moved it tonight. For you, I have not moved it in 3 years before this night. Has anyone touched it? No. Has the girl seen it? Yes. Once. In the spring. Did she touch it? No. Did she wish to? She did not show me her wishing. She is a young woman of careful face. She has been raised by you. She has. Then she has shown you only what she chose to show you. She wished to. Trust me, she wished to. Yes. She looked at the egg. She bent her head. She did not touch it even now. She passed her hand above it, the palm a hand's breadth above the surface of the shell, and after a moment she drew the hand back as if she had touched a hot pot. She looked up. She said, "It has woken, has it? It is not yet hatched. It is not yet about to hatch. It has woken. It is listening. It is listening for a thing. It has been asleep for 3 centuries. It has begun in the last 15 years to wake. It is awake now. The wake is not yet a hatching. The wake is what is the word in the common tongue, a stirring. It is stirring. It is not yet calling. What will it call to? To the right tongue. You said this before. It is the same answer. It is the same answer. It is the only answer. Forgive me, my prince. There are answers I do not have. Will it hatch? She was silent. She looked at the egg a long moment. I do not know, Galena, my prince. You have always answered me. I have. I have answered you, my prince, with the answers I had. I do not have this answer. The egg is awake. The egg is listening. I do not know if it will speak. I have never known a dragon. I have only known what my mother knew of dragons and her mother before her. They knew that a dragon will wake in time when the line is right and the season is right and the heart of the place is right. The line you have. The season is a thing I cannot read here. The heart of the place, Dorne, is not Dragonstone. Dorne is not Valyria. Dorne is, for a dragon, perhaps a strange country. Perhaps not. I cannot say. But the egg is listening. That is all I can tell you tonight. He thought a moment. Galena, my prince, if you were me, what would you do? I would not move it again. I have moved it tonight. Then move it tomorrow back to the chamber below the chapel. Do not move it again until the moment comes, and when the moment comes, do not move it at all. It will be moved by the one whom it is listening for. That is not me. It is not you, my prince. It is the girl. It is perhaps the girl, I cannot say. It is perhaps the boy. It is perhaps the boy. I have not seen the boy. I would prefer not to see the boy. I have heard a thing about the boy which I do not love. May I be honest with you, my prince? You always are. Then I am. The boy is not the egg's listener. The egg is not listening for him. The egg has been in a household with him for 15 years. The egg has not stirred for him. The egg has stirred for the girl. The egg will stir for the girl. The egg will, perhaps in the right season, in the right place, hatch for the girl. It will not hatch for him. He will not bring it about. He may kill it if he comes near it in the wrong hour, but he will not hatch it. That is what I would say to you, if I were a friend in your hall and not a woman buying a season's lodgings. You are a friend in my hall, Galena. You are also a woman buying a season's lodgings. The two have not been at war in any of the years I have known you. Thank you, my prince. Will you stay until the spring? I will. You will visit my niece. I will tell her of you. You will visit her in the chamber below the chapel. You will show her the egg. You will be present for her seeing of it. You will tell me what you see in her with the egg when you are alone. Yes. My prince. Good. Eat, sleep. Manfrey will see to your chamber. We will meet again at the new moon. Viserys that winter was 20. He had been allowed the year before to ride to Ironwood. He had not enjoyed the visit. He had been allowed to ride to Skyreach. He had not enjoyed that visit either. He had been allowed, with much careful preparation, to attend a tourney at Salt Shore in the season of Oberyn's name day. The tourney had not ended well. He had fought in the melee against Doran's wishes and at Oberyn's leave, and had been knocked from his horse by a Dornish knight who had, by an accident of helm and visor, called him by the name he no longer had, and had refused to apologize even at Oberyn's later request. Viserys had returned to Sunspear quieter than he had been. He had taken up in the chamber that was his 2 new habits: a long book of his ancestors' reign, which he read each evening, and a small bottle of green Dornish brandy, which he drank each evening also. The Maester had marked the second. The Maester had not yet told the prince. The Maester had been, in the doing of it, gentle. He had, where he could without giving offense, watered the bottle. Viserys learned of the egg in the 3rd week of winter. He did not learn of it from his uncle. He learned of it from a maid, who had heard another maid say, in the kitchens, that the woman from Volantes was being shown things in the chamber below the chapel, and that the things included a thing of the prince's, that no one in the kitchens had been told of. That was kept on a bed of black sand. The maid in question had not, by her own account, said the word egg. She had said the words bed of sand. The maid had said this to a kitchen boy. The kitchen boy had said it to a stable boy. The stable boy had said it to a man in the stables who was not a stable boy, and was, in fact, a man Viserys had been paying for some years in small ways, to give him news of the household which did not pass through Manfrey or Areo or Dorne. The man was not a spy, by any decent count of spies. He was a stable master. He had been, in his time, a man of no loyalty, and Viserys's coin, which had been the coin from his uncle for his small expenses, had bought a small loyalty here and there. The stable master, in the 3rd week of winter, told Viserys what he had heard from the kitchen boy. Viserys went to his uncle. He did not knock. "Uncle, Viserys, I have heard a thing. Sit, nephew, you will sit. I will not speak with you while you stand at me." Viserys sat. He had grown very thin in the last year. He had grown a small beard, which his sister had teased him about at the meal. The beard had not pleased him. He had grown his hair longer. He had taken to wearing on his hand a ring of silver that the household tailor had made for him at his 13th name day, which he had not worn before this winter. The ring bore the three-headed dragon of his house. "Uncle, there is a thing in this keep that you have not told me of." "There are perhaps several. Which thing?" "A thing on a bed of sand." "Ah, you will not pretend with me, uncle. I am 20. I am the heir of my house. I am the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms. I will be civil to you. I will sit in your hall at your meals. I will walk in your gardens. I will receive your tutors. I will not, when you have a thing of mine in this keep, be left in the cold. Of yours. It is mine. Yes, you have admitted it. I have admitted that there is a thing in the chamber below the chapel which came out of Dragonstone with you and your sister. Yes. There is a chest. There is a book in the chest. There is a dagger in the chest. There is an egg in the chest. An egg. A dragon's egg, the last of 3. The other 2 were lost in King's Landing in your father's day. It hatched. It has not hatched. It will. It may. I will see it. You will not." Viserys stood up. He had, in the years, learned to control his standing up. He had become a man who did not stand up suddenly when he stood up. He stood up slowly. He laid his hands on the back of the chair from which he had risen. He looked at his uncle. "Uncle." "Sit, nephew. You will not give me my own. It is not yet your own. It is, by your own account of the line, your house's. I am not your enemy. I am the steward in this house of the things your house left in my hand 15 years ago. I have stewarded them. I have, in the doing of it, left the egg in a chamber below the chapel where no man has handled it. That is my care for it. I will lift it from the chamber when the time comes. I do not yet believe the time has come. It has come. You believe so. I believe so. I do not. You will move it. I will not. You will move it for me. I will not." Viserys took a step forward. Ariohata, who had been at the door of the chamber, was at the prince's side before the step came down. The long axe was not in Ario's hand. The long axe never was when the family was in the prince's chamber. But Ario was there, and the size of him in the room was a thing all on its own, and Viserys looked at him for a long moment. And Viserys, who had not loved his cage in many years, took the step back. "Uncle." "Sit, nephew." "I will not sit while you tell me my house's last egg is to be kept in a cellar of yours. You will sit, nephew, or you will leave. I will not have you stand at me. I have been kind to you for 15 years. I have not raised my voice to you. I have not raised my hand. I have given you the books and the master-at-arms and the knight and the harp. I have given you a chamber. I have given you a place at my table. I have given you a sister you would have lost to the storm at Dragonstone if my cousin had not gone into her on the day she was born. I have given you, Viserys, a great deal, and I have not asked anything of you. I am asking tonight only one thing. You will sit, or you will leave. You will not stand. Choose." Viserys looked at him. He sat slowly. The chair complained a little under him. He laid his hands on his knees. He looked at the floor. "Uncle." "Yes. Why have you not told me?" "Because of who you are and how you would receive the telling." "I am sorry, nephew. I would not have not told you if you had been a different man at this age than you are. But you are this man. I love you. I have loved you for 15 years. I have not always liked you. The two are not the same. I love you. I cannot give you the egg tonight. Will you give it to her?" "I do not know. You will." "I do not know." "You will, uncle, you will. You have been training her for it. You have been training her all her life." "I have been training her to be my niece, Viserys. I have been training her to be a Dornish princess. I have not, in any of the years, been training her to be a dragon queen. The egg is a thing that, yes, woke up in the last few seasons and is doing a thing I cannot raid. The egg may in time hatch for one of you. The egg may in time hatch for neither of you. The egg is not yet given. The egg is not yet given, nephew. Are you hearing me?" "I hear you, uncle." "Good." Viserys stood up again. He stood up slowly. He laid his hands on the back of the chair. He did not look at his uncle. He looked at the wall behind him. "Uncle." "Yes. I will, in the spring, ride to Sunspear. I will sit in the chamber off the Tower of the Sun. I will await you. I will await you for a fortnight, and then a moon, and then a season. I will await you. I will sit in the chamber. I will wait. I will be patient. I have been patient for 15 years. I can be patient for longer. I am the heir of my house. I am the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms. I will sit and I will wait. When the time comes, when, uncle, you have decided it has come, I will by your hand be given my own. Yes. Doran Martell in the chamber off the Tower of the Sun looked at his nephew for a long time. He said, "Yes, nephew," he said it quietly. He did not, by any movement, suggest the patience he had described might run shorter than the patience he had himself. Viserys bowed. He left. Areo did not move from the door for a long while after. When he did move, it was to come and stand beside the prince's chair. He laid the long axe at last across his hands. He looked at his prince. He said, in the voice he used only when no one else could hear, "My prince? Areo, he has begun to be dangerous. Yes, he will in time harm her. He may try. He will. My prince, with respect, he will. I have watched him for 15 years. I have watched men in many countries for many years before that. I have seen the look of him in the last 12 months. I have seen the look in other men. The men I saw it in did, in time, harm the things they looked at. He will, in time, try. He will not succeed, I will see to that, but he will try." Doran Martell sat in his chair a long time. He said at last, "Areo, my prince, watch him. I, my prince, and Areo, my prince. If he raises his hand against my niece, you will not consult me, you will not send for me. You will not wait, my prince. Will you do it?" "I, my prince, I will do it." "Good, go." Areo went. Doran Martell sat alone in the chamber for the remaining hours of the night, with the small fire going low, and the candle going lower, and the white-haired girl at the other end of the keep sleeping in the chamber that had been hers since she was 3 weeks old. He did not move for a long while. He sat, he thought. He thought of his sister, who had been a Leah, and of the children of his sister, and of the boy who had come out of Dragonstone in his cousin's care and had, by the journey and by the country and by his line and perhaps by his own nature, begun, in this season of his 20th year, to crack into a thing Doran Martell had hoped all his life he would not be made to break. He did not weep. He had not in many years. He did, before he laid himself down at last on the cushioned bench by the wall to sleep, write a small, careful note in his small, careful hand to his brother in the water gardens, who would receive it by Areo at the morning hour. The note said only, "Brother, bring her home, stay with her. Do not leave her side, day or night, until the spring. Yours, D." He sealed it. He gave it to Areo when Areo came back. Areo took it and went out, and the keep settled by and by into the hush of the small hours of a winter night in Dorne, with the wind off the boneway carrying the sand against the white walls, and the egg in the chamber below the chapel keeping its slow listening. Chapter 5. End Chapter 6. The Spider's Threads. The feast was for the Dornish lords whose grandfathers had ridden with Mors Martell 3 centuries gone. It was Doran Martell's first feast in 11 years. He had not held one at the water garden since the year of his lady wife's last summer there, and the household had not held one in his absence. The hall had been opened. The great cedar tables had been brought down out of the loft and oiled. The chairs had been brought from Sunspear in 3 wagons. The pages, who had not yet learned the steps of an evening like this, had been drilled by Manfrey for a fortnight. The cook had killed 2 of the small spotted goats that he had been raising for the season. The small fountain at the head of the hall, which had not run in some years, had been put back into running water by a pair of plumbers brought in from the Planky town. The hall held 43 lords and ladies of Dorne. It held a maester from Sunspear and a maester from Ironwood. It held 3 knights of the household. It held Manfrey Martell, in the steward's chair at the foot of the high table. It held Hada in his usual place, and 4 of his men in places not so usual. It held the children of the household. Quentyn was seated at his father's left hand. He had returned from Ironwood at his father's call in the autumn, and he was 19 now, and grown into the thick chest of his Ironwood foster father, although his face had remained his father's. Trystane was beside him. Trystane was 13 and was thin still, but the thinness had begun in the last year to take the look of length rather than the look of frailty. Aerion sat at Doran's right. She wore the silver circlet of her mother and a Dornish gown of dark red, and the pendant of dark sapphire that her father had given her on her 20th name day 3 months before. She had been a young woman of plans for some time. She was now, by Doran's quiet count of his own house, the lady of his house. Malario had been gone 2 years. To the right of Aerion sat Daenerys. She was 16 in a season. She wore a gown of pale gold that had been made for her by the household tailor in 3 fittings. The household tailor had spent a great deal of care on the shoulder of the gown, where Daenerys had grown since the last fitting, and a great deal more on the hem, where the white of her hair fell, when she let it fall. She had not let it fall this evening. She had pinned it in the high coil that Aerion had taught her in the spring, with a single golden sun at the back of the coil. And she sat at the high table beside her cousin, and across from Doran Martell, who had, by the count of the household, been seated across from her for as many of the meals of her young life as the household could manage to seat him. She had been told, by Aerion, in the morning, that she was very beautiful. She had said in answer that Aerion was a brat. Aerion had said that she was learning, late in life, to share a compliment, and that Daenerys should take what she could get. They had laughed. Viserys was not at the high table. He was at the 3rd table on the right side of the hall between Manfrey's son and the Lord of Skyreach. He had been seated at the 3rd table by Doran's careful arrangement. The arrangement had not been pleasing to Viserys, who had spent the morning of the feast in his chamber, and had refused to come down to be measured for the doublet the household tailor had brought. He had come down at the hour of the feast. He wore his old red doublet, the one that did not fit him any more. He had not, by Doran's word, drunk anything in the chamber before he came down. He sat at the 3rd table with a cup of red wine before him, and he was drinking the cup very slowly. He did not raise it once to anyone. The feast began. The cook came out and stood for the bow. He had served Doran for 20 years. He had cooked for him this night with the care of a man who understood that the meal was a step in something he had not been told the full of, and had, by his own clever guess, worked out 3/4 of. He bowed. He gave the first dish to the prince. The prince inclined his head. The feast began. It was the 3rd course when the trouble came. Trystane had been speaking to Daenerys, very quietly, about a thing that had happened in the morning at the colonnade, where he had taken her to walk the dawn light. She had pressed him with a pointed sort of question, and he had blushed, which was a thing he did rarely. He had begun to be, at 13, a young man who did not blush often, and Daenerys, who had been raising the question with him for some weeks for the small pleasure of seeing him do it, was as pleased with herself as she could remember being. She had her hand on his cup jokingly by way of holding it from his mouth until he answered her question. Trystane had laughed. Daenerys, Trystane, you will give it back. I will not. My father will not approve of you withholding my wine. Your father trained me to withhold it. My father is, in this, not a fair witness. He is in love with you, so is Quentyn. So is Manfrey, so am I. I am not a fair witness. Give it back. She made a face at him. She lifted the cup. She took a sip from it. It was not her cup, it was his. She had taken, over the season, a habit of small thefts at the table, of taking from his plate or his cup whatever had been set down. in the way of a girl who had had no one to share a plate with as a child and had taken to doing it now in the time of teasing. She had the cup against her lip when Tristane's hand caught the rim of it. He said only, very quietly, "Don't." She did not understand at first. She looked at him. He had his hand on the cup and his face had gone white and his eyes were on her mouth. "Don't," he said again. "DAENERYS. Not from this cup." She set the cup down on the table. He watched her. He had not let go of the cup. She had not yet swallowed. She turned her head. She spat sharply into the napkin she had been pretending to keep on her knee. The thing she spat was wine. The wine was red. The wine had a taste on her tongue she had not known until that hour. And the taste was, by the small instruction Oberyn Martell had given her in the spring on the subject of the things one could and could not drink, the taste of a thing known in lies as 10,000 tears. She stood up. She did not weep. She did not call out. She had been trained for years not to call out. She did not even drop the napkin. She set it down on the cup so the cup could not be lifted by anyone. She turned to Manfrey. Manfrey, who had been at the foot of the table eating his soup, stood up. He moved very fast for a man of 50. "Princess. This cup to the Maester, at once." "Aye, Princess." Daenerys looked along the hall. She had a clear view from the high table, of the third table, of the eastern colonnade, of the door to the kitchens, of the door to the courtyard, of the water pourer, of the cook's boys, of the small, unobtrusive man in the grey Dornish servant's tunic at the third table by Viserys' elbow, who had stood up the moment Manfrey had stood up, and who was at the eastern door before any other man at the third table had so much as turned his head. "Areo," she said, in the same quiet voice. Areo Hada was at the eastern door before the man in the grey tunic. The long axe was at his hip. It did not come into his hand. The man in the grey tunic, who had perhaps been a careful man on 100 other nights of his life, was not careful tonight. He had a small dagger in his sleeve, and the dagger came out, and he laid it against his own throat. Areo, who had been a guard captain for 18 years and who had seen the trick before, brought his fist around. The dagger flew. The man in the grey tunic was on the floor. Areo's foot was on his wrist. 2 of Areo's men were on him before Areo had to ask. Viserys at the third table sat very still. He had a cup before him also. The cup was untouched. He looked at it. He looked along the table. He looked at the high table. He looked at his sister, who was standing with her hands flat on the cedar wood, and at his uncle, who was standing with his cane in one hand and the chair back in the other. Viserys did not speak. The hall was very quiet. Doran Martell did not raise his voice. He never did. He said, in the voice that carried because he had taught it to carry without lifting, "Sit. All of you. The feast is not over. Manfrey, you will go with the Maester. Areo, you will take the man into the cellar. Quentin, you will take 10 of our men and you will close the kitchen and the gate, and you will see until the dawn that no man and no woman of the household leaves the keep. Arion, you will sit beside your cousin. Tristane, you will sit on the other side of her, and you will not, for the rest of this evening, be more than a hand's breadth from her. Daenerys, you will sit with us. The feast goes on." The feast went on. It went on for an hour and a quarter more. The wine was withdrawn from every cup at every table, and replaced from a sealed cask brought in from the wine cellar by Manfrey's wife, who had carried the key in her bodice for the evening. The dishes that had been laid out were removed and replaced from the kitchen by hands the cook himself had vouched for. The musicians, who had been told an hour before the feast began that they were to play through any disturbance, played through it. The Dornish lords and ladies of 43 names, all of whom had been at meals where strange things had happened in the hall before, drank carefully and ate carefully, and did not, by the count of any Maester present, behave less politely than they had at the last feast they had been to. At the close, when the sweet course had been taken, Doran Martell rose. He rose with the help of his cane and Quentyn's arm. He said, "My friends, I have invited you this evening in the name of an old debt. The debt is the one your grandfathers paid my grandfather 3 centuries ago, for the good my house had done their houses in the bringing of Moors and Nymeria together, and the good my house has done your houses since. My debt to you on this night is small. I owe you a meal. I owe you a roof. I owe you my care. I have given you the meal. I have given you the roof. The care is, perhaps, less complete than I had wished. I had a small interruption to deal with. It is dealt with. We will not speak of it tonight. We will speak of it, perhaps, in the year to come. For now I bid you a quiet sleep and a clear ride home and the kindness of my friendship in the days that follow." Yes, there was a murmur. There was a nod. The Dornish lords and ladies of 43 names rose. They went, in 2s and 3s, out of the hall by the eastern colonnade, by the southern gate, by the courtyard. They went, all of them, more thoughtful than they had come. The high table, when the last of them had gone, was Doran Martell, and Arryn, and Quentyn, and Trystane, and Daenerys. Manfrey, after a while, came back from the Maester's chamber. He bowed. He said, "It was 10,000 tears, my prince. 2 drops in the cup, Lysany in origin." The cup was fetched from the eastern serving table by a man whom no member of the household had seen before this morning. The man had been let in at the kitchen gate at noon by the undercook, who had been told by the cook that the man was a pourer brought in for the evening. The cook was lied to. The undercook did not know. The cook is in his chamber weeping, my prince. He is asking for the headsman. There will be no headsman tonight, Manfrey. The cook lied to no one. Tell him he has my pardon. Send him a cup of his own wine. He has cooked for 15 years for me. He will cook for 15 years more. Is the man in the cellar? Aye, my prince. I will be down in an hour. I will speak with him myself, my prince, and the dagger. On the table in the steward's room, my prince, with the small purse he had on him. What was in the purse? 12 gold dragons, my prince, of the new mint with the stag on the face, Lannister stamped. The small leather of the purse, to my eye, is a leather worked in Lannisport. There is no other mark. 12. Aye, my prince. 12 is a Lannister number, my prince. Thank you, Manfrey. Sit. You have not eaten. In the cellar, an hour later, the man in the grey tunic was a little less calm than he had been at table. Ariohata had not laid a hand on him after the breaking of the wrist. The wrist had been splinted by the Maester at Doran's word. Doran did not believe in lifting questions out of a man in pain. He believed in lifting them out of a man who had come out of pain into the unknown. The man in the grey tunic had been put in a chair. He had been given water. He had been given a cup of wine which was not Lysany. He had been told he would not be killed in the chamber, and he had been told also that he would be killed somewhere, sometime, although the prince had not yet decided where or when. He had been, in this, told the truth. Doran Martell came down the stair on his cane. He sat in the chair across the chamber. He looked at the man. "Your name. I've given a name. Your true name." The man hesitated. He gave it, Cleon Hill, of Lannisport. "And the name behind that name, my prince." "Cleon Hill. Before the headman drops the blade tomorrow morning, if you wish it not to be tomorrow morning, you will, in this chamber, give me the name of the man who hired you. I will write it down. I will check the writing against 3 other sources I have already begun to write to. If the name is the right one, you will live to ride to the stepstones in a galley I will provide. If the name is the wrong one, you will die in the morning. Do you understand?" Cleon Hill, who had been a man much like Garin the saddler had been a year before, but who had not had Garin's training and had not had Garin's stomach, sat in the chair and looked at his knees a moment. He said, "The name was given to me by a man called Greyman." "Yes." "The Greyman is the master of whisperers of the Lord Hand." "Yes." the Lord Hand is. I know who the Lord Hand is, Cleon, Tywin Lannister, I, my prince. Did Tywin Lannister give the order to the Greymen? I do not know. Did the Greymen tell you Tywin Lannister had given the order? He did not tell me. He gave me to understand it. He gave me his ring. He gave me 12 dragons. He gave me a knife with the lion of Lannister carved into the crossguard. Why a knife? To leave on her, after. You were to leave the knife, I, my prince, on her body. I, my prince. The knife was, as I was told, the calling card. The calling card was for the king. The king had asked the Hand in the spring to find the Targaryen children. The king had been told the children were dead. The king had not believed in the spring. The king had begun in the autumn to believe again. The Hand had begun with the new belief to act. I was sent, my prince. I was sent first to Sunspear. I was moved in the last fortnight to the water gardens. I was given 2 evenings to do the thing. I had only the cup. Did you put the drops in the cup? I did, my prince. You knew the cup was for the high table. I knew the cup was for the table where the white-haired girl was sitting. Yes, I, my prince, Cleon Hill. I, my prince. You will write the names of every man in King's Landing whose face you have seen in the meeting of the Hand's Whisperer's Circle. You will write them in a hand, I will tell you. You will sit in this chair tomorrow and the day after, and you will write. Manfrey will sit with you. You will be fed. You will be given water. You will be given wine. You will not be harmed by my hand or by his while you write. When the writing is done in 3 days, you will be put on a galley I will provide. The galley will take you to a place I will tell you the name of. Yes, I, my prince, Cleon. I, my prince. My niece is 16 years old. I have raised her in this household for 15 years. You came into my hall this evening to put 2 drops of a Lyseni poison in her cup. You came to leave a Lannister knife on her body. You came, Cleon Hill, to do a thing I will not forget. I will not kill you tomorrow. I have a use for you. Be aware that the use does not change what you came to do. Be aware that the use does not put my hand at peace with what you came to do. The hand of my brother Cleon would not be at peace with you. He will not be in this chamber tonight or in any hour I can prevent. You will not be returned to my brother's care. Be aware of this also. Cleon Hill in the chair lowered his head. He said, I, my prince. Manfrey will return shortly. Drink your water. Sit. Doran rose. He went up the stair on his cane. Ario Hada, who had stood at the door of the cellar through the conversation, walked behind his prince, and the keep settled about them as he came up into the hall. Daenerys had not slept. She had been put to bed by the Maester, who had given her, after a careful examination of her tongue and her pulse and her mouth, a small cup of a Dornish bitter that he had told her would make her sleep until the morning. She had drunk it. She had lain in the bed in her chamber for an hour with her eyes closed. The Maester's bitter had not worked. She did not believe, by the count of 2 hours, that it was going to work. Aerion was sleeping in the chair beside the bed. Daenerys, after some hours, sat up. She did not wake her cousin. She lit the candle on the small table beside the bed. She sat on the edge of the bed in her white shift with her bare feet on the cold stone of the floor. She had her hair loose. She had her hands on her knees. She did not weep. She had not all evening wept. She had not, by her own count, in the years she could remember, wept at any person's hand. After some long time she said, very softly into the candlelight, Daenerys Targaryen. She had said it in private from the time she was 11. She had said it more often in the year she was 15 than in any year before. She had said it never with the small dryness in her mouth that the Lyseni poison had left. The dryness was, the Maester had told her, a thing of the herb. The herb laid the dry on the tongue. The dry had been the warning. The warning had given her the half-second she had needed to spit the cup back into her napkin. She would have a small dryness in her mouth for 2 days. The Maester had told her this with a cheerfulness she had not enjoyed. She had been sent to the water gardens, as she had been sent to many places to be alive. She had nearly not been alive, this evening. She had been within a swallow of not being. She had not, before tonight, been told her name fully. She had been told much of it. She had been told by Arryn when she was 7. She had been told much by Doran in the years since. She had been told by Oberyn the names of every man who had been in King's Landing on the day the sack ended, and her sister Elia and her niece and her nephew had been killed. She had been told the names of every man by her uncle, who had been on the coast of Dragonstone the night her mother died. She had been told, in the year she was 15, the names of 17 liceni in the trade of the herb that had nearly stopped her tongue tonight. She had not, before tonight, been told everything. Now she would be. She got up. She lit a second candle. She walked to her cousin's chair. She laid her hand on Arryn's shoulder. Arryn, Arryn, wake up, DAENERYS. Yes, are you well? I am alive. You are alive. I am going to my uncle's chamber. Will you come? I will come. Doran Martell had been waiting. He had not gone to bed. He had thought she would come. He had thought she would come, perhaps not on this night, perhaps not for 2 nights, but he had thought she would come. He had thought also that she might not come at all. He had thought in any case that he would sit up and let her come if she did. He had set the candles. He had drawn out the small map. He had set the chair. She came in. Arryn came in behind her. Uncle, sit. She sat at his feet on the cushion. Arryn took the chair against the wall. Ariohata at the door did not move. Uncle, yes, you will tell me. What will I tell you? All of it. He looked at her a long time. He said, yes, he told her. He told her of the sack. He had told her of the sack before. He had not told her of the sack as he told her tonight. He told her of his sister Elia, who had been 16 years older than her and had been, in his own boyhood, the kindest girl he had known, who had had a clever tongue she had not learned to use, and a thin frame that the Meisters had told her she should not bear children with, and who had been given to Rhaegar Targaryen at 17, because her grandmother and his mother had decided it would be a fine match. He told her of the wedding, which had been a small wedding, and of the year that had followed, in which his sister had given Rhaegar a daughter, who had been Rhaenys, who had, by all account of those who had seen her in the Red Keep, a small kitten she had carried with her up and down the stairs for the first 3 years of her life. He told her of the second child, who had been Aegon, who had been a baby of a year when the war had come. He told her of Rhaegar at the Trident, and of the song he had played the night before in his pavilion. He told her of his sister's last weeks in the Red Keep, of the 3 doors locked, and of the men who came up the stairs. He named the men. He named the man in the white armor who had stood by the door of the throne room and had not lifted a hand for any of them. He named the man named Gregor Clegane, who had come up the stairs with the one named Amory Lorch. He named the man, the small lord of a small house, who had given, in the small council chamber 4 hours before the sack ended, the order to look for the children of Rhaegar in the wing of the keep where they had been hidden. He named the man, Tywin Lannister, who had given the order under which the small lord had given his order. He named Robert Baratheon, who had not given the order, who had not stopped it, and who had laughed at the bodies when they had been laid before him in red Lannister cloaks. He named, at last, the man who had been master of whisperers in those days, Varys, who had not warned his sister, and who had, perhaps by some private calculation, thought it best if the children were dead before the new king came south. He told her this. He told her also the small things he had not told her before. The kitten, Balerion the Small, that Rhaenys had carried up and down the stairs of the Red Keep for 3 years, had been killed under her bed before she was. The men who had killed Aegon, who had been a year old, had not killed him quickly. The men who had taken her sister had not killed her at first. Gregor Clegane had. He stopped and looked up at her, and she said only in the voice that had been Doran Martell's voice for all of her growing up, "You will tell me, uncle, please," and he had told her. And Arryn, in the chair against the wall, had wept very quietly, and Daenerys had not wept. He told her all of it. When he had finished, the candle was low. Arryn sat in the chair against the wall. She had her arm across her face. She had not stopped weeping. Daenerys sat at her uncle's feet on the cushion. She had her hands folded on her knees. She had her white hair loose down her back. She had, in the long telling, drawn herself in by no visible motion, but the lines of her had become lines a man would have known if he met them again. She said, very quietly, "Uncle." "Yes," the man at the king's hand, "the one called Tywin Lannister." "Yes, he sent the man tonight. He sent the man tonight. He has tried before tonight to find me. He has tried with Robert's help since the spring. We had not yet been sure. We are sure tonight. He will try again. He will. How soon? The next of his hands is as I sit here in lies. He will be by the spring in Pentos. He will reach Sunspear by the autumn. He will be killed before he reaches the water gardens. He will be killed by my brother, who is at sea tonight on his way back, and who will, at my word, ride directly out of the planky town to find this man. The Greyman will, in time, run out of hands to send. He will, in time, run out of patience. Tywin Lannister has only so many sons of his hand. He has Cersei. He has Jaime. He has Tyrion. Cersei is the queen. Jaime is the Kingsguard. Tyrion is a third son who is no friend of his father. The Greyman is the small council. There are not many more, uncle. Yes, my brother. Yes. Where was he tonight? In the hall. He was at the third table. He did not come to me. He did not. He sat at the third table while a man poisoned the cup of his sister, who is the only living thing of his line, and he did not stand. He did not stand. Was he in the plot? Doran Martell looked at her. He said, "He was not. You are sure?" "I am sure." Cleon Hill, in the cellar, has named in his confession every name he was given by the Greyman. Your brother is not among them. Manfrey watched him through the meal. He drank from the cup before him only when his man-at-arms drank from it first. He did not look at the cook. He did not look at the undercook. He did not look at the eastern colonnade. He looked twice at the high table. He looked at you. He looked at me. He did not stand. I do not believe, niece, that he was in the plot. I believe he understood when the cup came back to the Maester what the cup had been. I believe that he, sitting at the third table, did not know what to do with the understanding. I believe also, Daenerys, I will say this once, that he considered in those moments what it would mean for him if you had drunk. Daenerys was silent. He would have inherited, Arryn said from the chair against the wall. Yes, said Doran, he would. He would, in the eyes of those who would take the line as it stood, have been the only Targaryen left. He would have had what he has wanted since he was 5. I do not believe he wished it tonight. I believe he sat, for those moments, with the question of whether he was glad to have the wish before him. He did not stand. I am not sure that means he was glad. I am also not sure it means he was not. Uncle. Yes. What do you wish me to do? I wish you, Daenerys, to do what you have done all your life. I wish you to be patient. I wish you to be sharp. I wish you to be a princess of Dorne and a princess of House Targaryen and a daughter of my house in the small ways and the large ways. I wish you, most of all in the days that follow, to keep your brother near you. Not far, near, eat with him. Walk with him in the colonnade. Read with him in the small library. Smile at him at the table. Trust him with no thing. Do not be alone with him in any chamber. Do not let him pour your wine. Do not let him stand behind you. Do not let him, for any reason, be in the chamber where the egg is kept. Yes. Yes, uncle. And one more thing. Yes. I will write tomorrow to my brother who is at sea and ask him to bring me, on his return, a thing from the eastern coast. A thing that has been, for some years, in my keeping by way of his keeping. A piece of leather. A piece of leather rolled in oil. A piece of leather rolled in oil that was carried out of Dragonstone by my cousin Manfrey on the night you came to Dorne. The piece of leather is a small piece. It bears, on one face, the names of the men of the Kingsguard who stood on the line at the Trident. It bears, on the other face, in your mother's hand, your name and the date of your birth. It is the only thing in the world your mother wrote in her own hand for you. I have not, in the years, given it to you. I have meant to give it to you by my own slow count, in the year you turned 18. I have decided tonight to give it to you in the year you turned 16. Will you take it from me? She looked up. She had her hands on her knees. She said, yes. Good, now sleep, child. There is much before us. I am not sorry tonight. I am angry. I do not show it. That is for me, not for you. We will, you and I and your cousin and your uncle and the household, do what is to be done. The hour has come earlier than I had wished. We will move it forward. We will move it forward together. Yes. Yes, uncle. Good, sleep. Arryn, take her to her chamber. Sit with her until the dawn. Send her to me tomorrow at the morning hour. Arryn stood. Daenerys stood. They went to the door. At the door, Daenerys stopped. She turned. Uncle. Yes, my Uncle Oberyn. Yes. You will not let him go to King's Landing. Doran Martell looked at her. He said, no, niece, I will not. Good. She said. She went. The raven came in the 3rd week of the spring. It came up out of King's Landing on a wind that took it, by the route it had been bred for, to Sunspear in 8 days. It carried in the small case at its leg a folded note. The note was not addressed. The note was sealed in red wax with a stag. Manfrey took it to the prince. The prince broke the seal. He read it. He read it twice. He sat for a long while. He sent after a while for Daenerys and for Arryn and for Quentyn and for Trystane and for Manfrey and for Maester Calyot and for Ariohata. He did not send for Viserys. When they were assembled in the chamber off the Tower of the Sun, he laid the note in the middle of the table. He said, it is from the king. It was. It had not been written by Robert Baratheon's hand, but it had been signed by his hand. The signature was a thick scrawl. The body of the note had been written in a clean clerk's hand. The note said, in the voice of Robert Baratheon as it had been heard by the clerk, to the Prince of Dorne, Doran of House Martell, Prince of the South, this day in the 11th year of the reign of Robert of House Baratheon, first of his name, etc. It has come to our notice that in your house is to be found a maid of certain hair and certain age who is known to your household and to no other, and who, by the count of certain reports out of certain quarters, is the spawn of the dead mad king and his dead sister wife. We will be plain. We do not believe these reports. We believe them as little as we have believed any of the other reports of the dead Targaryen children that have come to our ear in the last 16 years. We do not, on the count of our belief, accuse you of any kindness toward the dead mad king's line. We do not accuse you of any wrongness. We accuse you of nothing. We are making a request. The request is plain. We require, by the bond of vassalage you owe us, that you bring the maid of your household of certain hair and certain age before our court at King's Landing within 90 days, that we may see her with our own eyes and dismiss the matter. If you do not, by the count of those days, present the maid before our court, we will be made to come to Dorne to see her ourselves, with our hosts in train, that we may dismiss the matter on your soil. We have no wish to come south. We hope you have no wish for us to come south. Send the maid. The matter will be at peace. Robert of House Baratheon, etc. Doran Martell folded the note. He sat for a long while. He looked in turn at Quentyn and at Trystane and at Arryn and at Manfrey and at Calyot and at Areo and last at Daenerys. Daenerys had her hands folded on her lap. She said, Uncle. Yes. What is your answer? He said. We do not send the maid. We do not. We do not, niece. What do we do? He looked at her a long, long moment. He said, We send for the Lady Olenna, we send for the captain of the Golden Company, we send for the Lord of Old Oak. We send for my brother. We send by Manfrey, by the kitchen way, by night, for every man and woman of every name in this country who has ever, in the last 40 years, given me a piece of paper with a mark of mine on it. We send, by the Stepstones route, to a man in Volantes to come up at last to Sunspear with the egg of his master. We send, by the eastern road, to a stable on the green blood for the woman who calls herself Galena. We send, niece, every letter I have not yet sent. We do not yet move. We do not yet march. We send first every letter that has not yet gone out, then we move. Yes, yes, uncle. And one more thing, niece. Yes, you will tomorrow morning walk with your brother in the colonnade for 1 hour by the count of the bell of Sunspear. You will speak to him kindly. You will not speak to him of the letter, you will speak to him of the spring. You will tomorrow night sit beside him at the meal. You will tomorrow at sundown walk with him in the rose garden. You will speak to him. You will not raise your voice. You will not lower it. You will, by your manner, give him to understand that he is your brother and that you love him, and that you will, in the days to come, ask of him a thing that he will be glad to be asked. Yes, yes, uncle. What thing will you ask of him? You will not yet know. We will speak of it, you and I, in the small hours in the days to come. We will not speak of it tonight. Yes, yes, uncle, good. He laid his hand on the note. He looked at it a long time. He said very quietly, patience. It was not a word for the table, it was a word for himself. The table did not answer him. The table did not have to. The table had been, for 15 years, the table at which he had built the thing he was, that night, finally about to set in motion. Chapter 6, End Chapter 7. The Red Viper's last lesson. They came on the night of the new moon. Ariohata had drilled the household for 40 days in expectation of them. He had set 25 new spears in the southern colonnade and 10 in the eastern. He had walled up the postern of the kitchen courtyard with stone and timber 2 months before, and he had had the hidden way through the Tower of the Sun recut by men he had brought down from the desert. 2 men who could not have read a Lannister letter, even if one had been laid in their hands. He had moved the sand snakes from their chambers in the western wing to chambers in the eastern, where the colonnade was nearer the courtyard. He had moved the Prince and Daenerys and Arryn to chambers in the Tower of the Sun, where there was, by his own count, only one way in. He had moved Trystane to the same wing. He had moved Quentyn to a chamber that gave on the inner court, with 2 of his men sleeping in the corridor at his door at every hour, by rotation, every hour of every night for 6 weeks. He had not moved Viserys. That was, in part, because Viserys had refused to be moved. Viserys had been told by Dorne in the first week of the spring that the water gardens were not to be considered safe for the season. He had been told that he would be moved, with his books and his harp and his red doublet, to a chamber in the Tower of the Sun, where Ariohata's men would sleep at the door of him also. He had been told that this was for his life. Viserys had said, after a long silence, that he did not believe his life was in any danger. He had said that the Lannisters had no reason to trouble him. He had said that he had received in private a letter by the kitchen way, 2 weeks before, from a man in Lannisport whom he was prepared to call a friend. The letter had told him that he was no concern of the Greymans, that the Greymen would not be sending men against him, that the matter at hand was a matter of his sister and not of him, that, if anything, the Greymen would prefer he and the Lannister house be on terms of small civility rather than terms of small war. Viserys, who had not shown the letter to his uncle, who had not shown the letter to anyone, who had carried the letter folded inside his own doublet for 2 weeks, and had read it 11 times by the count of the maids who watched him, had said only, "I will stay where I am, uncle. I am not in danger. I will stay in the water gardens. I will stay in my chamber. I will, by your leave, walk in the colonnade in the evenings as I have done for 16 years. I am not afraid." Doran Martell had said after a long silence of his own. Yes, nephew, he had not pressed. He had moved the rest of the household. Areo had not loved this. Areo had said in private when he was alone with his prince, "He has been compromised, my prince. He carries a letter you have not seen. He believes a man you do not name. He is not himself. He should be moved by force, with respect." Doran had said, "He may be compromised, Areo. He may be compromised in only the way of a man who is 20 and angry, who has been told by an enemy that he is not one of those marked for the cellar, and who has thought about that telling for 2 weeks. Let him be where he is. If a thing comes for him, we will see what he does. I will not, Areo, lock my sister's son in a room of my own keep." Areo had not loved this either. Areo had not said so again. He had set, in private, 2 of his own men at the corridor of Viserys' chamber. He had given them an instruction that, if Viserys came out of the chamber after the ringing of the 2nd bell of the night, they were to be in the corridor with him, walking 10 paces behind, until he turned in again. He had not told Viserys. He had not told Doran. They came on the night of the new moon. They came in 2 groups. The first group was 8 men, all of them Westerosi, in the dark cloaks of men who had been 3 weeks on the road from Lannisport. They came up the eastern road from the sea. They had been brought at the small port of Lemonwood by a Lyseni galley which had paid the harbour master 3 gold dragons for the favor of laying off the harbor, in the dark, without a torch on the bow. The galley had put a small boat ashore. The boat had carried 8 men. The 8 men had walked, with 3 horses they had bought in Lemonwood, and 2 they had bought further along, by a careful slow road, to within 5 miles of the water gardens. They had camped at sundown in an old fallen down sept beside a fig grove. They had not lit a fire. They had eaten cold sausage and waited for the dark. The second group was 4 men, all of them Dornish. The 4 men were sworn men of a small Dornish lord whose name nothing in the household at Sunspear or at the water gardens had any reason to suspect. The small Dornish lord, whose castle stood on a road much traveled by Tywin Lannister's hand for some years, had been bought, in his way, in the 3rd year of Daenerys' life. The small Dornish lord had, in the last fortnight, been sent a letter by a man in Lannisport whom he was prepared to call a friend, and the letter had told him that the time had come, and that he would, in the doing of it, see 8 Westerosi men ride past his land in the dark. And he was to send 4 of his own behind them, and the 4 were to come up to the water gardens by a side gate that he had been keeping a key for since his uncle had been the steward there, in the year of the prince's youth. The 8 Westerosi men were a feint. The 4 Dornish men were the blade. Doran Martell did not know, by the 3rd bell of the night, that there were 4 Dornish men at all. He knew of the 8 Westerosi. He had been told of them by his captain of Pentos, who had had a man at Lemonwood for the season, and who had sent a small bird up to Sunspear at the rising of the 8 men out of the small boat. The bird had reached Sunspear at dusk. The bird had been sent on, by the green blood, to the water gardens. The bird had reached the gardens at the 2nd hour after sundown, and Areo Hada had read it, and Areo Hada had spent the next 6 hours getting his men into the southern and the eastern colonnade. He had gotten them all there by the 3rd bell. The 8 Westerosi men came up the southern road at the 4th bell. They were caught by Areo Hada's spears, in the dark, between 2 columns of the southern colonnade, before they had reached the lip of the great pool. 3 of them died at the columns. 2 of them died on the colonnade. 1 of them died in the rose garden, having fled along the wall and tried to go over the small lemon tree at the eastern corner. A spear caught him in the thigh as he climbed. He fell. He did not climb again. 2 of them, by the count of Ario's men in the 2nd hour of the morning, were taken alive, in the southern colonnade, in the morning. But the 4 Dornish men did not come up the southern road. They came up the eastern. They had a key to the side gate. They came up the eastern road by the count of 2 hours after the southern fight, while Ario Hada and the men of the water gardens were occupied with the bodies in the southern colonnade and with the question of where to bring the 2 living. They came up the side gate at the kitchen courtyard. They came in. Oberyn Martell had not slept since the bird from Lemonwood had reached the keep. He had been in the colonnade with Ario for an hour. He had been in the kitchen with Manfrey for an hour. He had been at the door of Daenerys' chamber for some hours, with one of his daughters in the corridor with him at every hour, by rotation. He had been pleased with the work. He had been displeased with the night air, which was warm, which the small hairs on the back of his neck did not love. He had said to himself, in the 3rd hour after the southern fight, when the Westerosi had been laid out and the 2 living had been brought into the cellar, that the night was not finished. He had said it to no one else. He had said only to his daughter Nymeria, whom he loved best of his daughters by the small private count of which he did not speak, that she should not, by his particular ask, sleep through the 2nd half of the night. Nymeria had nodded. Nymeria had taken the corridor at Daenerys' door for the 2nd half. Oberyn had gone to the kitchen courtyard with Ario after the bringing in of the 2 living. He was at the kitchen courtyard when the 4 Dornish men came in by the side gate. The 4 Dornish men came in at a run. They had been waiting on the side gate in the dark since the moon had not risen, which it did not on a moon-dark night. They had heard the southern fight. They had counted 3 calls of the bell. They had decided by their orders to come in at the 3rd call. They came in 3 abreast, with 1 behind, and they had short swords. They had been told the lay of the kitchen courtyard. They had been told the way through the kitchen, up the kitchen stair, into the western corridor, past the 3rd door, into the chamber that had been Daenerys' chamber for 14 of the 16 years she had lived in the keep. They had not been told that the household had moved her, 2 months before, to the Tower of the Sun. Oberyn Martell was in the kitchen courtyard. Ario Hada was inside the kitchen, speaking with the cook. The 4 Dornish men, when they came through the gate, did not see Oberyn. He was at the eastern corner of the courtyard, in the shadow of the lemon trellis, with the kitchen boy who had been told to bring water for the prisoners. They saw the kitchen boy. They saw the kitchen door. They went for the kitchen door. Oberyn, who at 38 was no longer the man he had been at 25 but was still, by any reasonable count of the men of Dorne, the 3rd or 4th most dangerous man in the country, did not call for Ario. There was no time. He took the spear that had been leaning against the trellis. He stepped out. He met the first of the 4 3 paces from the kitchen door. He killed the first. He killed the second. The 3rd went under his guard with a small fast knife that the 3rd had been carrying in his hand and not in his belt, and the 3rd put a long shallow cut along the inside of Oberyn's right arm at the muscle. The cut was, by itself, not a thing to slow Oberyn down. Oberyn killed the 3rd. The 4th was at the kitchen door. Oberyn had been taught, by his uncle when he was 12, that a man at a door was a man with his hand on a thing, and that a man with his hand on a thing was a man whose feet had been told one thing and not another, and that a man whose feet were not paying attention was a man who could be killed by the count of 3. Oberyn took 2 steps. He killed the 4th as the 4th's hand turned the kitchen door's handle. The kitchen door swung in. Ario Hada, on the other side of the door, had heard the struggle. He had not yet been to it. He had been through the kitchen and was at the kitchen door when the door swung in. The 4th man fell against him. Ario set the body aside. He looked at Oberyn. "My prince, Ario, you are bleeding. It is a scratch. It is a long scratch. It is a scratch." Ario looked at the cut. He laid 2 fingers along the cut. He looked at his fingers in the kitchen light. He said very quietly, "My prince, your blade was poisoned." Oberyn looked at his arm. He looked at the dead man at his feet. He had not seen the small rusty mark on the haft of the small fast knife in the dark when he had killed the third. He saw it now. He saw the rusty mark. He saw the small dark stain it had left on his sleeve. He looked at Areo. He was, by the count of the men who had served him longest, a man who, in the moment of bad news, did not show the bad. He did not show the bad now. He said, in the voice he kept for the household, "Take me to my brother." The Maester was at the door of the prince's chamber within 5 minutes of Oberyn being brought in. Maester Caillat, who was a man not given to tears, had been weeping for an hour by the time the prince's brother came up the western stair. Areo had brought him on his good arm, and on his own broad shoulder, and Oberyn had walked the last 20 paces on his own legs because Oberyn was Oberyn, and he had sat down in the chair the Maester pointed him to, and the Maester had pulled the sleeve, and the Maester had looked at the cut, and the Maester had laid his small old hand on Oberyn's brow, and the Maester had begun to weep without sound. Doran was already in the chamber. He had been brought from his bed by Areo's man. He came across the chamber on his cane. He sat in the chair across from his brother. Oberyn looked at him. He smiled. He had, in his life, smiled at his brother in many ways. He had smiled in mocking. He had smiled in the way of a younger brother who has done a thing the elder will not forgive. He had smiled in the way of a man who had brought home a girl he could not in any house keep. He smiled now in a way Doran had not seen on his face since Aaliyah had died. He said, "Brother, brother, I have been a fool. You have not." "I have. There was a small dark stain on the haft of the knife. I should have seen. I did not. It would not have changed the count, brother. There were 4. 2 had knives. You went in. You did not have the chance to see all 4. Caillat, my prince, speak to me." The Maester, who had stopped weeping by an act of will and a great quick swallow, said, "It is the tears, my prince, the tears of lies." "He has. It has been 3/4 of an hour. By the 3rd quarter the tears have, by all account, gone past the small vessels of the arm into the great vessel below the heart. By the 2nd hour they will be in the kidney. By the 3rd hour they will be in the stomach. By the morning, my prince, by the morning. By the morning, my prince, Caillat, my prince. You will say it. By the morning, my prince, he is gone." Doran sat in the chair without moving for a time. He had his hands folded on the head of the cane. He had his brother across the chair from him. He had his Maester at his elbow. He had Areo at the door. He did not weep. He had not in many years. He said very quietly, "Brother, brother, I am sorry. Do not be. I am not. I have lived, I have ridden. I have made 8 daughters, all of them girls of fierce wit. I have killed 4 men in a courtyard in the dark, of which 2 were sworn men of a Dornish house I will give you the name of in the next hour before I forget. I have not been a slow death. I have not been a sick man's death. I have not at the end gone into the dark by some long thing of years. I will go in 3 hours. I have always thought I would go fast. I have always preferred fast. Yes, I am content, brother. Yes, bring her to me, DAENERYS. Yes. Now. Areo went up the stair. He was at her door in less time than it had taken him to come down it earlier in the night. He laid his hand on the door. Nymeria was in the corridor. He did not need to speak to her. She had seen the look. She moved aside. He knocked. "Princess. Areo, come." Yes, she came. She had her white shift on and a red robe over the shift, and her white hair loose down her back. She had, in the few moments of being woken, gathered to herself the calm she had been gathering to herself, in private, since the night of the cup. She came down the stair on her bare feet. Areo did not slow her. She came into the chamber. She saw her uncle Oberyn. She did not weep. She had not, in any year she could remember, wept for any person. She came across the chamber on her bare feet, and she knelt by the chair. She laid her hand on his knee. She laid her cheek against the back of his hand. She looked up at him. Uncle, Daenerys, you will not die. I will, niece. You will not. Daenerys, listen to me. She listened. He looked at her a long moment. She had grown into a young woman in the last year. She had begun, in the spring, to look as her mother had looked in the year of her marriage, and as her sister, Elia, had looked when Oberyn had last seen her. She had her mother's hair and her sister-in-law's mouth. She had her own eyes. She had also, by the long, careful work of his brother, the patient eyes of a Martell. She had the calm. He said, I have not been your father, I have been your other thing. Your father's brother, your uncle, your teacher, the man who threw you off the colonnade once when you were 10. I have been pleased. You have been a great deal of pleasure for me. I am sorry not to be at your wedding. I am sorry not to be at the day I had, in private, been promising myself for some years, when you stood on the steps of a throne in the dust and looked down at the men of the kingdom that had killed your sister. I will not see it. I am sorry for that. I am sorry also that I will not see my brother bury me. I would have liked that. I will not. He will. There is a final thing. Tell me. Promise me, but I will not say the word promise. I will say only, do this thing for me. Yes, uncle. You will, in the year ahead, take the throne that is yours by your father's line, and that is yours by my sister's death, and that is yours by the long patience of my brother, and you will sit on it. You will sit on it in the manner of a princess of Dorne. You will, when you sit on it, and not before and not after, do one thing for me. You will find the man who is now Lord Hand of the 7 Kingdoms. You will find him in his chamber. You will find him in the morning when his hand is at his cup, before he has had the count of his day. You will find him, niece, with a small thing of your own in your hand, and you will look at him, and he will know what was done to my sister, and you will tell him so. You will tell him my sister's name. You will tell him my niece's name. You will tell him my nephew's name. You will tell him in his ear before you do the thing. Yes, you will not let him not know. I will tell him. Good, and one thing more. Yes, uncle, my sister, Elia. Yes. Yes, uncle. I have not told anyone what I will tell you tonight. I have not told Doran. I have not told Manfrey. I have not told my daughters. I will tell you, the boy. The boy. The boy who was killed on Tywin Lannister's order in the room of my sister. The boy named Aegon. The boy of a year. The boy who was, you have been told his head was dashed against a wall. You have been told the man who did it was Amory Lorch. You have been told the man wrote his name in the book of the sack. Yes. It is a lie. She looked at him. She did not understand at first. Niece, the man on the body that was sent to Robert Baratheon was not the boy. The body was a boy. It was not the boy. My sister, the night before the sack, had given the boy to a man named Viserys. Viserys is the one we have spoken of. Viserys had been my sister's friend. Viserys had not been Aerys's friend. Viserys had taken the boy of a year in the night, in a basket, and had swapped him in the chamber for the body of another boy who was, by some bad fortune of the world, also a boy of a year, and who had died of a fever that morning in the kitchens of the Red Keep. The kitchen boy had been brought up in a basket. The boy had been taken down in the basket, with the kitchen boy in his place. The killer who came up the stairs killed the wrong boy. He killed a child, niece. He killed a child of the Red Keep. The child was not your nephew. He was a kitchen boy of a year. I know this. I have known this for 9 years. I have told no one. I learned of it from a man in Pentos who was, in a former life, an attendant to the master of whisperers who fled the city in the year after the sack, and who had reason to remember. He told me. I have not in the years told my brother. I should have. I will not have the chance. He stopped. He was breathing. The breathing was not, by the look of it, easy. Aegon, he said after a moment, may be alive. She stared at him. He is, uncle. Where? In Voluntees, in Pentos. By a man whom Viserys had given him to, who has, by the count of the captain of Pentos, raised him in a small boat on the Rhone, on the rivers of Essos, in places where no Westerosi man has cared to look. He is, by my count of the years, the same age as you, give or take a season. He is, by my count of his blood, your nephew. He is, by his line, the heir of the Iron Throne over you, niece, by the Targaryen way of inheritance. He may not live. He may have died of one of the small fevers of his childhood. He may not exist. The man in Pentos may have lied to me. I do not believe he lied. But it is a thing, DAENERYS, it is a thing, you should know it. Tell my brother. He will know in his patience what to do with it. I will not tell him. You, not me, I will not have the chance. She was, by the count of the Maester and the Prince and Ariohata, weeping in a way none of them had seen her weep before. She did not weep loudly. She did not weep with sobs. She wept in the manner of a Dornish girl raised on patience by two thin tears, one along each cheek, into the wool of his sleeve where she had laid her cheek. She did not move. Uncle. Yes, niece, I love you. He laid his good hand on the top of her white head. I know. He died in the 3rd hour. He spoke to his brother in the 2nd hour. He spoke to his daughters at the head of the 2nd. He had 3 of them in the chamber with him by the time he was done with DAENERYS. The 4th, Tyene, was at Sunspear. He told Obara to go to her sister in the morning. He told Nymeria to keep DAENERYS close. He told Sorella to go on with her studies. He told Obara also to take his spear. He had had it in his hand for 14 years, and he had not, in any of the years, set it aside without leaving it in a place she could find it. He spoke to Manfrey. He spoke to Quentyn. He spoke to Trystane, who had come up at his asking. Trystane had, by the count of the household, never spoken to his uncle alone. Trystane did so now. In the 3rd hour his hand began to cool. He looked at his brother. He said, Brother, yes, patience, yes. This is the season. It is. Then send the letter. I will, tonight, brother. Yes, you have been the best of us. You have been the best of us. We will not argue, brother, not in this hour. No, good, I am going. Go, he died. Doran Martell sat by the chair a long time. He did not weep. He had not, in many years. In the small hours of the morning he laid his hand on his brother's hand and lifted it once, and laid it down again. He closed his brother's eyes. He sat with his hand on his brother's hand for what Ariohata counted to be 3/4 of an hour. He stood up at last. He turned to Ario. Ario, my prince. The letters go out tonight. I, my prince. Send for Manfrey, send for Caliot. We will write them in this chamber. He will sit with us. I, my prince, and Ario, my prince, send for Viserys. Viserys came in at the 4th hour. He had been told by Ario's man that his uncle Oberyn had been killed in the kitchen courtyard. He had been told that the prince wished to see him. He had not, by Ario's man's count, asked any question. He had risen from his bed. He had put on his red doublet. He had walked the corridor. He had come up the stair. He had come into the chamber. He saw the body of Oberyn Martell in the chair. He stopped at the door. He stood for a long moment. Doran, at the desk, did not look up. He was at the 3rd letter. He finished the line. He set the quill down. He looked up. Nephew, uncle, sit. Viserys did not sit. He looked at the body. Doran said again, Sit, nephew. Viserys sat. He had grown thinner in the year. He had let his beard come in, although it was not a thing of much beard. He had his hair longer. He had the silver ring on his hand. He had the half-dragon coin folded as it had been all his life in his fist. Uncle, he said, yes, I was not in the plot, I know. I will swear it. You do not need to, I know. The 2 living from the southern colonnade have, by Manfrey's hand, told us every name they had. You are not among them. Cleon Hill, who has been a year in our keeping in Sunspear, has been brought up to the chamber and asked. You are not among any name he has. You were not in the plot, I know this. Then sit, nephew. I have not asked you here to accuse you. I have asked you here to tell you a thing. Tell me. The hour has come. The hour, nephew, that we have been moving towards for 16 years. The hour I have spoken of with you in the careful corners of the years, since you were old enough to hear me speak of it. The hour I was, by my own slow count, going to give you in 3 years. We will not have the 3 years. The Lannisters have brought the hour forward. My brother has paid for the hour with his life. The letters are going out tonight. The Tyrells will rise by Lady Olenna's word. The Golden Company will land at Cape Wrath in the autumn. The Lord of Old Oak will lift his banner in the new year. The Vale will come by Lord Robert's marriage in the spring. The North we will treat with later. We have enough. The Reach, the Stepstones, the Stormlands by Renly's quiet hand, Dorne in full. We have enough. The hour has come. We march. Viserys looked at him. He had grown in the years to be a young man who heard a thing first by the small calculation of what the thing meant for him. He calculated now. The calculation showed on his face only by the fact that he did not move at all. We march, with armies, for me. Doran Martell looked at him. He did not raise his voice. He never did. He said, "No, nephew." Viserys went very still. For DAENERYS. He said it also without raising his voice. "You will sit. Uncle Viserys, you will sit." Viserys sat. He had been about to stand. He sat. "Uncle, I will tell you, nephew, what I have been preparing to tell you for some weeks. I have not yet told my niece. I will tell her in the morning. I will tell you tonight. There is a reason. I am telling you tonight and not in the morning because I am Viserys, because I am not certain in the morning that you will be a man at peace with hearing it. I would prefer, if you are not at peace with the hearing, that you be not at peace tonight in this chamber in front of me with my brother dead in a chair behind you. Do you understand me? No, uncle. You will. The Dornish lords, when they ride to war this season, will ride for a queen. Not for a king. The Tyrells will rise for a queen. The Golden Company has been, these 11 years, contracted in the long term to the sons of Aerys. The contract was negotiated by my hand, with the queen of the kingdom in the contract being a queen who is the daughter of Aerys, who is your sister, who is my niece. The Lord of Old Oak, who has, on his desk, a letter from me that has lain for 2 years, has been waiting for the queen to call him. The Vale will come not for you. The Vale will come because Lord Robert is a sickly child who will in the year be married to a girl from the north, and the girl from the north will, by her father's quiet word to me 3 winters ago, send the Vale where her father wishes. The Vale will come to DAENERYS. I have, nephew, in the year I have been laying the last of the patient web made certain. The hour when it comes will come for her. I have not made certain for you. I am sorry. Viserys did not speak. He did not move, nephew. Uncle. You will, in the season ahead, have a place. You will be the prince consort of your sister, if she chooses. You will be the captain of one of her armies, if she chooses. You will be the Lord of Dragonstone, which she will give you when the keep is again hers. You will be a man of her house, of her blood, of her line. You will not be the king. You will not be the king, Viserys. The kingdom will not, by my count of 15 years, have you. I have kept you as long as the count would let me keep you. I have given you every chance. I have not been able to make of you the man we will need. I am sorry, nephew, I am. I have failed at it. The failure is mine. I should have been a different uncle. I should have been a different teacher. I should have, perhaps, been a man who raised you instead of a man who fostered you. I was not. The years moved against me. The years move against all of us. The hour has come. We march for her. Viserys looked at the body in the chair behind him. He looked at his uncle. He looked at his hand. The half-dragon coin was in his hand, folded as it had been. He stood up. This time he stood up slowly. He laid the coin on the desk. He laid it very carefully on the desk between his uncle's letters and the candle. He did not, in the laying, look at his uncle. He walked to the door. At the door he stopped. He turned. He said, "Uncle." Yes, nephew. You took me into your house. I did. You raised me. I tried. You have given me a chamber and a master-at-arms and a knight and a tutor and a harp. Yes. You have given me the table. Yes. You have given me a sister whom I have not always known how to love and who has not always known how to love me. Yes. You have given me many things, uncle. I have. You have not given me the thing I have been waiting for 16 years. No. I will, uncle, not forget that. He did not raise his voice. He had in the year stopped raising his voice. It was a thing he had learned by living in his uncle's house that he had not had at 5. He said very quietly, "Good night, uncle." He went out. The door closed. Doran Martell sat at the desk a long time. He had his hand on the half-dragon coin. He did not lift it. He did not move it. After a long while he picked up the quill. He set the quill carefully in the inkwell. He took out a fresh sheet of his paper. He wrote in his small, careful hand 3 lines. He sealed the paper with his own ring and gave it to Areo. The paper was addressed to no one. The instruction inside was for 2 of Areo's men. The instruction was that they were to stand, every hour of every night until the prince's word said otherwise, in the corridor outside the chamber of Prince Viserys Targaryen, and that they were to do, in the doing of the standing, only one thing, which was to keep the prince inside the chamber, unless the prince was sent for by the Prince of Dorne in his own hand. The prince was, the instruction said, no longer permitted to leave the chamber on his own legs. He was, the instruction said, to be, by the Prince of Dorne's quiet word, the prince's guest for some little while. Areo took the paper, he bowed, he went out. Daenerys came to her uncle at the dawn. She came into the chamber. She had not slept. She had not been told yet of Viserys. She had been at Oberyn's body all the small hours. She sat in the chair across from her uncle. She said, "Uncle." "Yes, niece." He told me a thing. "Tell me." She told him. She told him every word her uncle Oberyn had told her in the 2nd hour of the night in the chamber before he had died. She told him of Aegon. Doran Martell listened. He did not move. When she had finished, he sat for a long while in the chair. He had his hands folded on the head of the cane. He did not weep. He said, "Niece." "Yes. You have given me this morning a thing I will turn in my hand for some days. I am not sure of it. I am not sure if it is a thing or if it is a story. I have, by my own slow web, never heard it from any other tongue. My brother, on the night of his dying, would not have lied to me. If he heard the story is at least a story. It may not be a thing. I will look. I will write to a man in Pentos. I will write to a man in Valentes. I will write even to a Meister at White Harbor whom my brother did not know and who has not been told about you. I will look, niece. We will look together. If there is a nephew of yours alive in the East, we will know it before the autumn. If there is, we will speak of what to do. If there is not, we will go on with what we have. Yes, yes, uncle and Daenerys. Yes, you will not this morning weep for him. I have wept for him. You have wept for him in the chamber. You will not weep for him in any other chamber. You will weep for him in your bed, or in this chair, or by his pyre. You will not weep for him in the colonnade, in the corridor, in the kitchen, in any place where any man of any name not of our house may see you. Are we agreed? Yes, uncle. Good. Now eat and come back to me at the 2nd bell. She went. Doran Martell sat in the chair after she had gone. He did not lift the quill again. He laid his hand on the desk and looked at the half-dragon coin. He said very quietly into the empty chamber, "Brother." He said it once. He said it once more. After a long while he picked up the coin. He folded his hand around it. He sat with his hand around it for some time. Outside the window, the dawn came up over Dorne. The orange trees gave off their morning scent. The cicadas, who had been silent for the night, began. In the western corridor of the Tower of the Sun, 2 of Areo Hata's men stood at a closed door in their leather, with their spears in their hands. and the voice of a young man inside the chamber, low and clear and not raising itself, was speaking, slowly and with care. The names of every man who had wronged him in his life. The voice did not stop. The voice did not raise itself. The two men outside the door did not move. Chapter 8. The dragons reveal they burned Oberyn Martell on a pyre of olive wood and cedar and a small share of the orange trees from the water gardens, in the dust of the western shore at sundown 2 days after he died. The pyre was not a big one. He had not been a big man. The Dornish way was not the Westerosi way. In Dorne, when a man of the great line went, his pyre was modest, and it was lit at the hour the sun met the sea. The pyre was lit that evening by his eldest daughter, who at 26 was Obara Sand, who carried his old long spear in her right hand. Obara held the brand out at arm's length. She stood in the Dornish way, with her feet wide apart and her chin lifted. She did not weep. 3 of her sisters stood behind her in a line. The 4th, Tyene, had not come down from Sunspear. The 4th was at the water gardens with the youngest 2 children of the household, holding their hands. Sorella, who was Oberyn's daughter by a summer islander, had ridden in from Old Town in a fast galley. Nymeria stood beside her. 2 of the youngest stood off to one side. Lorza was 8, and Doria was 9, and they had not understood their father's death until that morning, when the Maester had let them sit beside the body. Doran Martell sat in his litter at the edge of the pyre. He had walked the last 20 paces on his cane, with his son Quentyn's arm under his good shoulder. He had refused the litter for the walking. He had not refused it for the sitting. His knee, since the night, had become a thing that burned in a way no Dornish bitter would soothe. He sat. He had his hands on the head of the cane. Daenerys stood beside the litter. She wore the gown of pale gold she had worn at the feast. She had been told, by Aerion in the morning, that she should wear something other than the white she had been wearing in the small hours. She had been told that the household, for the burning, would prefer to see her in the colors of a princess. She had inclined her head. She had let Aerion dress her. She had her hair in the high coil. She had a single golden sun at the back. She had a small dagger in a sheath at her waist that had not, to that morning, been part of any gown she had worn. Her uncle Oberyn had given it to her in the 3rd hour of the night before he died. The dagger had been her sister Elia's. She had not known until that morning that her uncle had had it. She wore it now. Manfrey Martell stood behind the prince's litter. Trystane stood at Daenerys' right hand. Quentyn at her left. Aerion behind her shoulder. The Dornish lords stood in 3 rows on the dunes. There were 68 of them. They had come, on Doran's careful word, in 2s and 3s by the eastern road and by the western, in cloaks the dust had had its own way with their men in small numbers behind them. They stood in the rows the cooks of Sunspear had been told to mark out with little stakes that morning. They stood quietly, with their cloaks open against the heat. They had been told nothing yet of why they had been called. They had been told only that the Prince of Dorne had asked them to come. They had come. Obara Sand laid the brand to the pyre. The pyre took. It did not burn slowly. The wood was old and dry. The flame went up the side of the cedar. It found the cloth that had been laid over the body, which was a red Dornish cloth Oberyn had loved in his life, and the cloth went, and the body went, and a great smell of olive wood and incense, and briefly, the green Dornish brandy he had loved came over the dunes. Doran Martell sat in the litter. He did not weep. Daenerys stood beside the litter with her hands folded against her belly. She did not weep in the dunes in front of the lords. She had wept in the small hours in her chamber into Aerion's shoulder. She had wept also, alone in the chair beside her uncle's body with her cheek against the back of his hand. She had wept enough. She did not weep now. The pyre burned for nearly an hour. When it was halfway burned, the smoke began to lean to the south, with the wind off the sea. The smoke went, in the end, out toward the deep water, on a wind that had carried Dornish smoke for 400 years. Doran Martell stood up at last on his cane. He had asked the lords at the morning hour to sit in the dust until the smoke had gone over the water. He had not told them why. They had sat. They had stood now. Manfrey had unrolled on a small table set by the prince's litter a piece of paper that he had brought from Sunspear in his own hand. The paper was, by the count of the men who had eyes for such things, an old paper. It was the paper of a contract. Doran Martell laid his hand on the paper. He did not raise his voice. He said only, "My lords." They turned to him. "My lords, I have asked you here. You have come. You have come, all of you, in a season I have not asked you to come in for 15 years. I will be brief. My brother, who lay on the pyre, and is, by the count of the smoke, now over the water, was killed 3 days ago in the kitchen courtyard of the Water Gardens by a man who had been sent down from Lannisport on the order of Tywin Lannister, by way of his man, the man we call the Greyman. The man's order was not, by his own words, to kill my brother. The man's order was to kill my niece. My niece was not in the kitchen courtyard. My brother was. My brother saw the man before any of my own men did. My brother killed the man. The man, in the dying, put a knife with a small thing on the haft into my brother's arm. The thing was the tears. My brother, by the count of the Maester, lived 3 hours after the thing entered him. My brother was, in those 3 hours, in his chair. He spoke to me. He spoke to my niece. He spoke to his daughters. He spoke to his nephew Quentin, his nephew Trystane, his niece Arianne. He died with my hand on his hand. The dunes were very quiet, my lords, he said. I will tell you a thing now I have told no man in this country before tonight. There is a girl in my house. The girl is the one who was, by the count of the men who would have killed her, the target of the man's order. She has been in my house for 16 years. She came into my house in the year of the sack. She came into my house in the cousinship of my cousin Manfrey, who took her by the hand from a chamber on Dragonstone in which her mother lay dead, and brought her, with her brother by galley, to the Planky town. Her name is DAENERYS. The Westerosi line she goes by is, I will speak it now, my lords, on this dust in this hour, Targaryen. The dunes went very still. My lords, you are the great houses of Dorne. You have stood with me and with my father before me and with my grandfather before him for many centuries. You have stood in the matter of the Targaryens, with whatever stance the Prince of Dorne has in the season asked you to stand for. You stood in my father's hand against Aerys. You have stood in my hand in the silence I have been keeping these 16 years, with a great deal of patience, with a small amount of asking. I am asking now, my lords. I am asking you to stand for this girl. I am asking you, in the season ahead, to ride out with the spears and the men of your houses on a road that will lead, by my count of the long letters that have come into my chambers in the last decade, to the throne of King's Landing, by way of the Prince's Pass and the Boneway, by way of Storm's End, by way of Highgarden, with the houses of the Reach beside us, with the Golden Company at our flank, with the Vale in time, marching to meet us, and with, my lords, a thing in our own line that has not been with us for 3 centuries. We will speak of that thing in a moment. He paused. The dunes did not move. I am asking you, my lords. The asking is mine. The choosing is yours. I will not, by any custom of this country, force a man to stand. I will, by the custom, ask. I am asking, will you stand? He stopped. There was a long quiet. The smoke had gone over the water. The first man to speak was the Lord of Ironwood, who at 62 had been Doran's foster father's son, and who had not loved Doran's father, and who, by the count of any man at any feast, would not, by easy choice, have been the first to stand for Doran Martell on any field. He stood now. He stood slowly on his old back. He laid his hand on the haft of his sword. He did not draw the sword. He looked at his prince. He looked at the girl beside the litter. He said, "I, my prince." The Lord of Ironwood in the saying of it fixed the rest of them. The Lord of Skyreach said, "I, my prince." The Lady of Salt Shore said, "I, my prince." The Lord of Lemonwood said, "I, my prince." The Knight of Sunsong, who was a small man with a large reputation, said, "I, my prince." In the order they had been seated, by the careful working out Manfrey had done in the morning, 66 of the lords and ladies on the dunes said the words. The two who did not say them were the Lord of Tor and the Lady of Vaith. The Lord of Tor said only, "My prince, I will write to my lady tonight, and I will by the morning have my answer. I am inclined to I." Doran inclined his head. The Lady of Vaith said, "Prince, I will not say tonight, I will say at the new moon. I will not in the time lift my hand against you. I will not in the time lift it for you. Forgive me." Doran inclined his head to her also. He turned to Daenerys. He said in the same voice, "My niece." She stepped forward. She stood in the dust with the dagger at her waist and the gold in her hair. She had been, all her life, a girl in a household in which her name had been a thing said only behind closed doors. She had, in the spring, said the name to a stone in a rose garden. She had, in the autumn, said it in the chamber of a maester from Valenties. She had not, in any year, said it on the dust of her own country in the open air to the lords of her uncle's blood. She said it now, she said, in the voice she had been taught by her uncle to use, the voice that did not lift but that carried because she did not let it lift. "My lords, I am Daenerys, of the line of Targaryen, by my mother who was Rhaella, by my father who was Ares, by my brother who was Rhaegar, by my sister who was Elia of your country and your kin, by the bond of the House of Martell that has held me 16 years. I am, by my line, an heir of the Iron Throne. I am, by my bond, a princess of Dorne. I will not say to you, my lords, that I am not an outlander among you. I will say, my lords, that you have been kinder to me, in the years I have been here, than any kingdom can have been to its girls, and that the kindness has been, for me, the country I would not, by any reason on the earth, leave for another. I will say, my lords, that if you stand with me in the season ahead, you stand not for an outlander queen who has come to your dust to ask for your spears, but for a daughter of your country whom you have known longer than her own line has known her. I will say, my lords, that we will, by the year ahead, make of the country to the north a thing it has not been since the day my brother Rhaegar fell in a river to a hammer. And that, my lords, we will do for my sister Elia, who was your sister, and for my niece Rhaenys, who was your niece, and for my nephew Aegon, who was your nephew, and for my brother Rhaegar, who was your brother by marriage. We will do it. We will. And in the doing of it, my lords, I will not forget that I am yours. I will, when I sit on the throne in the dust of King's Landing, with the dust of King's Landing in the hem of my cloak, look down at you and remember the long colonnades of the water gardens and the orange trees in the morning and the sound of the cicadas at sundown. I will remember. I will remember every man and woman of you. I will remember in a way that the kings of the kingdom have not, by my own reckoning, in 300 years, remembered Dorne. She paused. The lords had not moved. She said, "Will you stand, my lords?" The Lord of Ironwood stood again. He drew his sword this time. He said, "Princess." 66 swords came out behind him. 2 stayed sheathed. The Lord of Tor inclined his head and his hand stayed on the hilt, and the inclining was enough. The Lady of Vaith looked at the dust and did not draw and did not look up. Daenerys, who had been raised to read a man's stance more carefully than his sword, knew the answer of both, and she did not press. She said, "My lords, the rest of the days are mine and yours. Eat, sleep. The Prince of Dorne will give you in the morning the orders for your houses. We will in the season march." She did not say more. She had been told by her uncle the night before that she was not to speak more. She stepped back to the litter. The Lord of Ironwood sheathed his sword. The dunes turned. That night, in the chamber off the Tower of the Sun, Doran Martell laid out his web. He laid it out for her. He did it on the wide oak table that ran the length of the room. He did it with maps and with letters, and with the lists of men's names he had been keeping in a small ledger in his own hand for 10 years. He had Manfrey at his elbow. He had Caliot at his other elbow. He had Ariohata at the door. He had Quentin at the foot of the table. He had Arion at the head. He had Daenerys in the chair across from him. He began with the Reach. He laid the letter from Olin a Tyrell. He laid the letter from Old Oak. He laid 2 letters from a Meister at Goldengrove who, by his own account, was no friend of his order. He laid 3 letters from the Lord of Hewitt. He laid a small folded thing from the Lady of Tarth, which had come up the eastern coast in a Tyroshi galley. He moved to the Crownlands. He laid a letter from a man at Stonedance whose name had been in his ledger for 9 years. He laid a letter from a man at Sharp Point whose name had been in his ledger for 11. He laid a letter from the Meister of Rossby. He had not yet decided what to do with this one. He moved to the Vale. He laid 2 letters from a knight at Gulltown. He laid a thing from a man at Coldwater Burn. He laid 1 paper from the Lady Lysa Arryn, which had not been signed but which Caliot and he, by their reading of the hand, were sure of. He moved to the north. He laid a letter from a Meister at White Harbor whom none of the others around the table had been told the name of. He laid a folded paper from a man at Bear Island, whom he had not, in 12 years, seen but who had written to him every season. He laid a letter, sealed with a wax he did not break in Daenerys' presence, from a lord whose seat he did not name, but which she could, by the small stark of the wax, guess. He moved to the Riverlands. He laid the letters of 3 small houses by the Trident. He moved to Essos. He laid the contract of the Golden Company. The contract had been signed 11 months before, in the 3rd week of summer, by the captain of the Golden Company, who was a man named Miles Toyne, and who had, in his life, ridden with Rhaegar. The contract was for 4 years. The contract had been made in the name of the rightful heir of House Targaryen, daughter of Aerys, Daenerys of her line. The contract specified the place of landing, which was Cape Wrath. The specified the date of landing, which was a date in the autumn at the new moon. The contract specified the price, which had been laid out in 3 parts into accounts at the Iron Bank of Bravos by Doran Martell over the course of 9 years. He laid 2 letters from the Sea Lord of Bravos. He laid a letter from a man in Volantes who had charge of the river trade. He laid a letter from a man in Pentos. He laid, last, a letter from a man in Pentos who was not the captain of Pentos but a different man, who had served in another life in the Red Keep, and who, by the careful working of 3 years, had been brought back into Doran's correspondence. The letter was the 3rd Doran had had from him since the night Oberyn died. It said, in a careful hand, that the man Varys had moved a child of certain hair out of King's Landing in the year of the sack, and that the child had been raised in the small communities along the Rhoyne, and that the man Varys had been, every season since, in correspondence by certain hands with the household that had charge of the child, and that the child was, by the man's count of his fingers, 16 years old, and that the household that had charge of the child was a household in Pentos, in the keep of a man named Illyrio Mepodes, who was, by the man's account, the same magister whom Doran Martell had been corresponding with by separate hands for some 7 years. Doran did not read this letter aloud. He laid it on the table, folded beside the other things. He looked across the table at Daenerys. He said, "Niece." "Yes." "There is a thing I have not told the room." "Tell us." He told them. He told them what Oberyn had told her on the night of his dying. He told them also what he had himself learned in the 4 days since. That the man Viserys had been, by the careful corresponding hand of his agent in Pentos, in the keeping of a child of her line for 16 years. That the child had been a boy of a year on the night of the sack and was, in the count of the seasons, a man of 17 now. That the child had been, as Oberyn had said, swapped in the chamber of her sister Elia for a kitchen boy who had died of a fever that morning. That the child had been raised in the free cities in small boats and small keeps, in places where no Westerosi man had cared to look. That the child was Aegon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar, son of Elia. That the child was by Targaryen law the heir of the Iron Throne ahead of her. He looked at her. He said, "This is, niece, a thing of which I am not sure. I do not know if the boy is the boy. I do not know if the man in Pentos has been, all these years, an honest man. I do not know if Viserys, who is the man at the bottom of all of this, is a man who would not, by the small calculation of his own gain, plant a boy in a Pentos household and call him the boy. There is a chance, a real chance, niece, that the boy is real. There is a chance, also, that the boy is a boy that we are being shown to slow us. There is a chance that he is a boy raised to the hand of his uncle Aerys's madness. There is a chance that he is a boy the Tyrells will in the season be told of, and that we will lose half of our reach for a boy who is no boy at all. We will not, niece, until we have by my own hands met him, take him as ours. We will not march for him. We will not march against him. We will, by the next moon, send a man from this household to Pentos. The man will see the boy with his own eyes. The man will speak with the household of Illyrio. The man will, when he comes home, tell us what he has seen. Until then, niece, we go on as we are going. We march for you. We march under your name. We let the rumor of the boy be a rumor and not a banner. Yes, she looked at him. She had her hands folded on the table. She said, "Uncle, send Quentyn." The room turned. She did not move. She said, "I have thought on it since I was told. I have thought on it for 2 days. I have thought of who in this household I would send. I would send Quentyn. He is your son. He is my cousin. He is steady. He is patient. He is not, by any reading of him, a man who will be turned in Pentos by the Magister's silver or his soft chair. He has the line of the Martell. He has a tongue that does not hurry. Uncle, send Quentyn. Send him with 3 of his own men. Send him by the route you sent the Lyseni. Send him by the season's first ship. Let him meet the boy. Let him write me his judgment. I will by his judgment decide." Yes, Doran Martell looked at his son. Quentyn had not moved. Quentyn was 19. He had been, since his return from Ironwood, his father's quiet right hand at the table. He had taken, in the days since Oberyn, the household's running of the meals. He had a square face, a careful mouth, and the kind of hands a maester would have if a maester rode horses. Doran said, "Quentyn, father, will you go?" "I will, father." "You will, my son, ride the eastern road by night to the Greenblood. From the Greenblood you will take the small ship that is moored at the second mooring. The captain knows you. The ship will take you to the Stepstones. From the Stepstones you will take the Lyseni galley that is moored at the small island we have spoken of before. The galley will take you to Pentos. From Pentos you will go on foot or on a horse by your own hand to the keep of Illyrio Mapates. You will speak with Illyrio. You will see the boy. You will write me, by the kitchen way, by the slow route, only after you have seen the boy. You will write me 1 word if it is good. The word will be I. You will write me 1 word if it is bad. The word will be no. You will not, in any case, write me anything more. The judgment, my son, you will tell me when you come home. Yes. I, father, and Quentyn, father, you will not, in Pentos, tell anyone whose son you are. Father, be careful, my son, be careful. I have buried 1 brother in a season. I will not bury a son. Father, go in 3 days. I will in the time give you your last instructions. "Aye, father." Doran turned to Daenerys. He said, "Niece, the web is yours," she said. "Uncle, thank you." She said, "Uncle, there is one thing." "Yes, my brother." He had been in his chamber 4 days. The 2 men of Essos were at the door. He had been brought every meal by a maid, the food the household ate. He had been brought every morning fresh water and a small cake. He had been told by Essos himself, on the morning after the burning, that he was a guest of his uncle's, and that he would be a guest of his uncle's until his uncle decided otherwise, and that the chamber was, by his uncle's request, the chamber he would be a guest in. He had been told that he would not be harmed. He had been told that he would not be insulted. He had been told that he might, in the weeks that followed, ask to see his sister, and that the asking would be put to his uncle, and that his uncle would, by his own judgment, decide. He had not asked to see his sister. He had, in the 4 days, written. He had been given paper. He had been given ink. He had been given a quill, the only quill he had been given, which was a small thing he had asked for in the 2nd day and which Essos had brought. He had written. He had written in the 4 days, by the count of the maids who were brought in to dust the chamber every morning. 11 things on the paper that he had not finished and had set aside, and 3 things that he had finished and had folded and laid in the small wooden box at the foot of his bed. The 3 he had finished, the maids had not read. The 11 he had not finished, the maids, by Manfrey's quiet word, had read at the morning dusting and had reported to Manfrey's wife. By the 2nd day, Manfrey's wife had reported that the 11 were letters. By the 3rd day, Manfrey's wife had reported that the letters had begun in the writing to repeat. He had begun, again and again, with the same address, to my friend in Lannisport. He had begun, several times, with the same opening. I am, by the count of the days, no longer a guest of the Prince of Dorne but a prisoner of him. He had not, by the 3rd day, finished any letter that began with this opening. He had set each one aside. By the 4th day, Manfrey's wife had reported that the 11 had stopped. He had begun at the 4th day on a different thing. He had begun a list. The list was a list of names. The names were, by Manfrey's wife's slow, careful reading, and by Caliot's slower, careful judgment, in their kindest reading, the names of the men who Viserys believed had wronged him in his life. By Caliot's reading, the list began with the name of Robert Baratheon. The list moved through Tywin Lannister, through Cersei Lannister, through Jaime Lannister, through the name of every man who had killed a Targaryen on the day of the sack. The list moved on. The list moved to Stannis Baratheon. The list moved to Renly Baratheon. The list moved to Eddard Stark. The list moved on by the 3rd page to a series of names in the household. The names in the household began with Manfrey Martell. They moved by the 5th name to Maester Caliot. They moved by the 7th to Areo Hada. They moved by the 9th to the cook. By the 11th, they had reached Quentin, by the 13th Tristane, by the 15th Arion. They reached Doran Martell at the 23rd name and stopped there for the next 8 names. They began again, at the 31st name with Doran Martell. They reached Daenerys at the 43rd name and stopped. He had drawn a small line under her name. He had drawn the small line in red ink. He had not, by the 4th day, gone past her name. Daenerys read the report at the table. She did not show it on her face. She had, in the day, read 47 letters of state, met with 11 of the lords from the dunes, made a decision on the price of the Lyseni galley they had hired, and instructed Manfrey to hire 2 more. She had been her uncle's quiet hand at her uncle's request since the morning. He had given her in the morning 3 small papers of blank seal, which were the seals of the Prince of Dorne. She had used one of the 3. She had been, by the small private count of Maester Caliot at the 2nd hour of the day, doing the work of a princess of 19 years. She was 16. She read the report. She set it down. She said, "Uncle." "Yes, My brother is unwell. Yes. My brother is not, by the Meister's reading of the list, only unwell in the manner of a man who is angry. No. My brother has begun to be, uncle, I will say it. My brother has begun to be the man we feared. Yes. I do not know what to do. You do not have to know, I should know. You should not. He is your brother, I am his uncle, I will know. I will in the next day by my own hand decide. You will in the deciding not be in the chamber with me. You will in the deciding not be in the keep. You will, niece, go to the water gardens for 2 days. You will sit by the great pool. You will let Tristane bring you the small honey cakes the cook makes for you. You will let Arian brush your hair. You will eat. You will sleep. You will come back on the morning of the 3rd day, and we will speak of what I have done. Yes, uncle, yes. I do not wish him harmed. He looked at her. He had, in the 4 days, considered 3 courses. The first was harm. He had set this aside, by his own reckoning, in the 2nd hour after he considered it. He had set it aside not for any reason of weakness. He had set it aside because the harm of his nephew, if it became known in the kingdom in the season ahead, would be a thing the kingdom would lay at his feet and not at the Lannisters, and the Tyrells would, by their old caution, hesitate. The harm would buy him a small clean of his own fear and lose him, perhaps, a season's army. The second was the keeping. He had not yet set this aside. He had been turning it. He could keep his nephew in the chamber, with the 2 men of Arios at the door, in the manner of a guest, for as many seasons as the season ran. He could keep him in the chamber until, by the season's end, the kingdom was Daenerys's, and then he could give the chamber back to the nephew with the freedom he had had in it before, and tell him to live in the water gardens forever. He could do that. The doing of it would not, by his own reading of his nephew's soul in the 4 days, be a doing that worked. The nephew in the chamber would, in time, find a way out of it. The nephew in the chamber would, by the long months and seasons, become a thing the household could not contain. The keeping bought him a small peace and lost him, in the slow run, the same season's army. The third was the journey. He had been turning this. He could send the nephew, by the small ship at the Green Blood, to a place of his choosing with a household of his own, with men, with a keep, with a quiet sufficiency. Valentes, Tyrosh, the Summer Isles, a keep on the river of the Rhoyne, far from any tongue that could write to the Lannisters. He could send the nephew, with a Meister of his own and a small library and a master-at-arms and a wet nurse-come-keeper to watch the door for the rest of the nephew's days. The journey bought a kind cleanness. The journey lost him nothing in the season's army. The journey kept his nephew alive, fed, careful, and in a country where the Lannisters' coin would have to take 3 more steps to reach him. He had been, by the morning of the 5th day, leaning to the journey. He had wished, before he decided, to put it to her. He said, "I do not wish him harmed either, niece." Then he must be kept. Yes. How? He told her. He told her of the journey and of the keep on the river of the Rhoyne and of the household and of the Meister and of the master-at-arms. She listened. When he was done, she said, "He will not bear it, uncle. He may. He will not. He has been for 16 years a guest in our house. He has been told he was a king. He has been told he was a guest. He has been told he was, uncle, my brother has, all his life, been a thing he could not be. He has, by the small, careful work of the years, been turning into the only thing he has been able to be. He will not, by any keep on any river, become any other thing. He will, in time, find a way, and he will come back, and he will come for me. I do not, uncle. I do not know what to do." He laid his hand on her hand. He said, "Niece, we will not today decide. I will today write to a man in Valentes. I will, by the moon, hear back. We will then, you and I, in this chamber, decide. In the meantime, he will stay where he is. The 2 men will stay at the door. He will be fed. He will write his letters that he does not finish. He will not, niece, be permitted to send a letter that he does finish. We will in the time see what kind of letter he tries to send. Yes, uncle, now to the gardens with you, 2 days. Yes, uncle, she rose. She kissed him on the cheek. She left the chamber. That night in the chamber, alone with Areo at the door, Doran Martell laid his hand on the half-dragon coin that had been, since the night of Oberyn, on the corner of his desk. He had not lifted it. He lifted it now. He turned it once between his finger and his thumb. He looked at the head of his cane. He said very quietly into the empty chamber, "Brother, I am, by my own count, doing the thing you would not have done. I am, yes, keeping him with patience in the manner of a man kept by a man like me. I would have, in another life, done the cleaner thing. I will not. The kingdom is too narrow. Forgive me. I am, I think, in this season going to be wrong about him. I will not, brother, be wrong about her." He laid the coin back on the desk. He picked up the quill. He wrote, in his small, careful hand, on a fresh sheet of his paper, a letter to a man in Volantes whom he had not written to in 9 years. The letter was short. It said, in 3 lines, that the Prince of Dorne had a question of a small house on a small river that the man had, in his time, owned, and that the prince would be willing to pay a fair sum for the keeping of the small house in the season ahead, and that the prince would be sending, in the next moon, a man with a name to discuss the matter further. He sealed it. He gave it to Areo. Areo went out the way the boy had come in. Outside the window of the chamber, in the long warm night of late spring, the cicadas in the orange trees were beginning to sing the song they had sung for 400 years, and the smoke of a pyre on a far western dune was, by then, only a smell on the night wind. And at the western end of the corridor of the Tower of the Sun, in a chamber where the candle was low and the door was guarded, a young man at a desk wrote, in a careful hand, the names of the men he believed had wronged him in his life, and underlined the 43rd name in red. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9. Fire and Salt the egg came to Sunspear in a chest of black iron at the 2nd hour of the night. It was carried up the kitchen way by Manfrey himself. He had ridden it in his own arms, in a litter, with 2 of Areo's men beside him, with an outrider before, with another behind, by the eastern road from the water gardens in 3 days. He had set it down on the desk in the chamber off the Tower of the Sun, and Doran Martell had laid his hand on the iron of the chest, and he had not opened it. He waited for DAENERYS. She came at the 3rd hour. She wore the dark red gown that had been Melario's, and that Arion had taken in for her in the season, and the silver circlet Arion had given her on the morning of the Lord's swearing, which was not a ceremonial thing but the small brow band Arion had worn herself when she was 18. She had come up from the water gardens through the dust at her uncle's call. She had not been told what for, she had guessed. Doran turned the key in the chest. He lifted the lid. The egg lay on the bed of black sand on its fold of gray silk. She looked at it. She did not, that night, touch it. She looked at her uncle. She said, "When?" He said, "You will know." "I do not know." "You will, niece." "How will I know?" He looked at her a long moment. He said, "Galena is in Sunspear, the woman from Volantes. She has been here 3 days. She has been sitting in the small chamber by the chapel with Maester Caliot. She has been, in those 3 days, telling us, in her measured way, what she has come to tell us. She has, by all account of Caliot, become surer of her saying than she was 3 years ago. She believes the egg is past the listening. She believes it is calling. She believes, niece, that the calling will, by the count of her old line, last a small while, days, perhaps a moon at the longest. The calling, when it goes silent, will go in one of 2 ways. Either the calling will go silent because the egg has answered, which is the first way, or the calling will go silent because the egg has decided not to answer, which is the second. The first way is the way she has been hoping for. The second way is the way the egg has been taking for 3 centuries, and she has not, by her own truth, been able to find an egg in the world that has gone the first way in any of the seasons of her line. What does she wish me to do? She wishes you, niece, to take the egg by your own hand in 3 days to the dust of the western shore where my brother burned. She wishes you to take it at the rising of the sun. She wishes you to lay it on the dust, in the place where the pyre stood, where the wood and the ash of the pyre still are, where the smoke of him went out over the water. She wishes you to sit, niece, in the dust, beside the egg. She wishes you to put your hand on the egg. She wishes you to close your eyes. She wishes you to think, niece, of him. Not of your father, not of your mother, not of your sister Elia, not of the Iron Throne. She wishes you to think, niece, of my brother. Of the small last conversation he had with you in the chair in the chamber. Of the look of his face when he gave you the dagger of Elia. Of the laugh he gave when you told him, when you were 10, that you wished to be a girl who fought with 2 spears at once. Of the day he took you to the rose garden and showed you the stone of the princess. She wishes you, niece, to think of him for as long as he will let you think of him, and then to wait in the dust, with your hand on the egg, and to see if the egg answers. Daenerys stood by the desk. She had her hand against the iron of the open chest on the rim, where the iron was cool. She said, very quietly, "Why him, uncle?" "Because you loved him, niece. You had not, by my count, loved many men in your life. You loved my brother, as an uncle, as a teacher, as a thing that I am not, that I have not been able to be for you. He was the loud thing in your life. He was the laugh in your life. He was, niece, the season in which you came into your spear and your tongue and your name. The egg was given to your house long ago. The egg has been, by Galena's count of the old line, asleep for 3 centuries. The egg has woken, in the years since you came into Dorne, to a thing it had not woken to in 3 centuries, which was the warmth of a Targaryen child in the same household as it. It has woken further, by the Maester's count of the small warmth on the iron of the chest, in the season of my brother's death. It is calling. It is calling, by Galena's reading, into the fire that took him. It is calling for the Targaryen who is closest to that fire. That is you, niece. The egg has chosen you. It is choosing now. Go to the dust. Lay your hand on the egg. Think of him. We will, by the count of the days, see what answers. She looked at him. She said, 3 days, 3 days, at the rising of the sun. At the rising of the sun, alone. Trystane will sit in the dunes at 50 paces. Areo will sit in the dunes at 20 paces. The 2 of them will not, niece, be in the place where you sit. You will be alone in the place where you sit. You will, in the dust, have only the egg, the wind, the small ash of the pyre, and the thought of him. Yes, yes, uncle, niece. Yes, eat, sleep, sit by the great pool tomorrow, walk in the rose garden tomorrow afternoon, read Arian's book of poems in the evening. We will not, in the next 3 days, work. Yes, uncle. She did not sleep in the 3 days. She did not, by Arian's count of her face at the meal, sleep on the 2nd night either. On the 3rd night, she sat in her chamber at the 2nd hour, with the candle low, and she opened the small wooden chest at the foot of her bed. The chest had been hers since she was 6. The chest had held, over the years, the small things of her growing up. The silver pendant her Aunt Malario had given her on her first name day in the household. The small comb the sand snakes had given her on her 10th. The leather cord Oberyn had given her on her 13th. The small folded paper of her mother's hand that had said her name and her birthday, and which Manfrey had brought from Sunspear in his cousin's hand the morning after the first poisoning. She lifted the small folded paper. She unfolded it. She read, for perhaps the 40th time in the year, the 11 words her mother had set down for her on a sheet of parchment on Dragonstone, by candlelight. At the hour her mother had begun to feel the labor that would, in 8 hours, kill her. She read them. She folded the paper again. She set it on the small chest beside her bed. She blew out the candle. She lay on her back. She put her hand on her own chest. She thought for a while of her Uncle Oberyn. She thought of him in the kitchen courtyard, in the dark, with the spear in his hand, and the 4 men coming through the gate. She thought of him in the chair, with the cut along the inside of his arm, smiling at her in the way that had been his way with her for 16 years. She thought of him also in the dust of the practice yard at the Water Gardens, in the morning, in the year she was 11, with the wooden spear in his hand and his dark goatee in trim and his red snake on his arm. She thought of him for a long time. After a long time, she slept. The dust of the western shore was hot at the rising of the sun. The wind was already moving on the dunes when Daenerys came down with the chest. Trystane carried it for her until they were within 100 paces of the place. He set it down. He did not speak. He had been told by Doran himself in the morning that he was not to speak in the dunes. He did not. He lifted his hand to her cheek for the count of 2 breaths, and he turned, and he walked back 50 paces along the dune, and he sat down in the dust with his hands on his knees. Ariohata, behind him, had taken his place in the dunes at 20 paces. She walked the last 100 paces alone. The place of the pyre was a black stain on the dust. The stain was perhaps the size of a small hall. The wind had taken the high parts of the ash. The low parts had pressed down and been eaten back into the dust. The wood had been carried away by Manfrey's men 3 days before. There was no wood left. There was only the black and the wind, and the small white pebbles that had come up out of the sand at the eastern edge of the stain. She knelt in the dust at the western edge of the stain. She set the chest in front of her. She opened the chest. She took out the egg in its fold of gray silk with the bed of black sand under it, and she laid it on the dust. She took the silk off. She laid her hand on the shell. She closed her eyes. She thought of him. She thought of him, in the dust of the practice yard in the year she was 11, with the wooden spear in his hand. She thought of him in the kitchen of the Water Gardens in the year she was 9, laughing at a thing the cook had said with her on his hip and her white hair against his black. She thought of him in the Rose Garden, in the year she was 12, holding her hand against the stone of the princess of 3 centuries past. She thought of him in his litter, in the year she was 13, with the curtains drawn against the wind, telling her the names of the 7 men who had killed her sister. She thought of him in the chair in the year she was 16, with the dagger in his good hand and his cheek against the back of her hand. She thought of his last words. She thought of his smile. She thought of him. She thought of him for a long time. The wind moved on the dunes. The sun came up above the dunes. The sun, by the count of any Meister, was hot on the black stain of the pyre. The dust under her knee was hot. The egg under her hand was hot. The egg under her hand had not been less than hot in any year of her life, but in this hour of this morning the heat of the egg was a heat she had not, in any of the years, felt under her hand. The heat went up her arm. The heat went into her shoulder. The heat went into her chest. She did not move. Behind her eyes she saw, by the count of the seasons of her line, things she had not seen. She saw a man in armor of black scale on a hill of red rock, with a great red shadow above him. The man wore a crown of dark iron with the points set out like teeth. The man's hair, where it came out from the crown, was the silver of her hair. The man laid his hand on the cheek of a woman beside him. The woman, who was not Targaryen, had brown hair and a face that the histories had not, in any of their careful pictures, drawn truly. The shadow above them was a dragon, and the dragon was black, and the dragon was Balerion. She saw a man on a beach. The beach was the beach of Dragonstone. The man had a babe in his arms, wrapped in gray silk, with a fold of the silk over the babe's face. The man was Aegon by the line. The babe, by the line, was hers. The man was speaking to a woman she could not see. The woman was, by the count of the line, her own mother, and the babe was her own brother, and the year was the year she had been born. She saw a hall on fire. The hall was a hall she had not, in any of her readings, seen. The hall had a throne in it, of melted iron, with the swords of dead men at its back. A man sat on the throne. The man was thin, and his hair was the silver of her hair, and his eyes were the pale purple of Viserys' eyes. And the man was Viserys, and the man was old, and the man was older than Viserys had ever lived to be in any season she had known, and the throne under him was burning. And the fire was eating the silver of his hair, and the man was not Viserys. The man was the man in the line of Ares before Ares, and the throne was the throne, and the line was the line. She saw a small dragon. The small dragon was on her shoulder. The small dragon was the size of a small cat. The small dragon was red and gold. The small dragon was looking at her. She opened her eyes. The egg under her hand was cracking. She did not move. She had been told by Galena in the chamber that she was not, when the egg cracked, to move. She had been told that she was, in the moment, to keep her hand where it was. She had been told that the egg in the cracking would test her hand. She had been told the test would, perhaps, hurt. She had been told that, if she lifted her hand, the cracking would stop, and the egg would die, and a thing of her line would, for the rest of the world, be unborn. She had been told to keep her hand where it was. She kept it. The crack on the shell ran along the side, in the place where the gold met the red, in a line that was not straight but was curving. The crack widened. A small piece of shell came away in her palm. The piece was hot. The piece was, after a moment, wet. The wet was a slow thing of fluid that, by the count of the Meisters reading on dragons, had been in the egg for 3 centuries, and was, by the season's slow turning, the warm of the world coming out at her hand. The shell came apart. A small head pushed out. The head was, by the count of every man who would, in the season, claim to have been on the dunes, the size of a small kitten. The eyes were closed. The skin was the color of a poured-out flame at the moment a torch is lifted from it, red and gold, with the gold running along the spine, with the red on the wings and the belly and the side of the head. The wings were wet. The wings were folded against the body. The teeth, when the head opened its small mouth, were the white of new ivory. It was a dragon. It was small. It was no larger than a cat. It was a dragon. DAENERYS did not move. The thing came out of the shell, by careful effort of its small, wet body, in the count of 2 minutes. It came out by its head first, then by its small front legs, then by the body, then by the long, thin tail. It lay in the dust at the lip of the shell. It opened its eyes. The eyes were the gold of her hair pressed flat by sun. It looked at her. She looked at it. She put her hand, very slowly, palm up, in the dust beside it. The thing crawled, by the count of the smallness of a thing of seconds old, onto her hand. The wet of it was warm. The smell of it was. She would never, in any of the days of her life, find the words for the smell of it. She would, in the years to come, when men asked her what a newborn dragon smelled like, say only salt and the inside of a candle. It crawled up the inside of her wrist. It crawled up her forearm. It came to a stop on the curve of her shoulder, with its head against the side of her neck, with its wet wings folded against her hair. It made a small sound. The sound was not a roar. The sound was a small, inquiring sound, the sound of a thing born into the dust that had asked the dust if the dust was its mother. She put her hand against it. She said, very quietly, "I am here." The thing closed its eyes. It rested against her neck. She knelt in the dust on the western shore for a long time. Ariohata, in the dunes at 20 paces, did not move. Tristane, in the dunes at 50, did not move. Doran Martell, who had been brought down to the dunes that morning, despite his knee in his litter, by the careful arms of 2 of Ario's men, with Manfrey at his elbow and Caliot at his other and Galena at his foot, sat in the litter at 100 paces, and he watched, and he did not move. Daenerys did not, for the count of an hour, move. The dragon, when it had warmed itself against her neck, closed its eyes and slept. She opened, after a long while, the small chest she had brought down. She lifted the bed of black sand. She set it in front of her. She let the dragon, very gently, slide off her shoulder onto the bed of sand. The dragon did not wake. The dragon settled in its small, wet curl on the sand. She lifted the bed. She set it back in the chest. She closed the chest. She did not, in any of the doing, weep. She rose. She walked the 100 paces back to her uncle's litter, on her own legs with the chest in her arms. She came to the litter. She did not, by Manfred's later count of the moment, smile. She did not, by Ario's later count of the moment, lift her chin. She stood in the dust before the litter with the chest in her arms and her white hair down her back and a small thread of the dragon's wet on her neck, and she said, in the voice she had been raised by her uncle to use, the voice that did not lift but carried, "Uncle, niece, it has hatched. I see that. It has hatched for me. It has. It is a girl. It is. I have called her Elia." He looked at her for a long moment. He said, "Yes, niece." The thing of telling the household was not done in the morning. The thing of telling the household was done at the hour of the meal, in the great hall of Sunspear, in the chair at the head of the high table, with the small chest beside the chair, and with Daenerys at the prince's right hand and the dragon, by then awake, on her shoulder. The household, when she came in with the dragon on her shoulder, did not, by the count of any maester present, react in the manner the household had been told it would react. The household did not, in particular, scream. The household did not run. The household, in the long, careful work of 15 years of the prince's hand, had been a household trained to small reactions. The maids in the doors of the kitchen looked, and the maids in the doors did not, by the count of any man, drop a plate. The cook behind them looked, and the cook did not weep. The kitchen boys behind them looked, and the kitchen boys, by the count of any man, looked at one another, and the look they gave one another was the look of men who had, in the years, been waiting to be told a thing they had begun to suspect, and who had been, in the suspecting, not without their hopes. The dragon on Daenerys' shoulder was the size of a small cat. The dragon was, by the count of the dust on the eastern shore, 8 hours old. The dragon, by the count of any man at the table, was a dragon. The Lord of Ironwood stood up. He was, by his old back, the slowest to stand of the lords at the high table. He stood. He did not draw his sword. He did not need to. He laid one hand against his chest in the old Dornish way, and he inclined his head. He said, "Princess." 68 Dornish lords stood up around the hall. The two who had not sworn at the dunes, the Lord of Tor and the Lady of Vaith, both of whom were in the hall by Doran's careful invitation, stood also. The Lord of Tor laid his hand against his chest. The Lady of Vaith did not lay her hand against her chest, but she stood, and she did not, in the standing, lower her eyes. The dragon, on Daenerys' shoulder, lifted her small head. She made the small inquiring sound. The hall did not, by the count of any maester, react to the sound in the manner the maesters had been raised in their cells in Old Town to expect. The hall, by the count of any maester, became quiet. Doran Martell was at the desk in his chamber off the Tower of the Sun, 2 hours after the meal, with the chest closed at his elbow, and the dragon, who had been carried from the hall by Daenerys, in the small open box on the desk in front of him, when the bell on the watchtower rang. It rang 3 short, 3 long, and then 3 short again. He looked up. Ario Hada was at the door before the bell finished. "My prince." "Ario, it is your nephew." "Yes. He has come out of his chamber." "How?" "By the maid who has been bringing him water for the morning." "The maid, my prince, was taken. She has been used. She is not, I will be plain. She is, by the count of the maester, alive. She has been struck. She has been cut. The cut is a thing the Meister does not know how to read. The Meister thinks she will by the count of the morning live. She has been bleeding, my prince. She has been bleeding by his hand. Where is he? He is in the corridor of the Tower of the Sun, my prince. He has the maid's small knife. He is coming up the corridor toward this chamber. He has been heard by the men in the corridor, calling the name of his sister. Doran Martell did not stand up. He laid his hand on the open box on the desk. He laid his hand on the small dragon, very gently, behind the small wing. He said in the voice he kept for the chamber, "Areo, my prince. Bring him here, my prince. Do not harm him, my prince. Do not harm him, Areo. He is my nephew. He is, by my count of any man's count, sick. He has been brought by the long work of the years into the hour I have feared since he was 9. I will, by my hand in this chamber, end the hour. Bring him to me. Let him keep the small knife. Let him keep the small calling of her name. Bring him to me. Yes. I, my prince." He went. DAENERYS came up the stair to the tower at the moment Areo's men stepped out of the corridor with Viserys between them. She had been at the meal hour with Tristane. She had been in the small library at the southern end of the keep, reading with the dragon on her shoulder. She had heard the bell. She had risen. She had come up the stair. She came to the head of the stair. She saw her brother. He had not, by the count of the maids who had been with him in the 4 days, washed himself. He had a thin beard. He had his red doublet on, but the doublet, by the count of any man, had been wet with sweat in the 4 days and had not been changed. He had his hair down, which was a thing he had not done since he was a boy. He had a small knife in his right hand. The knife was a small kitchen knife, the kind the household had given to the maids for the cutting of bread. The blade was perhaps 4 fingers in length. The knife had blood on it. The blood was, by the count of any man at the head of the stair, not his. The blood was the maid's who, by Areo's count, was by then in the Meister's chamber being seen to. He saw her. He stopped. The 2 men of Areo's stopped also. They did not, by Doran's word, lay a hand on him. He looked at her. She looked at him. The dragon on her shoulder looked at him. The dragon made the small, inquiring sound. Viserys, at the foot of the stair to the Tower of the Sun, with the small kitchen knife in his hand and the blood of a maid on the knife, looked at the small dragon on his sister's shoulder. He did not move for a long count of breaths. The 2 men of Areo's beside him did not move either. He said very softly in the corridor, "Dany." She did not lift her voice. She said, "Brother, you have it. Yes, it hatched for you. Yes." He looked at the dragon. The dragon looked at him. He looked back at his sister. The pale purple of his eyes had gone, by the count of any Meister, in the 4 days. The pale purple was a thing of the surface only. Below the surface there was a thing she had not, in 16 years, seen in his face, and would not, in any of the days that followed, forget. She did not know its name. She had been raised by her uncle in the household of a man who had named for her a great deal. He had not named this. There was no name for this. She said, "Brother, Dany, put down the knife. Dany, brother, put down the knife. Do not, please do not. Put it down. We will go in the chamber. We will sit. We will talk. We will, brother, please." He did not put the knife down. He took a step forward. Areo's men, by the prince's word, did not move. He took another step. He took the 3rd step. He raised the small knife. He raised the small knife slowly, in the manner of a man who has not, in his life, raised a knife at any other man's body, and who has, in the small moment before the raising, become a thing he has not been before. He raised the small knife at his sister. The dragon, on his sister's shoulder, leaned forward. The dragon, on his sister's shoulder, by the count of any Meister present, was 8 hours old, was the size of a small cat, was a thing of red and gold whose wings were not yet dried. The dragon was not a great beast. The dragon was a beast. The dragon opened her small mouth. The dragon called. The call was not the small inquiring sound. The call was the call of a thing, by the count of every man and woman at the head of the stair and along the corridor, that had been 3 centuries asleep in a shell of red and gold, and that had come into the world in the dust that morning, and that had taken, by the long count of the line of the eggs of her kind, to the woman who had put her hand on the shell. The call was a small, short sound. The sound was not loud. The sound was, by the count of any man, the size of the dragon herself. The fire that came out with it was not. The fire was the size of a man. The fire took Viserys Targaryen in the corridor of the Tower of the Sun. At the 3rd hour of the night of the day his sister's egg had hatched, in the place where his hand had been raising a kitchen knife at his sister. The fire took him by the chest first. The fire took him by the throat second. The fire took him by the head last. He did not, by the count of any man at the head of the stair, scream. He looked at his sister. He looked at her, in the small space before the fire took the sight from his eyes, and he opened his mouth, and he said, in a small voice that was not the voice of the king he had told the chamber he was, that was not the voice of the boy on the galley. That was not the voice of the man who had come up the stair. That was the voice of a thing she had not heard from him in any of the years she had known him in the household, the voice of her brother, Dany. He fell. The fire did not, by the count of any man, take long. The fire was a thing of the dragon, by the count of every man at the head of the stair, and it was a thing of the dragon's size, and it was, in the doing of it, brief. He was on the floor of the corridor by the count of 3 breaths. He was still by the count of 5. The dragon, on Daenerys' shoulder, made a small sound and laid her head against the side of her shoulder and did not look at him again. Daenerys did not move for a long time. She had her hand on the dragon's small back. She did not weep. She did not, by the count of any woman who was at the head of the stair in the quiet of the corridor, weep that night. She had wept in her life 3 times. She had wept the first time in her chamber in the year she was 16, with Arryn in the chair against the wall, after the cup with the tears. She had wept the second time in the chamber where her uncle Oberyn lay in a chair with his arm cut, in the small hours of the 3rd night of the spring. She had wept the 3rd time in the small chamber off the Tower of the Sun, an hour after the smoke of her uncle Oberyn went over the water. She did not weep that night. She walked slowly down the corridor with the dragon on her shoulder to the place where her brother lay, and she knelt in the dust of the corridor beside him. And she laid her hand very gently on the back of his head, where the hair had been the silver of her own hair, where the fire had been kindest. She did not lift him. She did not turn him over. She did not look at his face. She had been told in the moment of the fall by Ariohata at the head of the stair that she was not on any account to look at the face. She did not look. She said very quietly in the corridor of the Tower of the Sun, "Brother," she said, "I am sorry." She said in a voice no man at the head of the stair, even Ario, heard, "I would have not let it be that. I would have. I tried." She rose. She walked back along the corridor. Ario's men, by Doran's word, came up to the body. They did not, in anything they did, hurry. Doran Martell sat in his chamber with the dragon's small box on his desk an hour later. Daenerys sat in the chair across from him. The dragon was on her shoulder, asleep. Doran did not weep. He said, "Niece, uncle, you did right. I did nothing. You did right. You did not lift the knife. You did not call the dragon. You did not, by any motion, ask the thing of him that the household in the season ahead would not have forgiven you. You did not. The dragon called him. The dragon, by the dragon's own count of the corridor, decided. You did not. Do you understand me? Yes, uncle. It will in the season ahead be told by men who were not in the corridor as a thing you did. Yes, uncle. It will be a thing you will be made to carry. Yes, uncle. You will carry it. Yes, uncle, niece, uncle, he was your brother, he was. You loved him. I did. That is enough." She did not speak. He laid his hand on the desk in the place where his hand had been laid on his brother's hand on the night of the dying. He said very quietly, "Niece, we will burn him at the morning hour on the eastern shore. We will, by Manfrey's hand, see that the men of his line are remembered in the burning. We will, by the household's hand, see that he is laid out in the colors of his house, with his coin in his fist. We will by your own hand in the morning set the brand. Yes, yes, uncle, and then niece. Yes, then we march." She looked up. She had her hand on the back of the small dragon. The dragon was still asleep. She said, "Yes, uncle." In the early hours of the morning, in the chamber off the Tower of the Sun, with the dragon asleep in the box on the desk and the candle going low, the Prince of Dorne wrote, in his small, careful hand, 3 letters. The first letter was to the Lady Olenna Tyrell. The second was to the captain of the Golden Company at Valon-Thuries, who had moved north through the spring, and was, by the count of the days, 4 weeks from Cape Wrath. The third was to a man at Old Oak who would, by the morning, by the long route of the small bird and the second bird and the careful hand at White Harbor, set the third light of a fire that had been ready for the lighting for 9 years. He sealed each letter with his own ring. He gave them to Areo. Areo went out the way the boy had come in. Outside the high, narrow window, the dust of Dorne was settling onto the courtyard cobbles in the long, warm night, and the dragon in the small box on the desk made, by the count of any woman who heard her, a small sound that was very nearly the breathing of a small kitten. And a young woman in a chair across from a Dornish prince held herself, in the long quiet of the small hours, in a way that did not, by the count of any maester at the door, look like grief. It looked like a thing she had not before been, and was now, and would be for the rest of her life. Chapter 9. End Chapter 10. The March. The Golden Company put 2,000 men ashore at Cape Wrath in the 3rd week of the autumn. They came, as they had been contracted to come, in a fleet of 14 Lyseni and Tyroshi galleys at the moonrise. They came with 300 horse, with 6 elephants. Not for the field, the captain had been firm about this in the contract, but for the carrying, and with a banner that had, by the count of the long letters in Doran Martell's chamber, been folded in a chest in Valon-Thuries for 9 years. The banner was the 3-headed dragon. The cloth was an old cloth. The thread had been pulled out and re-sewn in 3 places. The corners had been cut from a banner that had hung, in the old days of the Golden Company, in the great hall of Bittersteel. The sewing on had been done, by the careful hand of a tailor in Volantes, whom Doran Martell had paid by the season for some years, in a room with no windows. The banner came up over the dunes of Cape Wrath at the 2nd hour of the morning. The Lord of Cape Wrath had been told, by a maester at Storm's End, whose name he had no reason to tell anyone, that the Golden Company was coming. The Lord of Cape Wrath had been a young friend of Rhaegar Targaryen at the Citadel in the years before the Trident. The Lord of Cape Wrath, by the count of his quiet word to 4 neighbors in the autumn, had been, all his life, the kind of man who did not love a stag on a throne. The Lord of Cape Wrath laid his keep at the disposal of the captain of the Golden Company by the 3rd hour of the morning, and Storm's End, by the 2nd hour after that, had received from the Lord of Cape Wrath a letter telling Lord Renly Baratheon that 2,000 men in old gold cloaks had landed on the coast of his bannermen, and asking what Lord Renly's pleasure was. Lord Renly's pleasure, when it came back, was, by the count of the men who saw the letter, 3 lines. It said, "They are not to be molested. They are not to be aided. The matter is being looked at. We will speak of it at Storm's End in the season." The Lord of Cape Wrath read the 3 lines. He had been waiting for the 3rd line for longer than he had been told to expect. He laid the letter down on the table. He looked at his maester. He said, "Send word to the captain. He may stay. He may rest his men. He may eat at my table. He will not in the time be molested. He will not in the time be aided. We will speak in the season. The Meister wrote, the bird flew. The captain of the Golden Company in the keep of the Lord of Cape Wrath drank a cup of wine and laughed a small, careful laugh, and ordered his men to rest, and dispatched, by his own quiet hand, a small fast bird to the north by way of the stepstones, by way of the green blood, by way of the kitchen way of Sunspear, to a man in a chamber off the Tower of the Sun whom he had not in his life met, but had been writing to for 9 years. The bird reached Sunspear at the 2nd hour of the night. Doran Martell read the letter on the desk in the chamber off the Tower of the Sun. He had been, in the days, sicker than he had been in the year. The gout had come up the leg into the hip. The cane was now a thing he leaned on for the standing, and not the walking. He had been brought in the morning by litter from the water gardens to Sunspear. He had not, by the count of any man, complained. He had been quiet at the meal, and he had eaten little, and he had taken Manfrey's arm at the climb of the corridor, and he had sat in the chair off the Tower of the Sun for the rest of the day with his hand on the head of the cane. He read the letter. He looked up at Daenerys. Daenerys sat across the desk from him. She was 17. She had let her hair down in the months. She wore a gown of dark Dornish red. She had a circlet at her brow, a thin band of dark steel that Manfrey's wife had set on her head by Doran's word on the morning 2 months past. The dragon, who had been called Elia from her hatching, was on her shoulder. Elia was the size of a small dog now. Elia, in the 2 months and 3 days since the egg had cracked, had grown. Elia had eaten. Elia had set fire, by the count of any maid in the household, to 2 tablecloths and a curtain and a stable cat. Elia had not, in any of the doing, harmed a man of the household. She had been, in the 2 months, oddly polite for a thing of her line. She was, on Daenerys' shoulder, asleep. Daenerys read the letter. She set it down. She said, "Uncle, yes, they have landed. They have landed. Renly has not stopped them. Renly has not stopped them. Renly will not stop them. Renly is a man who has, all his life, hated his older brother for having the throne and his oldest brother for being dead. Renly, by the count of the long letters of the Lady Olenna, has been ours for 2 years. He has not signed. He will not sign. He will, in the season, by the small careful counsel of the Lady Olenna, lift his banner. He will lift it 3 days after the Lady Olenna has lifted hers. He will lift it 3 days after Highgarden has lifted its banner. He will lift it 3 days after his brother in King's Landing has demanded that he lift it for the king. He will be the third to rise. He will not be the first. He has not the stomach to be the first. And Highgarden. Highgarden lifts its banner by the count of the Lady Olenna's last letter in the 2nd week of winter. They are bringing in the harvest. They will not march hungry. They will not march unprepared. They will, when they march, march for the queen of their granddaughter's marriage. What? My niece. What? He looked at her. He said, I have not yet told you. Tell me. The Lady Olenna has, in the matter of her granddaughter, made a small, careful proposal. The proposal has been on my desk for 10 days. I have not yet brought it to you. I have not yet brought it to you because I have, in the 10 days, been thinking on it. I am not yet sure of it. I am, however, sure enough that I will tell you tonight. The proposal is Daenerys, that the Lady Margaery, who is the Lady Olenna's granddaughter, who is 15 years old this autumn, who is, by the count of the men who have seen her, the comeliest girl in the Reach, who is, by the count of all the men who have not seen her, the comeliest girl in the kingdom, will be wed in the spring to a husband of your choice. The husband to be, by the proposal, a man of your house. The Lady Olenna has asked me, Daenerys, I will tell you the Lady Olenna's exact words. She has asked me whether you have in your household a young man of suitable line, suitable temper, and suitable kindness, whom you would consider giving to her granddaughter, and through her granddaughter to her grandfather, and through her grandfather to the line of Tyrol. She has asked me in particular after my younger son. Daenerys looked at him. She said, Trystane, Trystane. She did not speak for a long moment. She said very quietly, Trystane is 14 years old. Trystane will be 15 in the spring. Margaery will be 15 also. The wedding by the proposal is in the autumn next. The autumn next, by your count, is the autumn we will be sitting in King's Landing by the throne if the season runs as we wish. It will. You wish me, uncle, to give Trystane to a Tyrol. I wish you, niece, to consider a thing that, by my own slow count of the years, is the cleanest way the reach comes to us in full and not in halves. She was quiet for a long time. She said, Uncle. Yes. Trystane has, by the count of the household, been my friend since I was 4. Yes. Trystane has, by the count of any maid in the kitchen in the last year, looked at me in the manner of a young man who has never looked at any other young woman in his life. Yes. You wish me to take from Trystane the thing he has been waiting for. I wish you, niece, to consider whether the thing he has been waiting for is a thing the kingdom can give. She did not speak. She did not move. After a long silence she said, Uncle, I will think on it. Yes. I will not in the moment decide. No. I will not in the moment speak of it to Trystane. No. I will in the season ahead give you my answer. Yes. Now tell me of the Tywin. Tywin Lannister, in King's Landing, in the keep that had been the Targaryen keep before it had been the keep of Robert Baratheon, sat in the small council chamber at the 3rd hour of the morning with 5 letters on the table in front of him. The first was the report from the Greyman, who had told him in 24 lines that the man Cleon Hill had not, after 23 months, returned, and that the man at the second mooring at Lemonwood had, in the spring, been taken in by Ariohata's men, and that the second man at Lemonwood, who had been replacing the first, had, in the autumn, also not returned. The second was the report from Pentos, which told him, in 8 lines, that the captain of the Golden Company had been seen in Cape Wrath at the 2nd hour of a moonrise 3 weeks gone, with the banner of a 3-headed dragon on his ship, and that the Lord of Cape Wrath had not refused him, and that the Lord Renly of Storm's End had not pressed. The third was the report from a small bird in Highgarden, which told him only one thing. The Lady Olenna has not been at table for 10 days. The household has not seen her. The Meisters have not seen her. The Lord Mace has not asked. The fourth was a letter from a man in Sunspear, in a hand that had been, by the careful study of the Greyman, in the Master of Whisperers' books for 6 years, and which had ceased to come in the spring, when the Greyman had begun to suspect the man had been turned by the prince. The letter, by the count of any reader, was no longer the letter of an honest man. The letter said only, and the said only was the point, that the household at Sunspear had taken in the autumn, a thing of red and gold of which the household was much pleased, and that the household at Sunspear had, in the autumn, lost the boy of its line, and that the household at Sunspear had, in the autumn, begun, by all the count of the kitchens, to dress for a long ride. The fifth was a personal letter by Raven, from the Master of Coin, who told him that the small council had, in the days, voted in his absence, to advance a small loan of 300,000 gold dragons to the crown for the funding of an autumn fleet, and that the small council had, in the doing of it, asked the Iron Bank of Bravos for terms, and that the Iron Bank of Bravos had, by the 3rd week, sent back terms that no man at the small council in the days would dare to lay before the king. Tywin Lannister read the 5 letters. He read them in the order they had been laid out. He did not, by his own count, take more than 5 minutes to read all 5. He laid them on the table. He folded his hands on his lap. He sat for a long time. He was 64 years old. His hair was white at the temples and going to white in the rest. His face, by the count of any man at the council, had not, in the years, ever been a face. He sat in the chair, in the small council chamber, at the 3rd hour of the morning with 5 letters on the table in front of him, and he sat for a long time. He said at last, into the empty chamber in the voice he kept for himself, "Doran Martell, you have moved sooner than I had thought." He stood up. He went out. He came up the stair to the king's chamber. The king's chamber at the 3rd hour of the morning was a thing of confusion. There were 2 cups on the floor, and a serving girl asleep in the chair against the wall. And the king, who had got up an hour past, was at the window in his nightshirt with a flagon in his hand. Tywin Lannister, who had not, in the years, raised his voice, said, "Your Grace." Robert turned. He looked at his hand. He saw the thing on his hand's face that the hand did not put on his face except at the very small hours of the very small moments, and he set the flagon down on the small table. He said, "What is it?" "Sire," said Tywin Lannister, 2,000 swords have landed at Cape Wrath. The banner is the 3-headed dragon. The Lord Renly has not stopped them. The Lord of Cape Wrath has given them his keep. The Tyrells have not, by the count of the Greymen, been at table in their hall for 10 days. The Prince of Dorne has, by the count of all our long inquiries, lost his brother in a kitchen courtyard in the spring, and has lost his nephew Viserys Targaryen in the autumn, and has in the keep at Sunspear the daughter of Aerys, who is alive, who is 17, who has sire. You may not wish to hear this, by the count of every man we have in Sunspear in her keeping, a thing of red and gold that walks on small wings in her hall. Robert Baratheon did not, for the count of 3 breaths, move. After 3 breaths he said, "What?" "A dragon, sire." The household at Sunspear in the autumn, by the small careful count of every man we have in Sunspear, has hatched a dragon. A dragon. Yes, you are sure, I am sure. How? 3 of our men, sire, by the careful purchase of the Greymen in the autumn, have in their letters said the same thing. 3 of our men in 3 different parts of the keep at Sunspear have not had the chance to speak to one another. They have written separately. They have written by separate hands the same thing. There is a dragon. The dragon is small. The dragon has been growing. The dragon has been, sire, the dragon has been sleeping on the shoulder of the daughter of Aerys. Robert Baratheon stood at the window for a long time. He said very quietly, "Tywin, sire, a dragon, sire, a small one, at present, sire. And the daughter of Aerys, of Aerys. Sire, yes, she is the daughter of Aerys and Rhaella. She was thought to have drowned at Dragonstone in the storm. She did not drown. She was taken to Sunspear by the cousin of the prince. She has, by the count of our men, been raised at the water gardens in the household of the prince. She has been, by the count of our men, all the years called Dany. She is, in the autumn, called DAENERYS Targaryen. The Dornish lords have, in the autumn, sworn to her. I, sire, I, Tywin. Tywin Lannister, in the chamber of his king, in the 3rd hour of the morning, with 5 letters from 5 places folded inside his coat, looked at the Lord of Storm's End, who was the man on the throne, who had laughed at the bodies of children 16 years gone, who had, in the years since, been a worse king than even Tywin Lannister had thought he would be, and who was in this hour in his nightshirt at the window with the flagon at his hand and a serving girl in the chair at the wall. He said, "Sire, we must call the banners." Robert nodded. He did not say anything more for a long while. After a long while he said, "Tywin, sire." "How long, sire?" "The Tyrells will not march for us. The Stormlands will not march for us by Renly's hand, by Stannis's they may. The Vale, by the count of the Greymen, will not. The North, by the count of the Greymen, will not. We have the Crownlands, we have the Westerlands, we have the Iron Islands perhaps. We have the riverlands, perhaps, as long as the Tully is on his back. We have the citadel. We have the faith. We have, sire, by my count, perhaps a third of the kingdom. And she has the rest. Yes, plus a dragon. Yes, sire. Robert Baratheon laid his great hand against the stone of the window. He said, in the voice he had not used in the chamber of any man for 16 years, "She is coming. She is coming, sire, with a dragon, sire, by the spring, sire." He looked out the window. He stood at the window for a long time. In the 3rd week of the winter, Quentyn Martell came home. He came up the kitchen way at Sunspear at the 8th hour of the night. He had been 4 months gone. He had been 4 months in places his father had not wished to ask him about, and when he came in, did not. He had, by the count of any man at the door, lost a stone of weight. He had, by the count of any man at the door, the look of a man who had been in the 4 months, 4 times within an hour of dying and once within a moment and had not. He bowed to his father. He bowed to his cousin. He sat down. He drank a cup of water. He drank a cup of wine. He drank a second cup of wine. He set the cup down. He looked at Daenerys. He said, "Niece, cousin, I have seen him." She did not move. She said, "Tell me." He told them. He told them of the keep of Illyrio in Pentos, and of the cheese tasting at the high table on his 2nd night there, and of the small library where the magister kept his books on the river cities of the Rhoyne, and of the small private chamber at the back of the keep where Quentyn had been brought by Illyrio's quiet hand on the 3rd night to meet the boy. He told them of the boy. He said, "He is 16 years old. He is, niece, I will be plain. He is the boy. By the silver of his hair, by the violet of his eyes, by the lay of his mouth, by the small, thin frame of him. He is the boy. Did he know you? He did not. He was told only that I was a Dornish lordling come to study with the magister for the season. He was not told my name. He was, in the conversation, the polite young man he had been raised to be. He has been raised, niece, by good men. The magister, I believe, is a man who has, in the years, by the small, careful work of years, been a good man to the boy. The boy has been raised to be a king. The boy has been, in the months, already preparing for the season ahead. The boy has, niece, already had a tutor in the practice of arms. The boy has had a tutor in the histories of his line. The boy has had, in the spring, been brought down the Rhoyne to Val-on-Thuries to meet the captain of the Golden Company. The boy has, by the count of the captain, been laid as a small piece in the captain's plan. Has he? He has. She looked at her uncle. Doran was at the desk. He had his hand on the head of the cane. He had not spoken. He said, "Niece, I will tell you what I have, in the 4 months that Quentyn has been gone, decided. I have decided that the boy, if he is the boy, is a piece of the plan that has not been on our desk. I have decided that the captain of the Golden Company has, in the contract, been ours for 9 years. I have decided that the captain has not, in any letter to me, mentioned the boy. I have decided that the captain has, in the autumn, been bargaining with 2 masters at once. I have decided, niece, that the captain will not, when he lands at Cape Wrath, lift his banner in your name first. I have decided that the captain will, when he lands, lift his banner in his own. I have decided that the captain, when he lifts his banner in his own, will reveal the boy. I have decided, niece, that the boy is real. I have decided that we will, when the boy is revealed, be in a war with 2 banners on the same side, and that the field will be, niece, your field or the boy's or his uncle's, for as long as the field is open. I have decided, niece, to be honest with you." She looked at him. She said, "Uncle, the boy is my brother's son. He is, by the count of the line, the king. By the count of the Targaryen line. By the count of the Targaryen line, he is my nephew. He is the heir of my brother. He is, by my count of the law of my house, the rightful king. I, uncle, will not march against my brother's son. No, niece. What do we do? He looked at her a long time. He said, "We march to him." She looked at him. He said, "We march to him, niece. We do not march against him. We march by the spring on the road to King's Landing." The boy will, by the count of the captain, march to King's Landing also. We will meet the boy on the road. We will meet him at the field at the western edge of the Stormlands, or at the field at the eastern edge of the Reach, or at the field at the southern edge of the Crownlands. We will meet him. We will, when we meet him, declare. We will declare for him. We will by your hand kneel. We will, in the doing of it, fold the captain's banner under yours. The boy, niece, has been raised by Varys and a magister to be a king. The boy has not been raised to be a king on the throne in Dorne. The boy will, by all account of Quentyn, want a hall to sit in and a council to advise and a queen at his side. We will, by my count, give him all three. She was very still. She said, "Uncle, yes, you wish me to marry the boy. I wish you, niece, to consider it." She looked at the dragon on her shoulder. The dragon was awake. The dragon in the past 2 weeks had been awake at the meal. The dragon was looking at Doran. She said, "I will think on it. Yes. I will not in the moment decide. No, I will give you my answer when we have met the boy." Yes. She rose. She kissed her uncle on the cheek. She walked to the door. At the door she stopped. She said, "Uncle, yes, you have been the patient one. I have. You have been, uncle. You have been the man my father and my father's father were not. I have tried. I have not in the years told you. I will tell you now. You have been my father. You have been my mother. You have been, in the years, a man I have not had the words for. I will, in the season ahead, be a queen by your hand. I will, in the doing of it, never forget that you were the man who built the season." She looked at him a long moment. She said, "Uncle, yes, live." He looked at her. He said, "I will try, niece." They marched in the 2nd week of the spring. They marched out of Sunspear at the morning hour, by the gate that gave on the Boneway, in 2 columns of 2,000 horse each, with 3,000 foot behind, and 10,000 foot behind that, and the household behind that, and the supply trains behind that. They marched in the colors of Dorne. The forward outriders carried the spear of Martell. The columns carried the banners of the lords of the dunes. The household at the head of the army carried, in the morning sun, the 3-headed dragon on the field of black. The banner had been sewn in the months, in a back room of the household tailor, by Manfrey's wife and 4 of her maids, in the late hours of the night. Daenerys rode at the head of the column. She wore the leathers of a Dornish rider. She wore the dark steel circlet at her brow. She wore, on her left shoulder, the dragon Aaliyah, who had grown in the season to the size of a small dog and who was, that morning, curled with her head against the side of Daenerys's neck, asleep. She rode a dun mare from the stables of Ironwood. Trystane rode at her right hand. He had been told in the winter, by Daenerys herself, in the small chamber at the eastern end of the western wing of the Water Gardens, of the proposal of the Lady Olenna Tyrell. He had listened. He had not, by his own count, said anything for some time. He had, after a while, kissed her on the cheek. He had said in his quiet voice that she was the queen of the kingdom, and that he was a Martell, and that the kingdom in the season ahead would need the Reach, and that he would, by the count of his own hand, marry whomever the queen of the kingdom asked him to marry. He had said this without lifting his voice. He had said it without lowering it. He had kissed her on the cheek a 2nd time. He had said also, in a voice that was even quieter, that he had loved her since he had been 6 and had pulled her braid in the great pool, and that he would, in the season after the season, love her still, and that he would not, by any wedding to any Margaery, stop. He had said this, and Daenerys had been weeping, by the count of the maid in the corridor, for the 3rd time in 2 years and the 4th time in her life. She had wept, in the small chamber into Trystane's shoulder, for nearly an hour. In the spring, by the count of Manfrey's wife, The wedding of Trystane Martell and Margaery Tyrell would be set. It would not be set in the morning of the marching. It would, by the count of the household, be set later. Trystane rode in the morning of the marching at Daenerys' right hand. Quentyn rode at her left. Behind her, in his litter, with the curtains open, was the Prince of Dorne. He had not, by the careful count of Maester Caliot, been able to mount a horse since the autumn. He had been brought to the litter by the careful arms of two of Ario's men. He had been wrapped in the morning in a cloak that Malario, in the year of her marriage, had sewn for him. He had not worn the cloak in many years. He had asked at the morning hour that the cloak be brought from the chest in his chamber, and the maids had brought it, and they had wrapped him in it, and he sat in the litter with the cloak across his lap, and he watched the column move out of the gate of Sunspear, and the cane was in his hand. And the head of the cane was a thing he was rubbing, in the manner of a man whose hand needed to do something, with his thumb. Arryn rode beside the litter. She was 28. She had taken in the seasons the dark sapphire of her father's gift on a cord at her throat. She had her hair in a thick rope down her back. She wore, by the careful count of the household, the leathers of a rider, which was a thing Arryn had not worn at any meal in any year of her life, but which she had been wearing in the practice yard for some seasons in private. She rode a black gelding. She had not in any of her years ridden out of Sunspear at the head of a column, and she did not, by the count of her cousin Quentyn at the next paces, look afraid. The sand snakes, Obara at the head, with the spear of Oberyn at her saddle, with Nymeria beside her, with Tyene riding 3 paces behind, with Sorella 5 paces behind that, rode at the right wing of the column. The banners moved in the wind off the boneway. The wind was a wind that had carried Dornish smoke for 400 years. The first day of the march took the column 10 miles up the boneway. The Lord of Ironwood, who was waiting at the western fork, joined them with his 900. The Lord of Skyreach joined them at the second fork with his 300. The Lord of Hellholt joined them at the third with his 500. By the 4th day, the column was 18,000. By the 7th day, with the lords of the eastern coast and the lords of the Saltshore in their numbers, it was 23,000. By the 2nd week of the march, it was 25. 25,000 of Dorne on the road of the Boneway by the spring. In the 3rd week, on the morning of the day they came in sight of the Prince's Pass, a small Dothraki Khalasar came up the eastern road and caught them at noon. The Khalasar was not a great one. It was perhaps 3,000 riders. They had come, by the count of the captain who rode at their head, by a slow road up the coast of the Dornish marches in the season. They had landed, 6 weeks gone, at a Lysani port. And they had been moving north along the coast in a way no Dothraki Khalasar had moved on the soil of Westeros in any of the seasons of any man living. They came up the road under a banner that was no banner. They came under a single horsetail standard. The captain at their head was a man of 40. He had a long black braid that came down to his hip. He had the bells of 3 killings in his braid. He rode a great black stallion. He had on his saddle a curved blade of folded steel that, by the count of any man who had seen such blades, had been forged in Volantes. He rode at the head of the 3,000, and he stopped at 20 paces from the column. He looked at Daenerys. The dragon on her shoulder woke. The dragon lifted her small head. The dragon looked at the man at 20 paces. The man at 20 paces did not move for a long count of breaths. He raised with care his right hand. He laid it, palm flat, against his chest. He said in a voice that was not large but was clear in the language of the Dothraki, "Queen." He said it again in the common tongue, Khaleesi. He said it a 3rd time in the language of his line, "Mother of dragons." He inclined his head. He said in the Dothraki, "I am Drogo, son of Barbo of the Khalasar of Barbo. I am in the season the call of 3,000 riders. I have come from across the sea by the long road. I have come, by the count of my own slow hand, for one reason, which is that I have been told in lies in the autumn, by a man whose name I will not say in this hour, that there is, in the country of Westeros, in the south of it, in the dust of it, a queen who has been raised in a household of patience, who has, in the autumn, by the careful turning of a season, hatched the first dragon born to the world in 3 centuries. I have come, queen, to see with my own eyes. I have seen the queen. I have seen the dragon. I have, by the count of my own slow heart, decided in the moment of the seeing that I have not, in any of the years of my life, served any man. I will not, in the years to come, serve any man. I will, queen, ride beside you. I will, in the riding, be your bannerman, your rider, your call. The 3,000 at my back will be your 3,000 in any field, in any country, on any road we ride together. I do not, in the offer, ask anything of you. I will, in the offer, not ask. I will say only one thing to you, queen, in this hour. He paused. Daenerys, on the dun mare, with the dragon on her shoulder, with the column at her back, with her uncle Doran in the litter 20 paces behind, sat very still. She said, in the language of his line, in the careful tongue she had been taught in the household by her uncle Oberyn in the years she was 13 and 14. Call. He said, Queen. She said, Speak. He said, I will in the field ride beside you. I will not in the field ride before you. I will not in the field ride after you. I will in the field ride beside you on the right hand with my 3,000. I will not, in the doing of it, ask anything of you. I will give you, queen, the one thing my line has in 3 centuries not given to any man, which is the right hand of Khal of the Dothraki on a field for the asking. She looked at him a long moment. She said, Call, queen. I accept. He inclined his head. He laid his palm again against his chest. He turned the great black stallion. He took the 3,000 back to the road. He set them by his own slow hand at the right hand of the column. They rode at noon with the lords of Dorne on the road of the Bone Way, in the 3rd week of the spring, in the season of the Queen of the Dust. In the 5th week on the road, Daenerys saw in the distance the small smoke of 3 signal fires on the southern slope of the reach. She knew by the long, careful working of the household what the fires were. The first was Old Oak, the second was Golden Grove, the third was Highgarden. The Tyrells had lifted the banner. Behind her in the column, the Lord of Ironwood, at the head of his 900, lifted his hand, and his 900 lifted theirs. A small cheer ran the length of the column. It was not a great cheer. It was a Dornish cheer. It moved like a hand passing along the wind. Doran Martell, in the litter with the curtains open, with the cloak Malario had sewn for him across his lap, watched the small smoke on the slope of the reach. He did not weep. He had not in many years. He laid his hand on the litter on the head of the cane. He said very quietly, Brother. He said, Sister. He said, Niece. He said the names of his 3 dead that morning in the litter into the wind in the order they had been taken from him. He said, last of all, Mother, I have done it. We have come up out of the dust. Beside the litter, Arryn rode the black gelding. She turned her head. She had heard. She did not say anything. She did not need to. She laid her hand in the saddle on the curve of her belly, where, by the count of the household meisters at the morning hour, in the 3rd week of the march, a thing had begun to be that she had, in the seasons of her plotting, decided to bring into the world. She had not yet told her father. She had not yet told her cousin. She had told, by the count of any maid in the kitchens, no one but the Maester. The Maester, by Doran's quiet word, had been keeping the secret in his own council. Arryn would, by her own slow count of the days, tell her father at the meal that night. She rode beside her father's litter. The wind off the Bone Way was on her face. Far ahead of the column on the road, the dust rose under the hooves of a queen's army. On the morning, the column came into the prince's pass, with the high red walls of the pass on either side and the wind off the southern slopes of the reach in their faces. Daenerys Targaryen reined her dun mare at the head of the column. With her dragon Elia on her left shoulder and Trystane Martell at her right hand, and Quentyn Martell at her left and Khal Drogo of the Khalasar of Barbo. 3 paces behind her, at the right wing of the column, and Aerion Martell, 3 paces behind her, at the litter of her uncle and her uncle Doran. In the litter with the head of the cane in his hand, and the cloak Malario had sewn for him across his lap, and she looked up at the high red walls of the prince's pass. She did not lift her voice. She said, in the voice she had been taught by her uncle to use, the voice that did not lift but carried forward. The column moved. The dragon on her shoulder lifted her wings. The wings were the size of a man's hand at full span. The dragon held them out. The dust caught the light of the morning sun under the wings, and the wings were the color of a poured-out flame, and the dust caught the gold of the dragon's eyes. The column moved up into the prince's pass. Behind them, far in the south, the dust of Dorne settled in the hour of the morning on the courtyard of an empty keep at Sunspear, and a maid of 15 years swept the floor of the chamber off the Tower of the Sun, where, by the count of any man who had been in the years a guest of the prince, no man had sat in the season but the prince, and where, by the count of any maid in the household, the candle had not in the years gone out. Ahead of them, far in the north, on the throne of the Iron Throne in the keep of King's Landing, the king who had laughed at the bodies of the children sat at the morning hour with a flagon at his hand, and a small letter on the table in front of him, and he did not laugh. Between them, on the road of the Prince's Pass, in the spring of the 17th year after the sack, a queen of 17, who had been raised at the Water Gardens, who had been taught the spear by the Red Viper, who had been taught the patience by the prince, who had been taught the warmth by Aerion, who had been taught the kindness by Trystane, who had been taught the line by Maester Caliot, who had been brought out of a black storm at 3 weeks old by the careful hand of a Dornish cousin, rode at the head of an army. The wind was on her face. The dragon was on her shoulder. The dust was at her hooves. She rode. Chapter 10 End.